Tonight we embark on the legendary journey of Julius Caesar, a man whose name has resonated through the ages as one of the most formidable military leaders and political masterminds in history. His story is one of ambition, conquest, and an unyielding drive toward destiny. From his humble beginnings in a Rome torn by political chaos to his rise as a formidable general and statesman, Caesar's journey is nothing short of legendary. So before we begin, take a moment to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also let me know where you're watching from and what time it is. Julius Caesar was born in 100 BC into the patrician Julia family, an ancient but not particularly wealthy lineage in Rome. His family claimed descent from Venus through Aeneas, reinforcing their aristocratic status, but by the time of Caesar's birth, their political influence had waned. His father Gaius Julius Caesar served as a minor official, and his mother Aurelia was known for her intelligence and strong will. It was Aurelia who would have the most profound influence on young Caesar, instilling in him the discipline and ambition that would define his life. Rome at the time was in turmoil. The Republic was racked by social and political conflicts between the populares, who sought to represent the common people, and the optimates, who upheld the power of the Senate and the aristocracy. The violent struggles between these factions shaped Caesar's early worldview. The legacy of Gaius Marius, his uncle by marriage and a leader of the populares, loomed large over his youth. When Marius and his ally Cinna seized control of Rome, it seemed as though Caesar's future was secure. However, power shifted rapidly. In 82 BC, the ruthless general Sulla emerged victorious in a brutal civil war and declared himself dictator, launching purges against Marius's supporters. Thousands of people were executed, their properties confiscated, and their families ruined. As a young teenager, Caesar suddenly found himself in grave danger. Sulla ordered the execution of many populares, and as the nephew of Marius, Caesar became a target. Sulla specifically demanded that Caesar divorce his wife Cornelia, the daughter of Cinna. Defying a dictator was a death sentence, but Caesar refused. His courage impressed some of Sulla's allies, who petitioned for his pardon. Sulla reluctantly spared him, but is said to have remarked that in Caesar he saw many Mariuses, predicting the young man's potential for greatness and chaos. This chilling prophecy would prove to be true in the years to come. Knowing that he was still at risk, Caesar left Rome and joined the military in Asia Minor. His first campaigns took place under the command of the Roman governor of Bithynia. Caesar quickly distinguished himself through acts of daring, including a mission to win the allegiance of a local king. His military talents and ability to command loyalty were evident even in his early years. It was during this time that he received the civic crown, one of Rome's highest military honors, for saving the life of a fellow soldier in battle. This award granted him significant prestige upon his return to Rome. It also showed his willingness to put himself in danger, a trait that would define his military career. However, his journey back was interrupted by one of the most famous episodes of his youth, his capture by Cilician pirates. The pirates underestimated their prisoner. While awaiting ransom, Caesar treated them not as captors but as inferiors, jokingly warning them that he would return and have them crucified. He demanded they increase his ransom, asserting his own value. Once freed, he wasted no time in raising a small force, hunting down the pirates, and carrying out his promise. He personally oversaw their executions, ensuring that they suffered the fate he had warned them of. This act cemented his reputation as a man of both charisma and ruthless determination. It also displayed his ability to turn any situation to his advantage. Returning to Rome in the late 70s BC, Caesar began his political career. He leveraged his connections, charm, and oratory skills to rise quickly. He started as a prosecutor, taking on corrupt officials, showcasing his intelligence and flair for drama in the courtroom. He also spent lavishly to win public favor, organizing games and spectacles that made him immensely popular, but also left him in debt. Still, his ability to connect with the masses set him apart from many other aristocrats. He was not just a noble, he was a man of the people. He knew that Rome's future would be decided by public opinion as much as by senatorial politics. By the time he reached his early 30s, Caesar had positioned himself as a rising star in Roman politics. His alliances, strategic marriages, and willingness to take risks had already made him a formidable figure. He was ambitious, calculating, and utterly relentless. The chaotic Rome of his youth had shaped him into a man who understood that power was not given but seized. His early experiences, defying Sulla, surviving war, outwitting pirates, and mastering political maneuvering, laid the foundation for the legend he would become. But his story was only beginning. The challenges ahead would test his resilience, his loyalty, and his ability to control the ever-changing tides of Roman politics. Rome was a city in crisis, and Caesar was a man who thrived in crisis. He had already proven that he would not be a passive observer in history, he would be its architect. Julius Caesar's rise to prominence truly began in the 60s BC, a period that tested his resilience, military capabilities, and political acumen. His early military service had already earned him a reputation, but it was his ambition and ability to navigate the treacherous waters of Roman politics that set him apart. As he returned to Rome after his campaigns in Asia, he faced a city still embroiled in power struggles. The Republic was in a constant state of turmoil, and Caesar knew that to succeed, he had to play the game of politics masterfully. His career gained momentum when he was elected quaestor in 69 BC, a position that placed him within the Roman administration and gave him his first formal experience in governance. That same year, tragedy struck. Both his wife Cornelia and his beloved aunt Julia passed away. Caesar used their funerals as a stage for political maneuvering, delivering eulogies that emphasized his family's connection to the legendary Marius and the Popule's cause. By openly honoring Marius, he was making a bold statement, aligning himself with the people rather than the Senate's conservative factions. Following his quaestorship, he was sent to govern parts of Spain, where he began to display the leadership qualities that would define his later years. In Spain he encountered a land riddled with corruption and instability, yet he proved to be an effective administrator, settling debts and ensuring justice for the local populations. He also demonstrated his military brilliance by leading successful campaigns against rebellious tribes, earning his soldiers' respect and further solidifying his reputation. However, his ambition extended far beyond provincial rule. He saw the grander picture, Rome itself, and knew that his path to ultimate power lay there. In 65 BC, Caesar was elected aedile, a role that allowed him to oversee public works and entertainment in Rome. He seized this opportunity to further win over the masses, organizing extravagant games and events that outshone those of his rivals. Though this lavish spending left him deeply in debt, it also made him one of the most popular figures in the city. His ability to connect with the people, to inspire loyalty and admiration, set him apart from many other senators who relied solely on wealth and heritage. By 63 BC, Caesar was elected Pontifex Maximus, the highest religious office in Rome. This was a significant achievement, as it granted him immense influence over Roman society and politics. Many had underestimated him, assuming he was too young and unseasoned for such a role, Yet he had outmaneuvered his competitors with a combination of charm, bribes, and strategic alliances. His growing power did not go unnoticed, and his rivals in the Senate began to take him more seriously. His tenure as praetor in 62 BC saw him continue to rise, but it was his appointment as governor of Hispania Ulterior in 61 BC that provided him with the opportunity to truly prove himself. Spain was a volatile province, plagued by unrest and financial troubles. Caesar wasted no time in securing the region, subduing rebellious tribes with swift and decisive military actions. His victories were not only tactical but also psychological. He ensured that his name struck fear into his enemies and admiration into his followers. His governance was efficient, and he made sure to distribute wealth among his soldiers, further solidifying their loyalty. By 60 BC, he had amassed enough wealth and military glory to return to Rome and seek the highest office, the consulship. But Rome was still a battlefield of political factions, and Caesar knew that he needed powerful allies. It was then that he formed one of the most famous political alliances in history, the First Triumvirate, with Crassus, the wealthiest man in Rome, and Pompey, the greatest general of the time. This alliance would propel him to the heights of Roman politics, setting the stage for his eventual domination of the Republic. Julius Caesar's rise from a debt-ridden politician to a powerful statesman was not merely the result of luck. It was a testament to his relentless ambition, his ability to adapt, and his unparalleled understanding of both military and political strategy. He had already tasted power, and he would not stop until he had taken complete control of Rome. The next chapter in his journey would see him achieve just that, but it would also set into motion the events that would ultimately lead to his downfall. By 60 BC, Julius Caesar had positioned himself as one of the most ambitious politicians in Rome. However, ambition alone was not enough to secure power in a republic dominated by rival factions and entrenched elites. He understood that to achieve his ultimate goals, he needed allies, powerful ones. Thus he orchestrated one of the most influential political alliances in history, the First Triumvirate. At the time, Rome was divided between the Optimates, who represented the interests of the Senate and the aristocracy, and the Populares, who sought the support of the common people. Caesar had already aligned himself with the Populares, but he needed the backing of two of Rome's most influential figures to truly dominate the political scene. His first ally was Marcus Licinius Crassus, the wealthiest man in Rome, known for his vast fortune amassed through real estate, business ventures, and the suppression of the Spartacus rebellion. Crassus had political ambitions of his own and sought greater military command, something the Senate had repeatedly denied him. The second ally was Gnaeus Pompeius Magnus, better known as Pompey the Great, a brilliant general who had expanded Rome's territories but was struggling to secure land grants for his veterans due to opposition from the Senate. Caesar, the rising star, saw an opportunity to unite these two powerful but frustrated men into a mutually beneficial arrangement. The First Triumvirate was not an official government institution, but rather a private agreement among three men who agreed to use their collective influence to dominate Roman politics. Each had something to gain. Caesar sought the consulship and a governorship that would provide him with military command. Pompey wanted legitimacy for his veterans' land grants, and Crassus aimed to secure financial and political power through military campaigns in the East. With their combined resources, they effectively sidelined the Senate and restructured Roman politics to serve their interests. In 59 BC, with the full backing of the Triumvirate, Caesar was elected consul, Rome's highest political office. Traditionally, consuls worked together to balance power, but Caesar's co-consul, Marcus Bibulus, was a staunch conservative, aligned with the Optimates. Determined to push through his agenda, Caesar bypassed Bibulus entirely, often ignoring him and even resorting to public intimidation. At one point, Bibulus withdrew from public life entirely, leading Romans to joke that the year was not consular under Caesar and Bibulus, but rather under Julius and Caesar. As consul, Caesar introduced sweeping reforms, including land distributions to Pompey's veterans and economic measures that benefited Crassus and his allies. He also ensured that he would receive a long-term military command by securing governorship over Cisalpine Gaul, Transalpine Gaul, and Illyricum. This governorship was crucial. It provided him with legions, resources, and the autonomy to wage wars that would not only bring him wealth, but also enhance his reputation as a military leader. The Senate, wary of Caesar's growing power, sought to undermine him, but with the backing of Pompey and Crassus, he remained untouchable. However, cracks within the triumvirate soon began to form. Crassus and Pompey were never natural allies. Crassus resented Pompey's military successes, and Pompey viewed Crassus as a mere financier rather than an equal. Caesar acted as the mediator between the two, but the alliance was fragile. In 56 BC, the three men met in the town of Lucca to reaffirm their pact. They agreed that Caesar would continue his campaigns in Gaul, Crassus would receive command of an army in the east to pursue his ambitions against Parthia, and Pompey would be granted control over Spain. This renewed alliance temporarily strengthened their hold on Rome, but fate would soon intervene. Crassus, eager to match the military glories of his counterparts, led an ill-fated campaign against the Parthians in 53 BC. At the Battle of Carrhae, his forces were utterly annihilated, and Crassus himself was killed, allegedly executed in a humiliating fashion by having molten gold poured down his throat. His death shattered the balance of power within the triumvirate. Without Crassus as a counterweight, tensions between Caesar and Pompey escalated. Rome was now headed toward an inevitable confrontation between its two most powerful men. The first triumvirate, once an unstoppable force, had unraveled. Caesar's rise to power was far from over, but his greatest challenges were yet to come. With Crassus gone, Pompey shifting allegiances, and the Senate growing increasingly hostile, the stage was set for a conflict that would change the course of Roman history forever. In 58 BC, Julius Caesar embarked on one of the most legendary military campaigns in history, the conquest of Gaul. What began as a governorship quickly transformed into an all-out war that would shape the fate of Rome and solidify Caesar's reputation as one of the greatest generals of all time. Over the next 8 years, he would face fierce resistance, battle formidable enemies, and ultimately achieve a triumph that would send shockwaves through the Republic. At the time, Gaul was a vast and fractured region, home to a collection of fiercely independent tribes. Though culturally rich and militarily capable, they lacked unity, making them vulnerable to Rome's expansion. Caesar, always looking for opportunities to enhance his power, saw Gaul as the perfect proving ground. His pretext for war came in 58 BC, when the Helvetii, a large Gallic tribe, began migrating westward in search of new lands. Their movement threatened Roman interests, and Caesar seized the opportunity to intervene. In a decisive battle, he crushed the Helvetii, forcing them to retreat and re-establishing Roman authority in the region. Soon after, Caesar turned his attention to the Germanic king Ariovistus, who had settled in Gaul and posed a direct challenge to Rome. In a bold and risky maneuver, Caesar engaged Ariovistus in battle, using superior tactics to rout the Germanic forces. With this victory, he not only secured Rome's northern borders, but also sent a clear message: Gaul belonged to Rome, and resistance would be met with overwhelming force. The following years saw Caesar systematically subjugate the Gallic tribes through a combination of military brilliance, diplomacy, and psychological warfare. He used speed and unpredictability to outmaneuver his enemies, often marching his legions through difficult terrain to strike where least expected. He built alliances with certain tribes, playing them against each other while slowly expanding Roman control. His campaigns were brutal, marked by siege warfare, scorched earth tactics, and mass executions of those who defied him. But not all of Gaul would surrender so easily. In 52 BC, a young and charismatic chieftain named Vercingetorix emerged as the leader of the Gallic resistance. Uniting the warring tribes under a single banner, he waged a highly effective guerrilla war against Caesar, using hit-and-run tactics and scorched earth strategies to weaken the Roman supply lines. For the first time, Caesar faced a real challenge. The conflict culminated in the Siege of Alesia, one of the most extraordinary battles in military history. Vercingetorix and his forces retreated to the fortified hilltop city of Alesia, believing they could outlast the Roman siege. But Caesar, ever the master tactician, responded by constructing a massive double-layered fortification, one ring facing inward to trap the defenders and another facing outward to hold off Gallic reinforcements. As Vercingetorix's allies attempted to break through from the outside, the Romans held firm, repelling wave after wave of attacks. Starvation and desperation soon took hold inside Alesia. Eventually, Vercingetorix had no choice but to surrender, riding out on his horse and dramatically laying down his arms before Caesar. The conquest of Gaul was complete. Over 1 million Gauls had perished, countless more were enslaved, and Rome now controlled a vast new territory rich in resources. Caesar's triumph was unparalleled, and his name became synonymous with military greatness. He had turned his legions into an unstoppable force, proving that superior strategy, discipline, and leadership could overcome even the fiercest resistance. Yet, while Gaul was now his, Rome was slipping out of his grasp. The Senate, wary of his growing power, began plotting against him. Pompey, once his ally, now viewed him as a threat. As Caesar basked in the glory of his victories, he knew that an even greater battle awaited him, the battle for Rome itself. By 49 BC, Julius Caesar had become the most powerful man in Rome, but his success had made him enemies. The Senate, now firmly under the influence of Pompey, feared that Caesar's ambition threatened the very foundations of the Republic. As his campaigns in Gaul came to an end, the Senate issued an ultimatum. Caesar must disband his army and return to Rome as a private citizen, or he would be declared an enemy of the state. It was a demand meant to strip him of power and leave him vulnerable to his rivals. Caesar faced a choice: submit to the Senate and risk political oblivion, or defy their orders and seize control by force. He chose the latter, setting in motion one of the most defining conflicts in world history. At the heart of this moment stood the Rubicon River, a small but symbolic boundary separating his province from Italy proper. Roman law strictly forbade generals from bringing their legions into Italy, as it was considered an act of war against the Republic. On the night of January 10th, 49 BC, Caesar and his army reached the banks of the Rubicon. There he hesitated. He knew that crossing the river with his legions would mean war, a war against the Senate, against Pompey, and against the very system that had ruled Rome for centuries. According to legend, he finally declared, "Alia ike te deste," the die is cast, and led his men across. The Rubicon had been crossed. There was no turning back. The news sent shockwaves through Rome. Panic gripped the Senate. Pompey, who had once been Caesar's ally, but was now his greatest rival, had not expected him to move so decisively. With little time to organize a defense, Pompey and the majority of the Senate fled the city, retreating to the south to raise an army. Caesar, meanwhile, entered Rome unopposed, portraying himself not as a conqueror, but as a leader seeking to restore order. He reassured the people that he did not intend to rule as a tyrant, but rather to reclaim his rightful place in the Republic. However, this was only the beginning. The real war was yet to come. Pompey commanded vast resources, including legions stationed in Spain and the East. The Senate still held considerable influence, and many in Rome remained loyal to the traditional republican cause. But Caesar had something more powerful than resources. He had momentum. His legions were battle-hardened from years of campaigning in Gaul, fiercely loyal to him and ready to follow wherever he led. He wasted no time consolidating his power, securing key cities, and preparing for the inevitable clash with Pompey. Over the following months, Italy fell under Caesar's control with minimal resistance. His strategy was swift and methodical. Rather than engaging in prolonged battles, he used speed and tactical brilliance to force his opponents into retreat. His greatest challenge, however, lay ahead. Pompey had escaped to Greece, where he was gathering an army larger than Caesar's own. The war for Rome's future would not be decided in Italy, but on the battlefields beyond. With the Rubicon behind him, Caesar had declared war on the old order. He had defied the Senate, shattered the Republic's traditions, and positioned himself as the master of Rome's destiny. But to truly claim victory, he would have to defeat Pompey, the only man left who could challenge him. As he prepared to set sail for Greece, he knew that the fate of Rome itself hung in the balance. The Republic was no more. Only Caesar or Pompey could rule. The final confrontation was near. The civil war that began with Caesar's crossing of the Rubicon in 49 BC would plunge Rome into years of chaos, reshape the political order, and mark the final collapse of the Republic. The decisive battles of this conflict, Pharsalus, Thapsus, and Munda, would test Caesar's military genius against formidable opposition, culminating in his ultimate triumph as the undisputed ruler of Rome. After taking control of Italy, Caesar turned his attention to Pompey, who had retreated to Greece with a large army. Pompey had the advantage. His forces outnumbered Caesar's, and he had the support of the eastern provinces, as well as many of Rome's senators. But Caesar had something Pompey lacked: experience in fast, decisive warfare. In 48 BC, after months of maneuvering, the two armies met on the plains of Pharsalus in central Greece. Pompey initially held the upper hand. He positioned his legions strategically, confident in his superior numbers. But Caesar, ever the tactician, devised a plan to counter Pompey's cavalry, which formed a crucial part of his army. As the battle commenced, Pompey's cavalry charged, expecting to break through Caesar's lines. Instead, they were met by a concealed force of seasoned infantry, trained to stab at the faces of the riders. The cavalry panicked and fled, exposing Pompey's flank. Seizing the opportunity, Caesar's legions advanced, crushing Pompey's army in a decisive and brutal victory. Pompey, realizing his defeat, fled to Egypt, hoping to find refuge with Pharaoh Ptolemy XIII. But the young ruler, seeking to gain Caesar's favor, betrayed Pompey. As soon as Pompey stepped ashore, he was ambushed and assassinated. His severed head was later presented to Caesar as a gift. However, rather than celebrating, Caesar reportedly wept at the sight of his former ally-turned-rival's remains. He had sought to defeat Pompey in battle, not to see him die as a fugitive. Caesar now found himself entangled in Egyptian politics. Cleopatra, the deposed queen, sought his aid in reclaiming the throne from her brother Ptolemy XIII. Enchanted by her intelligence, charm, and ambition, Caesar sided with Cleopatra. What followed was the Alexandrian War, in which Caesar's forces clashed with Ptolemy's army. After months of intense fighting, Ptolemy was defeated and drowned in the Nile. With Cleopatra now in power, Caesar remained in Egypt for some time, fathering a child, Ptolemy XIII, later known as Caesar, before continuing his campaigns. Meanwhile, opposition to Caesar still lingered. His enemies regrouped in Africa, led by the remnants of Pompey's supporters and King Juba of Numidia. In 46 BC, Caesar confronted them at the Battle of Thapsus. Once again his tactical brilliance proved decisive. His veteran legions overwhelmed the enemy, leading to another resounding victory. Many of his opponents, including Cato the Younger, one of the staunchest defenders of the Republic, chose suicide over surrender. Yet even after Thapsus, resistance to Caesar's rule persisted. In 45 BC, the final battle of the civil war took place in Spain at Munda. Here the last of Pompey's sons made a desperate stand. This was one of Caesar's hardest fought battles. For a moment, it seemed as though his forces might be defeated. But he personally entered the fray, rallying his men, and after a bloody struggle, he secured victory. With this, all organized resistance crumbled. The war was over, and Caesar was now the unrivaled master of Rome. The Republic, in all but name, was dead. Caesar had dismantled the old order and forged a new path, one that would lead Rome into an era of imperial rule. Yet, while he had won the war, the peace he envisioned would be short-lived. His triumph had made him powerful, but it had also made him vulnerable. In Rome, whispers of conspiracy had already begun. The Senate, though subdued, had not forgotten its resentment. The final act of Caesar's story was yet to come. After Caesar's final victory in the Civil War, the Republic was effectively no more. The old political system was in tatters, and Caesar stood as the unrivaled ruler of Rome. In 45 BC, he was appointed dictator, a title that under normal circumstances would have been temporary, meant to allow a leader to take swift action in times of crisis. But Caesar, having dismantled his enemies and outmaneuvered the Senate, took the unprecedented step of declaring himself dictator for life. This decision would forever change the course of Roman history. Caesar's rule was marked by a series of sweeping reforms that were designed to stabilize and improve the Roman state, but also to solidify his personal power. He was no longer content with merely winning wars or securing the loyalty of the army. Now he set his sights on reshaping Rome from within, tackling issues that had long plagued the Republic. One of his first major reforms was in the realm of the calendar. In 46 BC, Caesar introduced the Julian calendar, which was a vast improvement over the old lunar calendar. The new system, based on the solar year, was more accurate and would be used in Europe for over 1,600 years. Caesar also enacted a series of political reforms. He reduced the power of the Senate, which had been a key institution in the Republic. Many senators, who once held significant power, now found themselves sidelined or rendered irrelevant. Caesar increased the number of senators to 900, allowing him to pack the Senate with his supporters, ensuring that his policies would be passed without opposition. He also gave more power to the equestrians, the business class, who had previously been excluded from many aspects of Roman government. By doing so, Caesar cultivated a base of support among the wealthy and powerful, ensuring that his rule had both political and financial backing. In addition to political reforms, Caesar embarked on a series of grand construction projects. His most famous project was the construction of the Forum Julium, a massive public square meant to rival the grandeur of the older Roman forums. Caesar's public works program was not just about beautifying the city, it was a way to demonstrate his power and provide tangible benefits to the Roman people. New temples, roads, and public buildings were constructed throughout Rome, and the city's infrastructure was significantly improved. These projects not only provided employment for thousands, but also reinforced Caesar's image as a leader who was actively improving the Roman state. But it was not just the common people who benefited from Caesar's rule. His reforms extended to land distribution as well. As part of his efforts to support veterans and reduce social inequality, Caesar enacted laws that distributed land to his soldiers and the poor. His agrarian reforms, while popular with the lower classes, alienated many of Rome's elite. The wealthy landowners saw their holdings redistributed, and Caesar's populist policies put him in direct conflict with the aristocracy. Caesar also took steps to centralize his power. He made it clear that he was the ultimate authority in Rome. He took the title of Imperator, which, though originally a military title, now signified his absolute control over both the army and the state. He also took on the role of high priest, consolidating religious power in his hands as well. His image was placed on coins, a move that many saw as a blatant attempt to glorify himself and create a cult of personality. But these reforms, while they were meant to stabilize Rome, also served to make Caesar deeply unpopular with the elites. The old republican system, with its checks and balances, was being dismantled in favor of a system where Caesar stood at the top. The Senate, once the powerful body that controlled Rome, was now relegated to a ceremonial role, and many of its members resented Caesar's dominance. His concentration of power, coupled with his disregard for traditional republican ideals, created deep divisions within the Roman elite. This growing resentment would ultimately lead to the conspiracies that surrounded Caesar's rule. While many Romans admired his accomplishments, others feared that he was positioning himself as a monarch, threatening the very foundations of the Republic. Whispers of his potential kingship began to spread, and many saw his reforms as a power grab rather than a legitimate effort to improve Rome. The Senate, in particular, feared that Caesar's ambition would soon lead to the establishment of a dictatorship that would rival that of the kings Rome had overthrown centuries earlier. In the spring of 44 BC, the tension reached its peak. A group of conspirators, led by Brutus and Cassius, plotted to assassinate Caesar. They believed that by killing him, they would restore the Republic and prevent the rise of monarchy. However, their actions would not have the effect they hoped for. Caesar's assassination on the Ides of March 1544 BC, did not bring about the return of the Republic. Instead, it plunged Rome into another round of civil war, as Caesar's supporters and enemies vied for control of the Republic he had left behind. His death, far from restoring the old order, marked the end of the Roman Republic and the rise of the Roman Empire, with Augustus Caesar's adopted heir eventually taking control. Caesar's rule, despite its controversial aspects, undeniably shaped the course of history. His reforms modernized Rome, and his influence extended far beyond his lifetime. Through his political genius, military conquests, and ambitious vision, Caesar transformed the Roman world. His legacy, however, was a double-edged sword. While he was revered by many for his accomplishments, his concentration of power, and the fears of absolute monarchy that it invoked led to his tragic assassination. In the end, Julius Caesar's reign marked the transition from the Roman Republic to the Roman Empire, setting the stage for the rule of emperors for centuries to come. The Ides of March 15th, 44 BC, would go down in history as one of the most dramatic and pivotal moments in Roman history. On this day, Julius Caesar, the man who had transformed the Roman Republic into a personal dictatorship, would be struck down by the very people he had once served alongside in the Senate. His assassination was the result of a conspiracy led by Brutus, the son of Caesar's mistress and one of his most trusted allies, and Cassius, a former general in Caesar's army who felt betrayed by his rise to power. The death of Caesar would not restore the Republic, as his assassins had hoped. Instead, it marked the beginning of a new chapter in Roman history, the transition from Republic to Empire. The plot to kill Caesar had been brewing for months. The conspirators, including high-ranking senators, were deeply dissatisfied with the way Caesar had consolidated power in his own hands. Despite his many achievements, including his military conquests and political reforms, many saw his dictatorship as a threat to the Roman ideals of the Republic. His concentration of power, his appointment as dictator for life, was the tipping point for many who feared that he intended to establish a monarchy. Some of these men had served Caesar loyally in the past, but now they viewed him as a tyrant who had undone centuries of republican tradition. Brutus, who was perhaps the most famous of the conspirators, had a personal connection to Caesar. He was the son of Servilia, one of Caesar's former lovers, and he had been a trusted ally of Caesar for many years. Caesar had even pardoned Brutus after he had been accused of treason, an act that had only increased Brutus' loyalty to him. But in the years leading up to Caesar's assassination, Brutus began to change. He became disillusioned with Caesar's accumulation of power and began to believe that Caesar's ambitions for Rome would destroy the Republic. For Brutus, the final break came when he was persuaded by Cassius and other senators that the assassination was the only way to preserve Rome's ancient ideals. Cassius, the other leader of the conspiracy, was a seasoned military leader who had once served under Caesar. He had witnessed firsthand how Caesar had become a figure of near absolute authority. He believed that Caesar's power had become so entrenched that it threatened the very foundation of Roman governance. Unlike Brutus, who struggled with his personal feelings toward Caesar, Cassius was determined and unwavering in his conviction that Caesar had to be stopped. The conspirators planned the assassination carefully. They knew that Caesar would be attending a Senate meeting on the Ides of March, and they took advantage of this opportunity. They also knew that they had to act swiftly and decisively to prevent Caesar from having any chance to defend himself. The Senate meeting was held in the theater of Pompey, and as Caesar entered, he was surrounded by the conspirators. They greeted him as they would any other senator, but beneath their smiles and greetings was a deadly intent. The moment of the assassination came when the conspirators, led by Brutus and Cassius, surrounded Caesar in the Senate chamber. According to historical accounts, the first blow came from a senator named Casca, who struck Caesar in the neck. At that moment, Caesar is said to have looked around at the faces of the senators, and upon seeing Brutus, reportedly uttered the famous words, "Et tu, Brute," and "You, Brutus." This phrase has come to symbolize the ultimate betrayal. Caesar, who had shown Brutus great favor, could not believe that his adopted son and trusted ally would turn on him. After this, the senators who had been waiting for the signal all joined in stabbing Caesar repeatedly. Caesar was struck 23 times by his assassins. According to some accounts, he tried to defend himself, but he was ultimately overwhelmed by the number of attackers. His last moments were a mixture of shock and betrayal. As he collapsed, he was surrounded by those who had once been his friends, and his death marked the end of an era. The Senate, which had once been the heart of Roman politics, was now forever tainted by the bloodshed. The immediate aftermath of Caesar's assassination was chaotic. Brutus and Cassius, along with the other conspirators, had hoped that by killing Caesar, they would restore the power of the Senate and bring an end to Caesar's reign. But their actions did not have the effect they had hoped for. While some senators celebrated Caesar's death, many others feared that the Republic was now in a more precarious position than ever. Caesar's supporters, including Mark Antony and Octavian, Caesar's adopted heir, quickly moved to consolidate power and avenge his death. Civil war soon followed, leading to the rise of the Roman Empire. Caesar's assassination did not restore the Republic as the conspirators had hoped. In fact, it only hastened its demise. The Senate, once a symbol of Roman democracy, was now a hollow institution, and the power struggles that followed Caesar's death would eventually lead to the rise of the empire. Augustus, Caesar's adopted son, would emerge as the first emperor of Rome, bringing an end to the republican system that had existed for over 500 years. Caesar's death marked the end of one of the most significant and controversial chapters in Roman history. His assassination was an act of political desperation by a group of men who believed they were saving the Republic, but instead they sealed its fate. The legacy of Julius Caesar, his conquests, reforms, and eventual assassination would live on, shaping the future of Rome and the world. The death of Julius Caesar on the Ides of March in 44 BC sent shockwaves through Rome and the entire Roman world. The conspirators, led by Brutus and Cassius, had hoped to restore the Roman Republic, which they believed had been destroyed by Caesar's rise to power. However, instead of restoring the old order, Caesar's assassination set off a chain of events that would further destabilize Rome and lead to the final collapse of the Republic. In the wake of his death, the power struggle that ensued would change the course of Roman history, culminating in the rise of the Roman Empire under Caesar's adopted heir, Octavian. At first, the reaction to Caesar's assassination was one of shock and confusion. While the conspirators had hoped to gain the support of the people and the Senate, the public reaction was far from what they had anticipated. Many Romans, particularly the lower classes, were outraged at the murder of their leader. Caesar had been a champion of the people, enacting reforms that had benefited the poor and the veterans, and his death was seen by many as a betrayal. His supporters, who had been loyal to him for years, now rallied to avenge his death and preserve his legacy. The Senate, too, was divided. While many senators had been complicit in the assassination, they were unsure of what to do next. The power vacuum left by Caesar's death created an opportunity for ambitious individuals to seize control. One of the key players in the aftermath of the assassination was Mark Antony, Caesar's close friend, general, and right-hand man. Antony quickly took control of Caesar's military legions and his political legacy, positioning himself as the natural successor to Caesar's power. However, the true struggle for power in Rome was about to begin, and the most formidable challenger to Antony's ambitions would be Caesar's adopted heir, Octavian. Octavian, the 18-year-old great-nephew of Caesar, had been named in Caesar's will as his adopted son and heir. Though he had little military experience and was not widely known, Octavian saw an opportunity to rise to power in the wake of Caesar's death. Octavian returned to Rome from his studies in Illyricum upon learning of Caesar's assassination. Despite his youth, he was astute and quickly understood that he would need both political acumen and military strength to challenge Antony and the other leaders vying for control. Initially, Octavian sought to align himself with Antony and others in an effort to consolidate power and avenge Caesar's death. He presented himself as the defender of Caesar's memory, using his connection to the great general to gain political legitimacy. The conflict between Octavian and Antony escalated as both men sought to dominate the political landscape of Rome. In 43 BC, they formed the Second Triumvirate with another prominent Roman, Marcus Aemilius Lepidus. The triumvirs, though initially united by a common cause, soon began to clash over power. Octavian and Antony were the most ambitious of the three, and Lepidus, though powerful in his own right, was soon sidelined. The triumvirs began a campaign of purges to eliminate their political enemies. Thousands of senators and equestrians were executed or forced into exile, and the political landscape was irrevocably altered. This period of violence and retribution became known as the proscriptions, and it further alienated many of the Roman elite. In the years that followed, the rivalry between Octavian and Antony intensified. The key turning point in their struggle for supremacy came in 42 BC, with the Battle of Philippi. Antony and Octavian faced off against the forces of Brutus and Cassius, the leaders of the conspiracy that had assassinated Caesar. The battle was a decisive victory for Antony and Octavian, and the two men consolidated their control over Rome. The deaths of Brutus and Cassius ensured that the conspirators' cause was extinguished, but it also marked the beginning of an even fiercer competition between the two future rulers of Rome. The rivalry between Octavian and Antony, however, was not just a political struggle, it was a clash of ideologies and personalities. Antony, a seasoned general and politician, had long been associated with the eastern provinces of the Roman Empire, particularly Egypt, where he had developed a close relationship with Queen Cleopatra. Octavian, on the other hand, was firmly rooted in the western provinces and had gained popularity by positioning himself as the champion of Roman traditions and the legacy of Caesar. The final chapter of the power struggle came in 31 BC with the Battle of Actium. In a climactic naval battle off the coast of Greece, Octavian's fleet, led by Agrippa, decisively defeated Antony and Cleopatra's forces. Antony and Cleopatra fled to Egypt, where they both ultimately committed suicide, marking the end of the civil war. Octavian, now the undisputed master of Rome, was left with no serious opposition. In 27 BC, Octavian would be given the title of Augustus, becoming the first Roman emperor and formally ending the Republic. The fall of the Republic, which had begun with Caesar's rise to power, was now complete. Though Octavian would go on to usher in a period of stability and prosperity known as the Pax Romana, it was clear that the Republic, in its original form, had been destroyed by the power struggles and civil wars that followed Caesar's assassination. In the aftermath of Caesar's death, Rome would never be the same. The Republic had fallen, and with it, the old order of governance. The power vacuum left by Caesar's assassination was filled not by the restoration of the Senate, but by the autocratic rule of the emperors. The fall of the Roman Republic was sealed by the deaths of Brutus, Cassius, Antony, and Cleopatra, and the rise of Augustus as the first emperor of Rome. The Republic that had once stood as the model of Roman governance had been replaced by a new political system, an empire that would dominate the world for centuries. Julius Caesar's life and legacy are among the most profound in world history. From his rise as a military genius and political mastermind to his sudden assassination, Caesar's actions shaped not only the fate of Rome, but the world for centuries to come. His influence transcended his time, setting the stage for the Roman Empire, changing the course of modern politics, and leaving a lasting mark on the structure of governance, military strategy, and leadership. First, it's important to recognize the immediate consequences of Caesar's death. His assassination was intended to restore the Roman Republic, but in reality, it set off a chain of events that ended its existence. The power struggle that followed, particularly between Caesar's adopted heir Octavian and his rival Mark Antony, escalated into a civil war. Ultimately, Octavian emerged victorious, and in 27 BC he became Augustus, the first Roman emperor. This marked the beginning of the Roman Empire, a period that would last for centuries. Although Caesar himself never reigned as emperor, his actions and reforms paved the way for the imperial system that followed. Caesar's legacy is most evident in the transformation of the Roman political structure. Under his rule, he centralized power and weakened the Senate, which had been the backbone of the Roman Republic for centuries. by declaring himself dictator for life and using his military victories and public reforms to solidify his position. Caesar set the precedent for future emperors to rule without the need for consensus from the Senate. His concentration of power, though controversial at the time, established the model for autocratic rule in Rome, which would influence the emperors who followed him. Beyond politics, Caesar's military innovations and strategies had a lasting impact on the art of warfare. His campaigns, particularly his conquest of Gaul, were meticulously planned and executed. He was a master of logistics, understanding the importance of supply lines, troop morale, and effective communication. His leadership on the battlefield, his ability to inspire loyalty, make quick decisions, and adapt to changing circumstances became the standard by which later generals, including Napoleon Bonaparte, would be judged. Caesar's commentaries on the Gallic Wars, written in the third person, provided a detailed record of his military campaigns that became essential reading for future military leaders. Caesar's reforms were another cornerstone of his lasting influence. His agrarian reforms, designed to alleviate social inequality by redistributing land to the poor and veterans, addressed some of the economic disparities that had contributed to unrest in Rome. His creation of the Julian calendar, which reformed the Roman calendar and replaced the lunar system with a solar-based one, proved to be one of his most enduring achievements. The Julian calendar, with only minor modifications, became the basis for the Gregorian calendar that we still use today. These reforms reflected his belief in the necessity of practical, rational solutions to Rome's chronic issues. Caesar's impact extended far beyond Rome, as his name and legacy became synonymous with power. The title Caesar itself became a byword for emperor, and it was used by all subsequent Roman emperors as part of their titles. Even after the fall of the Western Roman Empire, the term continued to be used by monarchs in various parts of Europe, most notably in the Holy Roman Empire, where the emperors considered themselves the heirs to Caesar's legacy. In modern politics, Caesar's story is often invoked as a cautionary tale of ambition, power, and the fragility of democratic institutions. His rise to power demonstrated the potential for individual leaders to consolidate authority, often by capitalizing on crises and public discontent. His centralization of power, at the expense of traditional republican structures, serves as a warning in contemporary discussions about the dangers of autocratic rule and the erosion of democratic norms. While many leaders in modern history, from Napoleon to Vladimir Putin, have drawn inspiration from Caesar's example, his story also serves as a reminder of the tensions between the needs of the state and the ambition of those who wield power. Finally, Caesar's enduring legacy is cemented in his status as one of the most iconic figures in history. His name remains synonymous with greatness, and his story is taught in classrooms around the world as a lesson in leadership, ambition, and the complex dynamics of power. Caesar's influence can be seen in literature, art, politics, and even popular culture. Shakespeare's play Julius Caesar remains one of the most famous works of the English language, and the image of Caesar, whether as the conqueror of Gaul, the statesman in the Senate, or the ruler betrayed on the Ides of March, has been immortalized in countless works of art and historical narratives. Though his life was cut short, Julius Caesar's impact continues to resonate in the modern world. He reshaped Rome, and in doing so, he helped lay the foundation for the rise of Western civilization. His story is one of brilliance, ambition, betrayal, and the eternal struggle for power. In the end, Caesar's legacy is not just about the man himself, but about the world he helped to create, one that would leave an indelible imprint on history for millennia. Our journey starts in 356 BC in the ancient city of Pella, the capital of Macedon. It was here, in the royal palace, that Alexander was born to King Philip II and Queen Olympias. From the moment of his birth, myths and omens surrounded him. According to legend, on the night of his birth, the temple of Artemis, one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world, burned to the ground. Many saw this as a sign that a force had entered the world, one that would change it forever. Olympias was a deeply spiritual woman, and she believed her son was no ordinary child. She told Alexander that he was the son of Zeus himself, the king of the gods, and that he was destined for greatness. Whether he truly believed this or not is unknown, but it planted in him an unshakable confidence, a belief that he was meant to rule over all men. While his mother filled his mind with divine destiny, his father Philip was shaping him into a warrior. Philip was no ordinary king. He had taken Macedon from the brink of collapse and turned it into the dominant power of Greece through cunning diplomacy and military brilliance. He revolutionized warfare, creating the Macedonian phalanx, a formation of tightly packed soldiers wielding long spears. It was this innovation that made his army nearly unstoppable. But Philip knew that the strength of a warrior was not enough. For his son to become a great ruler, he needed knowledge and wisdom. For this he turned to one of the greatest minds of the ancient world, Aristotle. Aristotle was brought to Macedon to tutor Alexander in philosophy, science, medicine, and the art of war. Under Aristotle's guidance, Alexander studied the great epics of Homer, learning about heroes like Achilles and Odysseus. He absorbed the lessons of history, politics, and strategy. But beyond the books and scrolls, he trained in the ways of combat. He learned to ride, fight, and command. From a young age, his brilliance and determination set him apart. One of the most famous stories from his youth was the taming of the horse Bucephalus, a powerful and untamed stallion that no one could ride. Alexander observed that the horse was afraid of its own shadow. With patience and understanding, he turned it toward the sun, calming the beast and riding it with ease. His father watched in awe and declared, "My boy, you must find a kingdom big enough for your ambitions. Macedon is too small for you." Those words would prove prophetic. But before he could seek his own destiny, he had to survive the dangerous world of Macedonian politics. Philip's rule was not without enemies. He had spent his life securing power and expanding his influence, but his rise created rivals and resentment. Many in his court saw Alexander as a threat, and tensions within the royal family ran high. Philip had taken other wives in his pursuit of political alliances, and this created deep divisions at the Macedonian court. Olympias and Alexander found themselves at odds with the new factions forming around Philip's other children. As Alexander grew older, he began to accompany his father on military campaigns, observing firsthand how Philip commanded his troops and strategized on the battlefield. He witnessed the brutal realities of war, the clashing of shields, the cries of the wounded, and the triumph of victory. He saw how Philip dealt with enemies using both diplomacy and force, and he learned that power was never given. It had to be taken and defended. Alexander's first experience in battle came when he was just 16. While his father was away on campaign, he was left to govern Macedon in Philip's absence. During this time, a Thracian tribe revolted, seizing the opportunity to test the young prince, but Alexander did not hesitate. He gathered an army, rode into battle, and crushed the rebellion with ruthless efficiency, proving himself as a capable leader. His reputation as a fearless warrior was growing, but so too were the tensions between him and his father. Philip's successes had made him powerful, but they had also made him arrogant. He began to look beyond Alexander, seeking other heirs and alliances. One such moment came at a grand feast celebrating Philip's latest marriage to a Macedonian noblewoman. During the gathering, one of Philip's generals openly declared that at last Macedon would have a true heir of pure blood. Enraged, Alexander stood up and shouted, Am I a bastard then? Before the entire court he threw his cup at the general, and an argument erupted. Philip, drunk with wine, tried to attack his son, but he stumbled and fell. Humiliated, Alexander turned to the crowd and sneered, "Here is the man who plans to conquer Asia, and yet he cannot even rise from the floor." The room fell silent. Tensions had reached their breaking point. Alexander and Olympias fled the court, fearing for their safety. Philip would later attempt to reconcile with his son, but the damage had been done. The rift between them would never truly heal, and soon fate would take a dark turn that would change everything forever. The uneasy truce between Alexander and his father was short-lived. In 336 BC, Philip II prepared for his greatest campaign yet, an invasion of the Persian Empire. Macedon was stronger than ever, and with Greece firmly under his control, Philip sought to expand his power beyond the Aegean. But before he could embark on this ambitious conquest, disaster struck. During a grand festival in Aegae, where Philip was celebrating the marriage of his daughter Cleopatra to the king of Epirus, he was assassinated. As he entered the theatre surrounded by his elite guards, a former bodyguard named Pausanias suddenly rushed forward and drove a dagger into his heart. Philip collapsed in front of the stunned crowd, and within moments, his once mighty rule had come to a bloody end. Chaos erupted in the aftermath. The assassination left the kingdom in turmoil, and the court was filled with whispers of conspiracy. Many believed Olympias had played a role in Philip's murder, seeking to eliminate rivals and secure Alexander's path to the throne. Whether she was truly involved or not, one thing was certain: Alexander wasted no time seizing power. At just 20 years old, he proclaimed himself king of Macedon. His first move was swift and ruthless. Any who dared challenge his claim were eliminated. Rivals, nobles, and even potential threats within his own family were executed to prevent any resistance. He crushed dissent with an iron fist, ensuring that his authority was absolute. But consolidating power in Macedon was only the beginning. The Greek city-states, bound to Macedon through Philip's conquests, saw an opportunity to break free. Athens and Thebes, in particular, stirred with rebellion, believing the young king to be unproven and vulnerable. Alexander, however, was determined to prove them wrong. With lightning speed, he marched south with his army, arriving at the gates of Thebes before the city could fully prepare for war. He offered them a chance to surrender, but the Thebans defied him. They underestimated the fury of the young king. Alexander unleashed his forces, and the siege of Thebes became a brutal display of his power. The city's defenses crumbled under the relentless assault, and once his army broke through the walls, the slaughter began. In a ruthless show of strength, Alexander ordered the city to be razed to the ground. Thousands were killed, and the survivors were sold into slavery. The message was clear: rebellion would not be tolerated. The destruction of Thebes sent shockwaves through Greece. Athens and the other city-states quickly abandoned thoughts of resistance and submitted to Alexander's rule. With Greece secured under his iron grip, he could now turn his attention to the dream his father had never lived to see fulfilled: the invasion of Persia. The great war that would define his legacy was about to begin, and Alexander was ready to carve his name into history. With Greece firmly under his control, and the memory of Thebes' destruction fresh in the minds of his subjects, Alexander turned his gaze eastward. Persia, the greatest empire the world had ever known, stood before him, a vast and powerful enemy. But to Alexander, it was not an insurmountable obstacle, it was his destiny. In the spring of 334 BC, he led his army across the Hellespont, the narrow strait that separated Europe from Asia. He had arrived on Persian soil, and there would be no turning back. The force he brought with him was small compared to the mighty Persian army, but it was battle-hardened, disciplined, and led by a man whose ambition knew no limits. He commanded roughly 40,000 soldiers, including the elite Macedonian phalanx, a formation of warriors wielding long spears that had never been broken in battle. Alongside them were his trusted cavalry, the companion cavalry, considered the most formidable horsemen of their time. Though outnumbered, Alexander's strategy, speed and sheer force of will would prove more than a match for the Persians. The first true test of his campaign came swiftly. Near the banks of the Granicus River, the Persian satraps had assembled an army to halt Alexander's advance. They believed they could crush him before he could gain a foothold in Asia. The Persian commanders lined their cavalry along the riverbank, confident that the raging waters and steep embankment would break the Macedonian charge. But Alexander did not hesitate. Leading from the front, he spurred his cavalry forward, plunging into the river despite the strong currents and treacherous footing. The battle was fierce, with Alexander himself at the heart of the fighting. He cut through the Persian lines with relentless fury, his sword striking down enemy commanders one by one. At one point, he was nearly killed when a Persian noble raised his weapon to strike him down, but his loyal general Clytus the Black intervened at the last moment, saving his life. With the Persian cavalry shattered, their forces broke and fled, leaving Alexander victorious. This first triumph sent a clear message to the Persian king Darius III. Alexander was not a mere upstart. He was a force to be reckoned with. Rather than slowing his momentum, Alexander pressed forward, marching deeper into Persian territory, seizing cities and fortresses along the way. At every turn he was met with both fear and admiration. Many Greek cities under Persian control welcomed him as a liberator, opening their gates willingly. Others, unwilling to surrender, faced the full wrath of his army. But while Alexander pushed forward, Darius III was preparing for war. The young Macedonian king had proven himself in battle, but the real test was yet to come. The Persian king was amassing a massive army, one that would dwarf Alexander's forces in size. The two would soon meet on the battlefield, and the fate of an empire would hang in the balance. Alexander's victory at the Granicus River had sent shockwaves through the Persian Empire, but the true test of his campaign still lay ahead. The great king Darius III, now fully aware of the Macedonian threat, was no longer content to let his satraps handle the invader. He began assembling an army unlike any Alexander had ever faced, one that would dwarf the Macedonian forces in both numbers and resources. Yet, if there was one thing Alexander knew, it was that sheer numbers did not win battles. Strategy did. Marching through Asia Minor, Alexander continued his advance with unrelenting speed. City after city fell to his forces, either by surrender or conquest. In many Greek cities that had long been under Persian rule, he was welcomed as a liberator, and they pledged their loyalty to him. Those who resisted met the full fury of his army. As his reputation grew, so did his legend. His soldiers saw him not just as a commander, but as a man touched by the gods, a living embodiment of destiny. By late 333 BC, Alexander had reached the city of Gordium, home to the famous Gordian knot, an intricate and seemingly impossible tangle of rope said to have been tied by an ancient king. According to legend, whoever could untie the knot was destined to rule all of Asia. Alexander, never one for superstition without action, approached the knot. When attempts to unravel it proved futile, he simply drew his sword and sliced through it in one clean stroke. Whether he had solved the puzzle or simply bypassed it mattered little. The message was clear: nothing would stand in his way. But as Alexander pushed further into Persia's domain, Darius was ready. The Persian king had gathered an army of nearly 100,000 men, composed of elite Persian immortals, cavalry, and levied soldiers from across his vast empire. He had chosen the battlefield carefully, narrow terrain near the town of Issus, where his numerical superiority would be less of an advantage. When Alexander learned of Darius's location, he wasted no time. He turned his army south, marching through the night, to surprise the Persian forces. By dawn, both armies stood face to face. The Battle of Issus was unlike anything Alexander had fought before. The Persian forces stretched as far as the eye could see, their banners waving under the eastern sun. Darius, seated in his grand war chariot, believed victory was assured. But Alexander had no intention of letting the Persian king dictate the terms of battle. With calculated precision, he ordered his companion cavalry to charge directly at the Persian left flank, breaking through their lines with devastating force. The Macedonian phalanx followed, their sarissas driving into the enemy ranks with deadly efficiency. The battlefield was a chaotic storm of blood and steel, but amid the carnage, Alexander saw his moment. He fixed his gaze on Darius himself. With his elite cavalry at his side, Alexander cut through the Persian defenses, forcing his way toward the Persian king. Darius, seeing the relentless advance, panicked. The ruler of the largest empire on earth, the man who had believed himself untouchable, turned and fled the battlefield. His retreat sent shockwaves through his army, and what had been a grueling battle turned into a full-scale rout. The Persian lines collapsed, and the once mighty host was sent scattering in all directions. Alexander had achieved the impossible. He had broken the Persian king. The victory at Issus was more than just a military triumph. Among the captured were Darius's own family, including his wife, mother, and children. But rather than treating them as spoils of war, Alexander showed them great respect, ensuring they were given the finest care. His actions were not just those of a conqueror, but of a ruler who sought legitimacy over the empire he intended to claim. Yet, despite his victory, Alexander knew that Darius was not yet defeated. The Persian king had escaped, and as long as he lived, the war was far from over. Alexander now had his sights set on the beating heart of Persia's empire, the cities of Tyre, Egypt, and ultimately, Babylon. But before he could claim the title of King of Asia, he would face one of the most grueling and legendary sieges in history. After his stunning victory at Issus, Alexander had proven to the world that he was more than just a young conqueror. He was a force of nature. But his journey was far from over. The Persian king Darius III had escaped, and as long as he remained free, the Persian Empire was still a threat. Alexander now set his sights on the strategic coastal cities that supplied Persia's vast empire, knowing that if he controlled the sea, he could cripple his enemy's ability to strike back. His next challenge was the great city of Tyre, an island fortress that had stood for centuries as an impenetrable stronghold. It was the jewel of the Phoenician coast, a city whose walls rose high above the sea, surrounded on all sides by deep waters. No army had ever taken Tyre by force, and its rulers believed that Alexander would not be able to do what so many had failed to achieve. But they underestimated the will of the Macedonian king. When Alexander sent envoys demanding the city's surrender, the Tyrians refused. They mocked his request and killed his messengers, throwing their bodies from the walls into the sea. It was a grave mistake. Alexander was not one to be denied. If he could not reach the city by land, he would create land. He ordered his engineers to build a massive causeway, a stone bridge stretching from the mainland to the island fortress. Day by day, his men worked under constant attack from Tyrian archers and naval forces. The defenders sent fire ships to burn his siege works and rained down projectiles from their towering walls, but Alexander's resolve did not break. He brought in siege towers, massive structures armed with catapults, and continued his assault with relentless determination. The siege dragged on for months, but Alexander's patience was infinite. He called upon his allies in the Greek world to send ships, blockading the city from the sea. His engineers reinforced the causeway, bringing it ever closer to the walls. Then, in a final decisive push, his army stormed the city. The walls of Tyre, once thought to be unbreakable, crumbled before him. His soldiers poured through the breaches, unleashing their fury on those who had defied him. The city that had once laughed at Alexander now lay in ruins, its streets filled with the echoes of conquest. With Tyre fallen, the path to Egypt was open. Unlike the defiant Tyrians, the Egyptians did not resist him. To them he was not a conqueror, but a liberator. For centuries they had been ruled by the Persians, and now a new ruler had come, one who honored their gods, respected their traditions, and brought with him the promise of a new era. In the ancient city of Memphis, Alexander was crowned as Pharaoh, the living god-king of Egypt. It was here that he would make one of the most fateful decisions of his life. Deep in the western desert lay the oracle of Amun at Siwa, a sacred site believed to hold the wisdom of the gods. Alexander, ever drawn to the idea of divine destiny, made the arduous journey through the desert to seek the oracle's guidance. When he arrived, the priests greeted him not as a mortal man, but as the son of Zeus Ammon. Though history does not record the exact words spoken to him, Alexander left Siwa with an unshakable belief: he was no mere king. He was chosen by the gods to rule the world. With Egypt under his control and his divine mandate confirmed, Alexander turned his gaze east once more. Darius was still out there, rallying his forces, gathering the full strength of the Persian Empire for one final confrontation. But Alexander was not the same man who had crossed into Asia years before. He was now a living legend, a ruler of nations, a man who had defied the impossible. And soon he would face his greatest challenge yet, the decisive battle that would determine the fate of the world. Alexander had reshaped the world with his victories, but his journey was far from over. The Persian Empire still stood, and its ruler Darius III was preparing for a final stand. Alexander knew that to truly claim the empire, he would have to confront Darius in open battle. News reached him that Darius had gathered a massive army at Gaugamela, a vast plain where he intended to crush the Macedonian invader once and for all. Unlike Issus, where the terrain had limited the Persian numbers, Gaugamela offered open ground, perfect for Darius's cavalry and war chariots. But Alexander was undeterred. He would not retreat. He would not slow down. He would face the might of Persia head-on. As he approached the battlefield, he saw the sheer scale of the enemy before him. Darius had assembled what was perhaps the largest army the ancient world had ever seen. Tens of thousands of soldiers, war elephants, scythed chariots, and the finest Persian cavalry stood ready to obliterate Alexander's forces. Some of his commanders urged caution, even retreat. But Alexander would not be swayed. He gathered his men the night before the battle and spoke to them with fire in his voice. He reminded them of their victories, of their glory, of the destiny they were forging together. They were not just fighting for conquest, they were fighting to carve their names into eternity. As dawn broke, Alexander rode to the front of his army. The Macedonian phalanx stood in perfect formation, their long spears gleaming in the morning light. His cavalry, disciplined and fearless, waited for his command. On the opposite side of the field, Darius watched from his golden chariot, surrounded by his elite guard. Then, with a single motion, the battle began. Darius unleashed his war chariots, their bladed wheels designed to cut through infantry like a scythe through wheat. But Alexander had anticipated this. He ordered his men to open gaps in the line, allowing the chariots to pass harmlessly through before cutting down their drivers. The Persian cavalry then surged forward, seeking to envelop the Macedonian forces, but Alexander countered with precision, sending his own cavalry to meet them in a clash of steel and fury. The field became a storm of dust and blood, warriors locked in deadly combat, the air filled with the sounds of battle. Then Alexander saw his moment. He had spent the battle luring Darius into a false sense of control, drawing his forces apart. Now, with perfect timing, he led his elite companion cavalry straight toward the Persian king. He charged like an unstoppable force, cutting through the enemy ranks with ruthless efficiency. As he neared Darius, panic spread through the Persian lines. For the second time, the great king of Persia lost his nerve. He turned his chariot and fled, abandoning his army to be slaughtered. With their king gone, the Persian soldiers broke. Some fought to the death, others threw down their weapons and ran. By the day's end, Alexander stood victorious. Gaugamela had not just been a battle, it had been the death blow to the Persian Empire. He was now the master of Asia, but victory came at a cost. His men had fought and bled for years, and though they followed him without question, they had begun to wonder how far they would go. Alexander, however, was not finished. His eyes turned further east, toward the last remnants of Persian resistance and beyond, to lands unknown, to an empire without end. With the Persian Empire shattered, Alexander was no longer just a conqueror. He was the ruler of the largest empire the world had ever seen. Babylon, Susa, and Persepolis had fallen before him, their wealth pouring into his hands. But despite his triumph, he did not stop. He could not stop. There was still one task left unfinished. Darius III, the defeated king of Persia, had fled eastward into the vast and treacherous lands beyond the empire's heartland. As long as he lived, there would always be a shadow over Alexander's rule. And so, with relentless determination, he set out to hunt down his fallen adversary. Through mountains and deserts, Alexander pursued Darius. The journey was grueling, the terrain unforgiving. The deeper he marched into the unknown, the more his men began to question their purpose. They had fought for years, conquered the unconquerable, and now they were chasing a ghost across an endless expanse. But Alexander did not waver. He pushed forward, driven by a force that few could understand. To him, this was not just about vengeance or power, it was about destiny. Finally, after months of pursuit, word reached Alexander that Darius had been betrayed. One of his own governors, Bessus, had seized him, declaring himself the new king of kings. When Alexander found Darius, the once mighty ruler of Persia was dying in the dust, abandoned by those who had once sworn loyalty to him. The sight was pitiful. Here lay the man who had ruled the greatest empire in the world, now nothing more than a broken fugitive. As he took his last breaths, Alexander is said to have offered him comfort, assuring him that his death would be avenged. Darius died with the knowledge that his empire was gone, his legacy erased. But Alexander was not finished. Bessus, the traitor who had dared to defy him, would not escape justice. Alexander pressed further east, into lands unknown to the Greeks, where fierce warriors and vast wildernesses awaited him. His campaign was no longer about conquest alone, it was about forging something greater than an empire. He adopted Persian customs, dressed in their robes, and demanded that his men bow before him, as the Persians did their kings. This, however, did not sit well with his Macedonian soldiers. They had followed him to the ends of the earth, but now they saw their king changing before their eyes. Whispers of rebellion spread through the ranks, but Alexander did not yield. He saw himself as more than just a Macedonian king. He was the ruler of a new world, a fusion of East and West, a vision no one else could see. Bessus did not last long. When Alexander finally caught him, he made an example of the traitor. stripped of his false title. Bessus was executed in the brutal fashion of the Persians, a message to all who would stand in Alexander's way. With Darius dead and the last remnants of Persian resistance crushed, the empire was truly his. But even then, it was not enough. He turned his gaze toward the distant lands of India, where new challenges and new legends awaited him. His men, weary and longing for home, did not yet realize that their greatest trials were still to come. Alexander's ambition knew no bounds. With Persia conquered and its last ruler dead, he turned his gaze further east, toward the fabled lands of India. The great rivers, the towering mountains, and the unknown civilizations beyond called to him. To Alexander, this was more than just another conquest. It was the final frontier, the last step in achieving his vision of a unified world. But what lay ahead would test him in ways he had never imagined. The march into India was grueling. The heat was relentless, the jungles thick and unforgiving. Monsoons drenched the land, turning roads into rivers of mud. Yet Alexander pushed forward, his army following him with a mixture of awe and exhaustion. The further they ventured, the more they realized they were not just fighting enemies, but the land itself. Disease spread among the ranks, supply lines stretched thin, yet Alexander never wavered. His mind was set on the riches and glory that awaited beyond. As they moved deeper into India, they encountered rulers who would not bow so easily. One of them was King Porus, a warrior of immense strength and pride. He commanded an army unlike anything Alexander had ever seen. Thousands of men, cavalry, and the most fearsome of all, war elephants. These massive beasts, armored and trained for battle, towered over the battlefield, their presence alone enough to shake even the most seasoned soldier. But Alexander did not fear them. He had faced the might of Persia and emerged victorious. He would do the same here. The battle against Porus took place near the Hydaspes River, a swollen and raging force that Alexander used to his advantage. Under the cover of darkness, he led a portion of his army across the river, surprising Porus at dawn. The Macedonian phalanx clashed against Indian warriors, swords and spears flashing under the heavy rain. The elephants charged, crushing men underfoot, sweeping away soldiers with their trunks. The battle was brutal, chaotic, and unlike anything Alexander had fought before. But he was relentless. His cavalry maneuvered with precision, his men striking at the elephants' legs, forcing the massive beasts into a frenzy. The tide turned, and soon Porus found himself wounded, his army shattered. When he was finally captured and brought before Alexander, he stood tall despite his injuries. When asked how he wished to be treated, he simply replied, "Like a king." Impressed by his bravery, Alexander not only spared him, but made him an ally, granting him his kingdom back under Macedonian rule. Though victorious, the cost of the battle was high. Alexander's men, battle-hardened and loyal, had followed him to the ends of the earth. But now they began to question. They had conquered Persia, crushed every enemy in their path, but India was vast, endless, and filled with unknown dangers. They longed for home, for rest, for an end to the endless march. For the first time, Alexander faced resistance not from an enemy, but from his own men. He pleaded, he threatened, but they would go no further. The dream of conquering all of India faded, and at last Alexander relented. With a heavy heart, he turned back, beginning the long journey home. But fate had other plans, and the road back to Babylon would prove just as deadly as any battlefield he had ever faced. The retreat from India was not the triumphant march home that Alexander had envisioned. His army, weary and battered, began the long journey back through treacherous terrain. Rather than retracing their steps, Alexander made the fateful decision to take a new route, through the unforgiving Gedrosian desert. He saw it as another challenge, another test of endurance that would forge his men into legends. But what awaited them was far worse than any enemy they had faced. The desert was merciless. Blistering heat scorched the land by day, while freezing winds tore through their camp at night. Water was scarce, food even scarcer. The once mighty army that had crushed empires was reduced to a desperate mass of survivors, their bodies weakened by hunger and thirst. Horses collapsed, unable to bear the conditions. Soldiers fell where they stood, their armor offering no protection against the relentless sun. Yet Alexander pressed on, leading from the front, sharing in their suffering, refusing to turn back. Despite the horrors of the desert, his ambition never faded. He dreamed of new conquests, of expanding his empire beyond what anyone had thought possible. But his men, those who had followed him for years through countless battles, had reached their limit. They no longer saw a vision of glory, only death and suffering. And though they still revered their king, their devotion began to wane. When they finally emerged from the desert, what remained of Alexander's army was a shadow of its former self. Thousands had perished, not in battle, but against an enemy they could not fight. The realization weighed heavily on Alexander. He had conquered the known world, but at what cost? And yet there was still work to be done. He returned to Babylon, the heart of his empire, where he planned his next great campaign. Arabia, Carthage, perhaps even the lands beyond the Atlantic. His mind was already envisioning the next conquest. But fate had other plans. In Babylon, amid the grand halls and the wealth of a world-spanning empire, Alexander fell ill. Fever gripped him, his strength drained. His generals, his friends, those who had marched with him from Macedon, gathered around as his condition worsened. Whispers of poisoning spread, but no proof was ever found. Some believed it was exhaustion, the toll of a life spent chasing an impossible dream. Others thought it was the gods themselves, punishing him for daring to challenge the order of the world. As death loomed, his men, desperate for guidance, asked him who would inherit his empire. His answer was as cryptic as it was prophetic. To the strongest, with those final words, Alexander the Great, the man who had conquered the world, breathed his last. His death sent shockwaves through his empire. Without an heir, his generals turned on each other, dividing his vast lands in a brutal struggle for power. The dream of a unified world under one ruler died with him, but his legacy endured. Cities bore his name, his tactics shaped warfare for centuries, and his legend lived on. Alexander had carved his name into history, not just through conquest, but through the sheer force of his will. And though his empire crumbled, his story would never be forgotten. Alexander's death marked the end of an era, but the battle for his empire was only beginning. With no clear successor, his most trusted generals, known as the Diadochi, turned on one another in a brutal struggle for power. The unity Alexander had fought so hard to create dissolved into chaos, as the vast empire fractured under the weight of ambition and betrayal. In Babylon, Perdiccas, Alexander's trusted commander, initially took control, attempting to hold the empire together. He had Alexander's signet ring, a symbol of authority, but power was fleeting. Other generals, each with their own ambitions, refused to accept his rule. Ptolemy seized Egypt, declaring it his own. Antigonus claimed Asia Minor. Lysimachus took Thrace. Cassander, the son of a former regent, sought control of Macedon itself. Each man saw himself as the rightful heir, and none were willing to submit to another's rule. The empire descended into the wars of the Diadochi, a series of brutal conflicts that reshaped the world Alexander had left behind. Betrayals were constant. Alliances formed and shattered in an instant. Perdiccas, once poised to rule in Alexander's name, was assassinated by his own officers. In Macedon, Alexander's mother Olympias fought to preserve his bloodline, but she too was killed in the ruthless struggle for dominance. The young Alexander I, Alexander's son, was ultimately murdered, ending any hope of a direct heir reclaiming the throne. As the years passed, the dream of a unified empire faded completely. The territories that Alexander had conquered were carved up by his former generals, each ruling as kings in their own right. Ptolemy established the Ptolemaic dynasty in Egypt, a line that would last for centuries, culminating in the reign of Cleopatra. Seleucus claimed Persia, founding the Seleucid Empire. Antigonus fought desperately to reunite the empire, but he too fell in battle, his dreams crushed by the very men who once followed Alexander. Despite the bloodshed, Alexander's influence endured. Greek culture, language and ideas spread across the lands he had conquered, shaping civilizations for centuries to come. His cities, from Alexandria in Egypt to those in Central Asia, became centers of learning and trade. His military strategies were studied by future generals, from Rome to Napoleon. Even in death, Alexander's vision had changed the course of history. Though his empire did not survive, his legend did. His name remains synonymous with greatness, a symbol of ambition, conquest, and the relentless pursuit of glory. The world he left behind was forever altered, shaped by the echoes of his impossible dream. As the dust of war settled and the Diadochi carved up Alexander's empire, a new era emerged, one of kings rather than conquerors. The generals who had once stood united under Alexander's banner now ruled as monarchs, each forging their own destiny from the ruins of his vision. The wars had left scars across the land, but they had also laid the foundation for the Hellenistic world, a civilization that blended Greek culture with the traditions of the East. Ptolemy had secured Egypt, a land of ancient wonders and untold wealth. Unlike many of his rivals, he chose stability over endless conquest. He declared himself pharaoh, adopting the customs of the people he ruled while maintaining the Greek ideals that had shaped his life. Under his reign, Alexandria flourished, becoming a beacon of knowledge and power. The Great Library of Alexandria, a monument to learning, was founded, attracting scholars from across the known world. Ptolemy had not only taken a kingdom, he had built a legacy that would last for generations. In the east, Seleucus claimed vast territories stretching from Persia to India. His rule was one of constant struggle, balancing the ambitions of his Greek officers with the traditions of the peoples he governed. The Seleucid Empire was a land of contrasts, Greek cities rising among ancient Persian capitals, Macedonian military rule merging with Eastern philosophies. But like all great kingdoms, it was vulnerable. Rivals within and enemies beyond its borders ensured that his reign would never know peace. Meanwhile, in Macedon and Greece, Cassander fought to solidify his control. He was not a warrior like Alexander, but a strategist, a man who understood that power was maintained through fear and calculation. He ordered the execution of Alexander's mother Olympias, and later his wife Roxana, and their son Alexander I. With the bloodline extinguished, there was no one left to challenge his rule in the name of the fallen king. Yet, despite his cunning, his reign was short-lived, and Macedon would continue to be a land of turmoil for years to come. Antigonus, perhaps the most ambitious of them all, dreamed of restoring Alexander's empire under his rule. He declared himself the rightful heir, challenging the other Diadochi in a final bid for supremacy. The Battle of Ipsus in 301 BC was the turning point. Facing the combined might of his rivals, Antigonus fought with the same relentless spirit that had once driven Alexander. But unlike his former king, he did not emerge victorious. He fell on the battlefield, his dreams shattered, his empire divided among the victors. Though the wars had ended, the world Alexander had left behind continued to evolve. The Hellenistic kingdoms, each a fragment of his once unified domain, would shape history for centuries. Greek culture, philosophy, and science flourished in the lands he had conquered, influencing civilizations from Rome to India. The age of conquest had ended, but the legacy of Alexander the Great endured, echoing through time in the empires that followed. As the Hellenistic world continued to take shape, the influence of Alexander the Great remained a force that transcended his short but extraordinary life. Though the wars of the Diadochi had divided his empire, they had also ensured the survival of his vision, an interconnected world where Greek culture blended with the traditions of the East. The cities he founded continued to thrive, serving as bridges between civilizations, while his name became a legend whispered across continents. In Egypt, Ptolemy and his successors ruled with a delicate balance of Greek administration and native traditions. Alexandria, the jewel of the Mediterranean, became the intellectual and commercial heart of the ancient world. The city's famous library housed the greatest collection of knowledge ever assembled, attracting scholars from all lands. The Ptolemies patronized the arts, science, and literature, ensuring that the cultural legacy of Alexander lived on through learning and discovery. The Seleucid Empire, sprawling across the lands of Persia, Mesopotamia, and beyond, was a realm of constant adaptation. Seleucus and his descendants struggled to maintain control over a vast and diverse population, navigating between Greek military rule and the deep-rooted customs of the East. The blending of cultures was evident in the cities where Greek architecture stood alongside Persian palaces, and local gods were worshipped alongside Olympian deities. Despite endless conflicts, the Seleucid dynasty carried forward Alexander's dream of a world united through shared knowledge and trade. In Macedon and Greece, the echoes of Alexander's reign were both a blessing and a curse. The land that had once given rise to a conqueror now saw constant strife as ambitious rulers vied for dominance. The Antigonid dynasty, descendants of Antigonus, managed to hold power in Macedon for generations, yet they faced relentless challenges from rival states and foreign invaders. The dream of unity had faded, replaced by the harsh reality of fractured rule. Meanwhile, in the distant East, legends of Alexander took on mythical proportions. In lands he had never set foot in, his name became synonymous with divine kingship and ultimate power. Stories of his exploits were told and retold, shaping the perceptions of kings and warriors for centuries. Even as Rome rose to prominence, their generals studied his tactics, seeking to emulate his genius on the battlefield. His influence stretched beyond the borders of his former empire, shaping the future of warfare, governance, and culture. Though his empire had crumbled, the ideals he championed lived on. The fusion of East and West continued to define the ancient world, and the cities he founded became lasting symbols of his ambition. His generals had fought over his legacy, but in the end it was the ideas he spread, knowledge, exploration, and cultural exchange, that endured the test of time. The legend of Alexander the Great was far from over. It had only just begun. Even as the Hellenistic world matured, the shadow of Alexander the Great loomed over every ruler who sought to claim his mantle. His empire had fractured, yet his name remained a symbol of ultimate conquest and ambition. The rulers of the Hellenistic kingdoms, Ptolemies in Egypt, Seleucids in the East, and Antigonids in Macedon, continued to shape their realms with Greek influence, but none could match the sheer brilliance of the man who had created it all. In Egypt, the Ptolemies had firmly entrenched themselves as pharaohs, blending Greek and Egyptian traditions to maintain control over their diverse subjects. Alexandria had become the beating heart of the Mediterranean world, a hub of trade, learning and innovation. The great library and the museum attracted scholars from every corner of the known world, advancing science, medicine and philosophy in ways Alexander himself might have dreamed. Yet for all their prosperity, the Ptolemies remained ever wary of their rivals, knowing that war was never far away. The Seleucid Empire, stretching from Anatolia to the borders of India, remained the most volatile of Alexander's successor states. Seleucus and his heirs struggled to maintain cohesion over a vast and culturally diverse population. Greek rulers governed Persian subjects, Indian war elephants marched alongside Macedonian phalanxes, and cities bore the marks of both East and West. This empire, more than any other, embodied Alexander's vision of a blended world, yet internal strife and constant external threats kept its rulers in a perpetual state of conflict. In Macedon, the Antigonids fought to uphold their power in the land where Alexander had once walked as a prince. Greece, always restless, saw frequent uprisings as city-states yearned for independence. The once mighty Macedonian army, which had crushed the Persian Empire, was now forced to defend itself against former allies and new emerging threats. The legacy of Alexander was a double-edged sword. His conquests had set the stage for greatness, but his absence had left a void none could truly fill. Beyond the borders of his former empire, Alexander's legend only grew. In India, tales of his invincibility were woven into local myths, transforming him into a near-divine figure. In the lands of Persia and beyond, rulers invoked his name to legitimize their own ambitions. Even in Rome, a rising power on the horizon, generals studied his campaigns, eager to learn from the man who had conquered the known world before his death at 32. Though his empire had long since crumbled, his influence remained stronger than ever. The world had changed because of Alexander, and no king, no general, no empire could ignore the indelible mark he had left. His dream of unity had faded into history, but his name, Alexander the Great, would endure for eternity. As the years passed and the Hellenistic kingdoms continued their struggles, the name of Alexander the Great remained a force that shaped the ambitions of rulers and the dreams of conquerors. Though his empire had splintered, his legend had grown even larger, spreading far beyond the lands he had marched through in his lifetime. Stories of his victories and conquests were told in palaces and marketplaces alike, his name whispered with reverence and awe. In Egypt, the Ptolemies maintained their rule by blending Greek and Egyptian traditions, presenting themselves as pharaohs while maintaining the intellectual and cultural superiority of the Hellenic world. Alexandria flourished as a beacon of knowledge, home to the great library and scholars who pushed the boundaries of science, medicine, and philosophy. The Ptolemaic rulers, though powerful, never ceased to look over their shoulders, knowing that the struggle for dominance among the successor states was far from over. The Seleucid Empire remained a vast but unstable realm, constantly at war with itself and its neighbors. Greek rule stretched over Persian lands, but the fusion of cultures that Alexander had envisioned remained a fragile experiment. The Seleucid kings sought to preserve his dream, founding cities and spreading Hellenistic ideals, yet their rule was plagued by rebellions and external threats. From the rising power of Rome to the shifting alliances of their own satraps, they fought tirelessly to hold together what remained of their dominion. In Macedon, the Antigonid dynasty clung to power in a homeland that had grown weary of endless conflict. The once mighty Macedonian phalanx, which had crushed the Persian Empire, now stood as a defensive force against both internal revolts and the encroaching influence of Rome. Greece, ever resistant to foreign rule, remained a hotbed of dissent, and though the Antigonids claimed to uphold the legacy of Alexander, their grip on power was always tenuous. Beyond the lands of his former empire, Alexander's legend had transformed into something almost mythical. In India, he was remembered not as a conqueror, but as a godlike figure whose campaigns had left an indelible mark on their history. In Persia, his name was both revered and reviled, a symbol of both destruction and the merging of civilizations. And in Rome, a new generation of leaders studied his strategies, seeing in him the model of the ideal warrior king. Though the Hellenistic world he had created was constantly shifting, one thing remained unchanged: Alexander's impact on history. His empire had faded, his generals had fought and died, but his influence endured in the hearts and minds of those who came after. The dream of a world united under one rule had proven impossible, yet the mark he left on civilization was eternal. No ruler could escape his shadow, and no conqueror could surpass his legacy. His story was far from over, for as long as men sought greatness, they would look to Alexander as the measure of all things. As time marched forward, the successors of Alexander the Great struggled to maintain their tenuous grip on the vast empire he had left behind. The once mighty dominion had fractured into rival kingdoms, each vying for supremacy while invoking the name of the conqueror who had made it all possible. Though the borders had shifted and alliances had crumbled, one truth remained: the legacy of Alexander continued to shape the world in ways few could have foreseen. In Egypt, the Ptolemies ruled with an iron grip, balancing the traditions of the pharaohs with the intellectual might of the Greek world. Alexandria stood as a symbol of this fusion, its great library a beacon of knowledge, where scholars from across the known world gathered to advance human understanding. Underneath the surface, however, tensions simmered. Native Egyptians resented Greek rule, and the ruling class struggled to maintain their hold over a diverse and often unruly population. The Seleucid Empire, stretching from the Aegean to the edges of India, remained the most fragile of the Hellenistic kingdoms. Beset by both internal strife and external enemies, its rulers fought ceaselessly to hold together a realm that seemed perpetually on the brink of collapse. Revolts in the eastern provinces drained their strength, and ambitious satraps sought to carve out their own fiefdoms. The dream of a unified East and West, a cornerstone of Alexander's vision, grew more distant with each passing year. In Macedon, the Antigonid dynasty clung to power as Rome's influence loomed ever larger. The restless Greek city-states, always eager to assert their independence, kept the ruling elite in a constant state of war and diplomacy. The once dominant Macedonian phalanx, the instrument of Alexander's great victories, now found itself pitted against new and evolving military tactics. Rome watched and waited, its own ambitions stretching beyond the Italian peninsula, eager to claim the mantle of empire that had once belonged to Alexander. Beyond the successor states, Alexander's legacy had taken on a life of its own. In India, he was remembered not as a mere conqueror, but as a divine warrior, his deeds immortalized in legend. In Persia, his image was both revered and despised, a reminder of a foreign king who had reshaped their world. And in the rising power of Rome, generals studied his campaigns, learning the lessons of strategy and leadership that had made him the greatest military mind of his time. Though his empire had faded, the ideals and ambitions he had set into motion continued to ripple through history. His dream of unity may have crumbled, but his influence had not. His name was still spoken with awe, his conquests still studied, his brilliance still unmatched. He had changed the course of civilization forever, and no ruler who came after him could ignore the shadow he cast. The world had moved on, but Alexander the Great had become more than a man. He had become legend. The legacy of Alexander the Great did not end with the collapse of his empire. His influence stretched far beyond the lands he had conquered, shaping the course of civilizations for centuries to come. Even as the Hellenistic kingdoms waged war against one another, his name remained a symbol of ultimate power, ambition, and the boundless potential of human will. In Egypt, the Ptolemaic dynasty had solidified its rule, blending Greek and Egyptian traditions in an effort to maintain control over a land rich in culture and resources. The rulers took on the title of pharaoh, portraying themselves as divine rulers in the style of the ancient kings of the Nile. Alexandria flourished, its great library attracting scholars from across the known world. The city became a melting pot of ideas, where Greek philosophy, Egyptian religion, and Persian science intertwined, creating an intellectual powerhouse that would leave a lasting mark on history. Yet beneath the grandeur, the fractures remained. Native Egyptians resented foreign rule, and tensions simmered as the Ptolemies struggled to balance their dual identity. To the east, the Seleucid Empire stretched across vast territories, its rulers desperate to maintain their hold on the lands Alexander had once marched through. The dream of a unified realm, where Greek and Persian cultures could coexist, proved increasingly difficult to sustain. The empire faced threats on multiple fronts. Rebellious satraps sought independence, local rulers challenged Hellenistic authority, and external enemies waited for the right moment to strike. The Seleucid kings, despite their ambitions, found themselves in a constant struggle for survival, their grip on power slipping as new forces emerged. Meanwhile, in Macedon, the Antigonid rulers sought to maintain their homeland's dominance, but the rise of Rome threatened their very existence. The once great phalanx, the foundation of Alexander's military success, was being tested by the adaptability and discipline of Roman legions. The Greeks, always restless under foreign rule, continued to resist, seeing the Macedonian kings as both protectors and oppressors. The world was changing, and the lessons of Alexander's conquests were being studied by those who sought to build their own empires. Beyond the political struggles of the Hellenistic world, Alexander's legend continued to grow. In India, he was remembered as a warrior king whose bravery and skill had left an indelible mark on their history. In Persia, his name evoked both admiration and resentment, a reminder of a conqueror who had reshaped the course of their civilization. And in Rome, rising generals and statesmen looked to his campaigns as the ultimate blueprint for military and political greatness. His strategies, his leadership, and his vision of a vast unified empire became the standard by which all future conquerors would measure themselves. Though Alexander himself had long since perished, his presence loomed over history like an unshakable force. His empire may have fractured, but his ideas endured. The spread of Greek culture, the fusion of East and West, and the relentless pursuit of greatness that had defined his life, continued to inspire those who followed. The world he had left behind was a different one, but in many ways it was still shaped by his hand. Alexander had not just conquered lands, he had conquered time itself, ensuring that his story would never be forgotten. The shadow of Alexander the Great stretched across the centuries, influencing empires that rose and fell long after his death. His name became legend, his tactics the foundation of military doctrine, his ambition the benchmark for those who sought to rule the world. But even as his successors fought over his empire, the spirit of Hellenism endured, shaping cultures far beyond the lands he had once conquered. In Egypt, the Ptolemaic dynasty continued to rule, maintaining the delicate balance between Greek and native traditions. The great city of Alexandria stood as a monument to Alexander's dream, a hub of trade, learning and innovation. The great library, a beacon of knowledge, preserved texts from all corners of the known world, ensuring that the wisdom of past civilizations would not be lost. Scholars and philosophers debated the nature of the universe, blending Greek, Egyptian and Persian thought in a way that had never been done before. Yet, Despite its grandeur, the Ptolemaic kingdom was not immune to strife. Political intrigue, familial rivalries, and external threats continued to erode its strength, foreshadowing the eventual rise of a new power in the West. The Seleucid Empire, vast and fragmented, struggled to maintain cohesion. The dream of a unified realm, where East and West could coexist, proved increasingly elusive. Wars with rival Hellenistic kingdoms, the resurgence of Persian influence, and the emergence of new threats from India and Central Asia all weakened Seleucid control. Local rulers, once loyal to the empire, sought independence, further fracturing the once mighty domain. The Seleucid kings, heirs to Alexander's vision, found themselves in an unending cycle of war and diplomacy, fighting to preserve their claim to his legacy. In Macedon and Greece, the Antigonid dynasty faced a different challenge: the rise of Rome. The disciplined Roman legions, having learned from the strategies of Alexander and his successors, proved to be a formidable force. The Greek city-states, ever rebellious, sought to assert their independence, undermining Macedonian stability. The once feared Macedonian phalanx, which had crushed enemies across Asia, now faced a new style of warfare, one that would ultimately reshape the future of military conflict. Rome's influence grew stronger, and the echoes of Alexander's empire could be heard in the strategies of its greatest generals. Yet, beyond the successor states, Alexander's legacy transcended borders. In Persia, he was remembered as both a conqueror and a liberator, a figure of awe and resentment. In India, his brief but impactful campaign left behind stories of his unmatched bravery and military genius. In lands he had never set foot in, his legend grew, his name whispered as the epitome of a ruler who had defied the limits of human ambition. And in Rome, where the next great empire was rising, Alexander was the ultimate model of conquest and governance. Generals studied his battles, seeking to replicate his tactics. Leaders looked to his empire as both a warning and an inspiration. The ideals he had fought for, unity, cultural fusion, and the relentless pursuit of greatness, continued to shape the course of history. Though centuries had passed, Alexander had become more than a man. He was an idea, a force that refused to fade. His dream of a world without borders may have shattered, but his influence remained, woven into the very fabric of civilization. And as new empires emerged, his shadow loomed over them all, a silent reminder that true greatness was not measured in land or gold, but in the impact one left behind. The world that Alexander had left behind was one of chaos and ambition. His generals, once united under his command, had turned against each other in a brutal struggle for power. The wars of the Diadochi, as they came to be known, had reshaped the map of Alexander's empire, dividing it into fractured kingdoms each ruled by one of his former lieutenants. But while these rulers fought for supremacy, Alexander's legacy continued to evolve, shaping the ambitions of those who sought to follow in his footsteps. In Egypt, the Ptolemaic dynasty had embraced both Greek and native Egyptian traditions, presenting themselves as pharaohs in an effort to legitimize their rule. The great city of Alexandria flourished, becoming a beacon of learning and trade. The great library expanded, attracting scholars from across the known world. Here, the fusion of cultures that Alexander had envisioned continued, as Greek philosophy intertwined with Egyptian mysticism and Persian science. The city was a living testament to the idea that knowledge and culture could transcend the borders of empires. Yet, for all its grandeur, Egypt was not without its problems. The native population chafed under foreign rule, and as generations passed, the Ptolemies found themselves increasingly isolated from the people they governed. In the vast Seleucid Empire, stretching from Anatolia to the edges of India, The struggle to maintain Alexander's vision proved even more difficult. The empire was too large, too diverse, and too fragile. Persian influences reasserted themselves, and local rulers sought autonomy. The Seleucid kings, despite their attempts to hold on to their power, faced constant rebellions and external threats. The dream of a unified realm, where Greek and Eastern cultures coexisted as equals, was slipping away. The empire's borders shrank, and the once great domain of Alexander fractured into smaller, independent states. Meanwhile, in Macedon, the Antigonid dynasty struggled to maintain control over Greece. The Greek city-states, ever independent, resisted Macedonian rule, and the growing power of Rome loomed on the horizon. The Roman Republic had studied the strategies of Alexander and his successors, refining their own military tactics. They adapted, learning from the mistakes of the Hellenistic armies, and their legions grew into a force that would soon challenge the very foundations of the Hellenistic world. But Alexander's legacy was not just political. His conquests had spread Greek culture across vast distances, leaving a lasting imprint on the lands he had once ruled. Cities bearing his name still thrived, from Alexandria in Egypt to far-off Bactria, where Greek influence persisted for centuries. The blending of Greek and Eastern traditions had given rise to new art, architecture, and philosophies. The very idea of empire had changed. No longer was it simply about domination, but about cultural synthesis, the merging of ideas and traditions to create something greater than the sum of its parts. Even in Rome, where the next great empire was rising, Alexander remained the ultimate symbol of conquest and ambition. Generals and statesmen looked to his campaigns as the pinnacle of military genius. His name was spoken with reverence, a reminder of what a single man could achieve with vision and determination. Though his empire had fractured, though his generals had turned against each other, and though new powers were rising, Alexander's influence endured. He had not just conquered lands, he had reshaped the world itself, setting in motion a chain of events that would echo through history for millennia. His shadow stretched across continents, a force that refused to fade, a reminder that the ambition of one man could alter the course of civilization forever. As the years passed, the world Alexander had conquered continued to change, shaped by the ripple effects of his ambitions. His generals and their descendants had carved out their own kingdoms, yet none could fully recreate the empire he had forged. The Hellenistic world was now a collection of warring states, each claiming to carry forward his legacy, yet each drifting further from the unity he had envisioned. In Egypt, the Ptolemaic dynasty still reigned, but their grip on power was weakening. The fusion of Greek and Egyptian traditions had produced a unique culture, but it had also created tensions. Native Egyptians viewed their Greek rulers as foreign occupiers, and despite their attempts to embrace the role of pharaohs, the Ptolemies remained outsiders. Alexandria, however, continued to shine as a beacon of knowledge, its library attracting the greatest minds of the age. Here, Greek philosophy met Eastern mysticism, and scholars debated the nature of the universe, unknowingly laying the groundwork for discoveries that would shape future civilizations. Further east, the Seleucid Empire teetered on the brink of collapse. Its vast lands, stretching from Anatolia to the borders of India, had proven impossible to govern as a single entity. The influence of Greek culture remained strong in the cities, but in the countryside, local traditions reasserted themselves. Revolts weakened the empire from within, while foreign enemies chipped away at its borders. The once mighty realm of Alexander's successors was disintegrating, a victim of its own vastness. In Macedon, the Antigonid dynasty faced a challenge unlike any before Rome. The Romans, having studied the tactics of Alexander and his successors, had developed their own brand of warfare. No longer were the Macedonian phalanxes invincible. The disciplined Roman legions adapted and overcame them. One by one, the Hellenistic kingdoms found themselves facing the unstoppable march of Rome. Macedon fell, and with it, Greek dominance in the Mediterranean began to wane. But even as Rome absorbed the remnants of Alexander's empire, his influence remained. The Roman generals revered him, seeking to emulate his strategies. His name was spoken in admiration, his achievements studied as the pinnacle of military and political genius. Roman leaders saw themselves as the inheritors of his vision, and his dream of a united world lived on, albeit under a different banner. Beyond the Mediterranean, Alexander's legacy endured in unexpected ways. In India, the memory of his campaign lingered, inspiring future rulers. In Persia, he was remembered as both a conqueror and a liberator, a figure of awe and complexity. And in the far reaches of Central Asia, where Greek culture had mingled with Eastern traditions, the seeds of his empire continued to bear fruit for centuries. Though his empire had long since crumbled, Alexander's mark on history was indelible. He had not merely conquered lands, he had transformed them. The world after him was forever altered, infused with the cultural and intellectual exchanges he had set in motion. He had bridged East and West, creating a fusion of ideas that would shape civilizations for millennia. As new empires rose and fell, his shadow remained. He was more than a king, more than a conqueror. He was an idea, a force of ambition, vision, and relentless pursuit of greatness. And though centuries passed, the world would never forget the name of Alexander the Great. The story of Alexander the Great does not end with his death, nor with the wars of his successors. His legend lived on, evolving with time, transforming from history into myth. To some, he was the ultimate warrior, a man who achieved the impossible and carved his name into eternity. To others, he was a tragic figure, a man consumed by his own ambition, unable to find peace even in victory. But regardless of how history judged him, his impact on the world was undeniable. Centuries passed, and each new empire that rose sought to claim a piece of his legacy. The Romans revered him, Napoleon studied him, and countless leaders after them measured their ambitions against his conquests. His tactics were analyzed in military academies, his political maneuvers debated by scholars, his vision of a connected world echoed in the ambitions of nations yet to be born. The cities he founded continued to thrive, their names a reminder of the man who built them. The knowledge he spread, the cultures he merged, the legends he inspired, they all endured. His tomb, if it ever truly existed, was lost to time. Many have searched for it, hoping to find the resting place of the greatest conqueror the world has ever known, but none have succeeded. Perhaps that is fitting, for a man who never stopped moving, who sought to push the boundaries of the known world ever further. There could be no final resting place. His spirit was never meant to be confined to a tomb. It lived on in the minds of those who dared to dream as he did, to strive for more, to break the limits imposed upon them by the world. And so, as history marched forward, Alexander remained, not as a mere memory, but as a force, an eternal symbol of ambition, of brilliance, of what a single man could achieve against all odds. He had once stood at the edge of the world and gazed beyond it, believing there was always more to conquer, more to discover. His empire faded, but his influence never did, and perhaps in that, Alexander the Great achieved something far greater than conquest. He achieved immortality. The origins of the samurai, one of Japan's most iconic and legendary warrior classes, trace back to the Heian period, which spanned from 794 to 1185. During this era, Japan was transitioning from a centralized, aristocratic society based on court culture to one increasingly defined by military power and feudalism. The samurai, who would eventually come to dominate Japanese society for centuries, evolved during this time as the bushi, or warriors, and played a crucial role in shaping Japan's political and military landscape. The rise of the samurai was closely tied to the shifting needs of the Japanese aristocracy, the growing importance of regional military leaders, and the development of a feudal system that would come to define Japan's medieval period. The early warriors, who would eventually become the samurai, were initially referred to as bushi. These warriors were not yet part of the distinctive samurai class, but were typically local, regional military men who served aristocratic landowners, often in exchange for land or resources. In the beginning, their role was primarily as skilled horsemen and fighters who defended the land of powerful families and clan leaders. However, over time, the bushi began to gain more importance as military leaders, and they began to transition from being simply retainers to becoming a distinct class with their own identity. As Japan entered the Heian period, the political and social structure of the country began to evolve. The central government, located in the capital city of Heian-kai, modern-day Kyoto, was dominated by the aristocracy, and the emperor and court officials held much of the political power. However, the court culture of the Heian period, with its emphasis on poetry, arts, and aesthetics, began to shift as the need for military protection and local governance became increasingly apparent. Powerful aristocratic families, seeking to protect their land and wealth, began to rely more heavily on the bushi, the emerging military class, to defend their holdings. The rise of feudalism during the late Heian period contributed significantly to the evolution of the samurai. As the power of the imperial court weakened and aristocratic families grew in wealth and influence, a system of landholding and military service began to take hold. The bushi, initially tasked with protecting the lands of the nobility, gradually took on greater military and political responsibilities. This shift toward a more decentralized feudal system led to the rise of powerful regional clans, each with its own samurai warriors who would serve their lords in exchange for land and titles. This feudal system would eventually lay the foundation for the establishment of the shogunate and the samurai class's dominance in Japanese society. One of the key factors that contributed to the rise of the samurai during the Heian period was the growing importance of military conflict between powerful clans. The Taira and Minamoto clans, two of the most prominent families of the period, played a central role in the development of samurai culture. These two clans were embroiled in a series of bloody conflicts known as the Genpei War, 1180–1185, which would ultimately lead to the establishment of the first shogunate under the leadership of Minamoto no Yoritomo. The Genpei War marked the culmination of the military struggle between the Taira and Minamoto, and the Minamoto clan's victory would lay the groundwork for the rise of the samurai as the dominant force in Japan's military and political life. The Taira clan, originally influential in the imperial court, was a powerful family that gained control over the imperial court and its military forces. The Minamoto clan, on the other hand, was a rival family that, over time, rose in prominence and began to challenge the Taira's dominance. This rivalry between the Taira and Minamoto families would shape the future of the samurai class. The samurai, who initially served these families in regional conflicts, would soon become the foundation of Japan's military power. The Heian period, while renowned for its cultural achievements, was also a time of significant political and military upheaval. The court culture of the time, with its focus on refined aesthetic pursuits like poetry, calligraphy, and courtly rituals, began to lose its grip on the political power of Japan. The growing tensions between the Taira and Minamoto clans resulted in a series of military conflicts that ultimately reshaped the power structure of Japan. As military leaders gained influence, the samurai class began to rise, not only as a military force, but as an important part of the governing structure of Japan. This shift from a court-centered aristocratic society to a more militarized and decentralized system was pivotal in the creation of the samurai as a distinct class with its own code of ethics, military structure and culture. In conclusion, the Heian period was crucial in the emergence of the samurai as a powerful and distinctive class in Japan. The transition from courtly culture to military governance, combined with the rise of regional military leaders and the emergence of feudalism, set the stage for the samurai's eventual dominance in Japanese society. The Taira and Minamoto clans, along with the development of the Bushi into the samurai, played an essential role in this transformation. As Japan entered the late Heian period, the samurai would begin to shape the nation's future, not only as warriors but as political and cultural leaders. Their legacy would endure for centuries, making the samurai one of Japan's most enduring symbols of martial prowess and honor. The Kamakura shogunate, established in 1192 under the leadership of Minamoto no Yoritomo, marked the beginning of a new era in Japan's history, the birth of the shogunate rule. Following the decisive Genpei War 1180 to 1185, in which the Minamoto clan triumphed over their rivals, the Taira clan, the power dynamics in Japan shifted dramatically. No longer would the imperial court in Kyoto hold supreme authority. Instead, a military government, known as the Bakufu, would take center stage. This transition from imperial rule to military rule would lay the foundation for the dominance of the samurai class in Japan, changing the course of the nation's political and military structure for centuries. The Minamoto clan's victory in the Genpei War was a pivotal moment in Japanese history. For over a century, the Taira and Minamoto clans had been vying for control over the imperial court. With the defeat of the Taira, the Minamoto, led by Yoritomo, emerged as the preeminent military power in Japan. Rather than seizing control of the imperial throne itself, however, Minamoto no Yoritomo chose to establish a new form of governance. In 1192, he was granted the title of shogun, a military title that signified his authority over the armed forces of Japan, and thus the Kamakura shogunate was born. The Kamakura shogunate represented a dramatic departure from Japan's previous system of governance, where the emperor was the central figure of political and military power. The emperor, based in the capital city of Kyoto, had traditionally been seen as the divine ruler, holding both spiritual and temporal authority over the country. However, under the Kamakura shogunate, power shifted from the imperial court to the military leaders in Kamakura, a city located to the south of Kyoto. Yoritomo and his successors ruled Japan from Kamakura, while the emperor remained in Kyoto, relegated to a more symbolic ceremonial role. The rise of the Kamakura shogunate was deeply tied to the growing influence of the samurai class. As Japan transitioned from imperial rule to military rule, the samurai, who had played a crucial role in the Genpei War, became the dominant political and military force in the country. With their newfound power, the samurai became the core of the new political system, serving as the key agents of the shogunate in both military and administrative matters. The samurai were no longer mere warriors serving individual noble families. They had become the ruling class of Japan, overseeing land, people, and military affairs throughout the country. Under the Kamakura shogunate, the samurai were granted land and other privileges in exchange for their loyalty and service to the shogunate. The shogunate itself operated as a feudal system, where land was granted to samurai lords, known as daimyo, in return for their military service. The samurai class thus became deeply entrenched in both the political and military infrastructure of Japan, and their influence spread across the country. The establishment of the Kamakura shogunate marked the beginning of feudal Japan, a system that would endure for several centuries, with the samurai at its heart. While the rise of the samurai as the dominant class in Japan was a defining feature of the Kamakura shogunate, the relationship between the emperor and the shogun during this period was a complex one. The emperor remained the figurehead of Japan, revered for his divine lineage and spiritual authority, but he was effectively powerless in terms of governing the country. The shogun, on the other hand, held real political and military power, and his authority was derived from his control over the samurai class and the military structure. The emperor's role, though symbolic, was important, as the shogun required the emperor's approval to legitimize his rule and maintain the appearance of continuity with Japan's ancient imperial traditions. This delicate balance between imperial authority and military power characterized the relationship between the emperor and the shogun throughout the Kamakura period. Although the emperor retained his title and held a position of honor, the real power lay with the shogun and his samurai. This arrangement allowed the shogunate to function as a military dictatorship, with the shogun exercising near absolute control over Japan's political and military affairs, while the emperor's influence was largely confined to ceremonial and religious matters. The Kamakura shogunate was not without its challenges. Throughout its rule, the shogunate faced numerous internal and external threats, including uprisings from dissatisfied samurai, challenges from competing clans, and invasions by foreign powers. One of the most significant external threats came in the form of the Mongol invasions in the late 13th century. In 1274, and again in 1281, the Mongol Empire under Kublai Khan attempted to invade Japan. However, both invasions were thwarted by a combination of fierce samurai resistance and natural disasters, such as typhoons, which destroyed the Mongol fleets. The failure of the Mongol invasions, often attributed to the divine protection of the Japanese gods, was a defining moment for the Kamakura shogunate and reinforced the power of the samurai as Japan's foremost military force. Despite these challenges, the Kamakura shogunate was able to maintain control over Japan for much of the 13th century. However, as time passed, the central authority of the shogunate began to weaken. The shogunate faced growing internal divisions, and its political and military control over the provinces became increasingly tenuous. By the early 14th century, the Kamakura shogunate had lost much of its power, leading to its eventual downfall. In 1333, the Kamakura shogunate was overthrown by the forces of the imperial court, and the Ashikaga clan would rise to power, marking the beginning of the Muromachi period. In conclusion, the rise of the Kamakura shogunate marked a significant turning point in Japan's history. It marked the shift from imperial rule to military rule, with the samurai class emerging as the dominant force in the country. The relationship between the emperor and the shogunate during this period was one of balance and tension, with the emperor holding spiritual and symbolic authority, while the shogunate held political and military power. The Kamakura shogunate laid the foundation for the feudal system in Japan, and the legacy of the samurai would continue to shape Japan's political and military structure for centuries. In the late 13th century, Japan faced one of the most significant challenges to its sovereignty, the Mongol invasions of 1274 and 1281. Under the leadership of Kublai Khan, the Mongol Empire sought to extend its power by bringing Japan into its vast domain. These invasions would become a major test for Japan's military, particularly for the samurai, who were tasked with defending the country against the Mongol onslaught. The invasions are legendary, not only for the valor displayed by the samurai in battle, but also for the mysterious natural forces that seemed to aid Japan in its defense. This period of struggle would ultimately have profound implications for the samurai class, the Kamakura shogunate, and Japan's future. In 1274, the Mongol Empire, already a massive force stretching across much of Asia, sought to expand further by invading Japan. Kublai Khan, having already successfully conquered China and established the Yuan dynasty, turned his attention to the island nation. The Mongols gathered a large fleet of ships, with estimates ranging from several hundred to over 1,000, and set sail for Japan. The Mongols, along with their Korean vassals, arrived at the island of Kyushu in November 1274. However, the samurai, the warrior class that had risen to prominence under the Kamakura shogunate, were not unprepared. The samurai, under the leadership of the Kamakura shogunate, quickly mobilized to defend Japan. As professional warriors, the samurai were highly skilled in combat, particularly in archery, swordsmanship, and mounted warfare. The Mongols, on the other hand, relied on heavily disciplined, multi-ethnic armies equipped with advanced technology, including gunpowder weapons, such as early forms of bombs and rockets. The Mongol invaders attempted to land at Hakata Bay on the island of Kyushu, where they were met by a determined force of samurai. The two forces engaged in a series of battles, but the samurai's superior fighting tactics and their knowledge of the terrain allowed them to resist the invaders, inflicting heavy casualties. However, it was not just the samurai's combat skills that contributed to Japan's survival. Nature played a pivotal role in the Mongol invasions, and it was during the Second Mongol invasion in 1281 that a particularly legendary event occurred, the arrival of the kamikaze, or divine winds. These winds, which came in the form of typhoons, struck the Mongol fleets with devastating force, sinking many of their ships and forcing the Mongol invaders to retreat. The term kamikaze, meaning divine wind, became deeply ingrained in Japanese culture, as many believed that the gods themselves had intervened to protect Japan from foreign conquest. The samurai's role in the Mongol invasions, particularly in the First Battle of 1274, was significant but far from decisive. While they were able to fight off the invaders at Hakata Bay, the Mongols had already made significant landings, and their superior numbers and resources proved challenging. The samurai, under the leadership of the Kamakura shogunate, had to contend with an enemy that used tactics and technology unfamiliar to them. The Mongols employed a combined arms strategy that included mounted archers, heavy infantry, and siege weapons, while the samurai were primarily accustomed to more traditional forms of warfare. Despite these challenges, the samurai displayed great courage and determination. They fought fiercely to protect their homeland, refusing to yield to the Mongol invaders. The samurai's code of honor, known as Bushido, guided them through these trials, emphasizing loyalty, bravery, and self-sacrifice. This code would become a defining characteristic of the samurai class and would continue to influence Japanese society for centuries to come. The Mongol invasions also had significant political and cultural implications for Japan. While Japan was victorious in defending its shores, the invasions revealed the weaknesses of the Kamakura shogunate. The shogunate's leadership was strained under the pressure of organizing a defense against such a formidable opponent, and the cost of the defense effort was immense. The samurai, while victorious in battle, were left with a sense of dissatisfaction, as they had not been able to achieve a decisive victory over the Mongols. Moreover, the repeated invasions placed significant financial and military strain on the shogunate, which led to growing discontent among the samurai and other classes. The decline of the Kamakura shogunate began shortly after the Mongol invasions. The strain of defending Japan, coupled with internal political infighting, weakened the central authority of the shogunate. In the aftermath of the invasions, Japan's feudal system began to unravel, and dissatisfaction among the samurai, who had borne the brunt of the conflict, increased. This dissatisfaction would eventually culminate in the downfall of the Kamakura shogunate in 1333, when the imperial forces, aided by disillusioned samurai, overthrew the shogunate. In conclusion, the Mongol invasions of 1274 and 1281 were defining moments in Japanese history, particularly for the samurai. While Japan's victory over the Mongols was in part due to natural forces, the valor and resilience of the samurai in defending their homeland cannot be understated. These invasions marked a turning point for the samurai, who were forced to adapt to new forms of warfare and faced the pressures of defending their nation against a powerful foreign adversary. The aftermath of the invasions also contributed to the eventual decline of the Kamakura shogunate, as the political and economic strains of the defense effort led to internal unrest. The Mongol invasions of the late 13th century, though a failure for the Mongols, were ultimately a test of Japan's martial spirit and the indomitable will of its samurai. In 1333, one of the most significant political changes in Japanese history occurred, the fall of the Kamakura shogunate. This event marked the end of the first military government in Japan, which had been in power for over a century. The Kamakura shogunate, which had been established by Minamoto no Yoritomo in 1192, had successfully brought military rule to Japan, but by the early 14th century, it had become increasingly unstable. Internal strife, financial difficulties, and political pressures ultimately led to its downfall, paving the way for the rise of the Ashikaga clan and the establishment of the Muromachi shogunate. The collapse of the Kamakura shogunate and the shift in power were not only a turning point for Japan's political system, but also for the samurai, who found themselves adapting to a new era of governance. The Kamakura shogunate had ruled Japan with a highly centralized military government, with power concentrated in the hands of the shogunate. However, by the early 14th century, the shogunate's power was weakening. The Mongol invasions had put significant strain on the government's resources, and the subsequent efforts to maintain the defense against further Mongol threats had drained the Kamakura shogunate's finances. Furthermore, internal strife between the ruling Minamoto family and powerful samurai factions created a volatile political situation. In 1333, the Kamakura shogunate faced a serious challenge from Emperor Go-Daigo, who sought to restore imperial rule and reassert the power of the throne. Emperor Go-Daigo had been a vocal critic of the shogunate's rule, believing that the imperial family should return to power. In 1331, Go-Daigo initiated a rebellion against the shogunate, but his forces were initially defeated. However, the situation took a dramatic turn when the powerful samurai family, the Hojo, who had served as regents to the shogun for decades, began to lose their grip on power. Go-Daigo's forces, with the support of disillusioned samurai and some provincial leaders, managed to rally and overthrow the Kamakura shogunate in 1333. This marked the collapse of the military government and the restoration of imperial power, though the restoration would prove short-lived. After the fall of the Kamakura shogunate, Japan was plunged into a period of political instability. The victory of Emperor Go-Daigo was not fully consolidated, and the samurai, who had been loyal to the shogunate, found themselves caught between the emperor's forces and those seeking to establish a new military government. As a result, the power vacuum left by the fall of the Kamakura shogunate was filled by the Ashikaga clan, a rising samurai family that would eventually establish the Muromachi shogunate in 1336. The Ashikaga shogunate marked the beginning of a new chapter in Japan's feudal history. Unlike the highly centralized rule of the Kamakura shogunate, the Ashikaga shogunate was more decentralized, with power dispersed among regional samurai families. The Ashikaga shogunate ruled from Kyoto, and its influence extended to much of Japan, but local warlords, known as daimyos, had significant autonomy in their territories. The central authority of the Ashikaga shogunate was weaker than that of the Kamakura shogunate, and this decentralization led to frequent power struggles and conflicts between samurai families. The transition from the Kamakura shogunate to the Ashikaga shogunate was a crucial period of change for the samurai. The samurai had long been an elite warrior class with significant political and military influence, but the shift in power meant that their role in Japanese society was evolving. Under the Kamakura shogunate, the samurai had served as vassals to the shogunate, with a clear chain of command and loyalty to their lord. However, with the rise of the Ashikaga shogunate and the fragmentation of political power, samurai found themselves navigating a more complex political landscape. As the Ashikaga shogunate struggled to maintain centralized control, the samurai began to take on more local power, with many samurai families forming their own private armies and asserting control over their territories. Despite the challenges of the Ashikaga shogunate, this period also saw the flourishing of Japanese culture, including the development of distinctive art forms such as the tea ceremony, no drama, and Japanese gardens. The samurai of the Ashikaga period, although engaged in frequent warfare and political intrigue, were also patrons of the arts, helping to shape Japan's cultural heritage. This cultural blossoming occurred alongside the samurai's increasing involvement in local governance and their continued dominance in military affairs. In conclusion, the fall of the Kamakura shogunate in 1333 marked a dramatic shift in the political landscape of Japan. The collapse of the military government and the subsequent rise of the Ashikaga shogunate ushered in a new era of decentralized feudalism. For the samurai, this period of transition represented a time of change and adaptation. While the Ashikaga shogunate's decentralized rule meant more power for local samurai, it also led to greater instability and factionalism. Nevertheless, the samurai continued to play a central role in Japan's political, military, and cultural life, shaping the course of Japanese history for centuries to come. The Sengoku period, often referred to as the Warring States period, spanned from 1467 to 1603, and it was a time of intense military conflict, political fragmentation, and social upheaval in Japan. During this era, the country fractured into multiple competing domains, each ruled by powerful samurai lords known as daimyos, who fought relentlessly for power and territory. It was a time of immense change, as the samurai evolved from mere warriors into the dominant political and military force in Japan. The Sengoku period set the stage for the unification of Japan and the establishment of the Tokugawa shogunate, which would last for over 2.5 centuries. The Sengoku period was precipitated by the Onin War 1467-1477, which triggered a collapse in the authority of the Ashikaga shogunate, the ruling military government at the time. With the central authority weakened, various samurai clans began to fight for control of their own territories, often at the expense of neighboring domains. This fragmented landscape led to the rise of the daimyos, powerful regional warlords who commanded private armies of samurai and sought to expand their control over Japan. Each daimyo sought to solidify their power through warfare, alliances, and diplomacy, resulting in nearly constant conflict throughout the period. Amidst the chaos, several major figures rose to prominence, each playing a key role in shaping the course of Japan's history. Oda Nobunaga, one of the most influential figures of the period, began his rise to power in the late 16th century. Known for his ruthlessness, military innovation and ambition, Nobunaga sought to unify Japan under his rule. He successfully defeated many rival daimyos and took control of a large portion of central Japan, including the capital city of Kyoto. Nobunaga's strategic genius, as well as his use of firearms, was key in several decisive battles, including the Battle of Nagashino in 1575, where his forces decisively defeated the Takeda clan by utilizing firearms to break their cavalry charge. Following Nobunaga's death in 1582, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, one of his most loyal generals, took up the mantle of unifying Japan. Hideyoshi completed what Nobunaga had started, bringing much of Japan under his control. A brilliant strategist and tactician, Hideyoshi is best known for his military campaigns in the 1580s, which included the conquest of Kyushu and the suppression of rebellious samurai. Hideyoshi also sought to solidify his power by instituting social and economic reforms, including the famous land surveys and the sword hunt to disarm the peasants. These actions helped him consolidate his rule and establish a new social order. Hideyoshi's reign marked a pivotal moment in Japan's transition from the chaos of the Sengoku period to a more centralized form of government. However, it was Tokugawa Ieyasu, Hideyoshi's trusted general, who would ultimately secure the lasting unification of Japan. After Hideyoshi's death in 1598, Ieyasu gradually consolidated power and defeated his rivals in the Battle of Sekigahara in 1600. This battle was a decisive conflict that effectively ended the Sengoku period and established Ieyasu as the most powerful figure in Japan. In 1603, Ieyasu was granted the title of shogun by the emperor, formally establishing the Tokugawa shogunate and ushering in a period of peace and stability that would last for over 250 years. The Sengoku period was also significant for the samurai, whose role in Japanese society evolved during this time. Samurai, once primarily battlefield warriors, became increasingly involved in politics, administration, and the management of domains. The daimyos, with their private armies of samurai, wielded tremendous power, and many samurai served as retainers in the courts of these warlords. The rise of the samurai, as both military leaders and political players, was one of the key characteristics of the Sengoku period. Their influence extended beyond the battlefield, as they played crucial roles in the governance of Japan's fractured domains. The Sengoku period also saw the rise of the Bushido Code, the samurai's moral and ethical code of conduct. Although the Bushido Code evolved over time, its principles of loyalty, honor, courage, and discipline were central to the samurai way of life during the Sengoku era. Samurai were expected to serve their lords with absolute loyalty, to fight with valor and honor, and to act with integrity both on and off the battlefield. The Bushido Code became a symbol of the samurai's identity and played a crucial role in shaping the culture and values of the period. Key battles during the Sengoku period shaped the course of history and demonstrated the military prowess of the samurai. The Battle of Nagashino, fought in 1575, was one of the most important battles of the era. Oda Nobunaga's use of firearms to decimate the cavalry of the Takeda clan marked a turning point in Japanese warfare, demonstrating the growing importance of firearms in battle. The Battle of Sekigahara in 1600 was the final and decisive confrontation of the Sengoku period, as Tokugawa Ieyasu defeated his rivals and secured control of Japan. This victory laid the foundation for the Tokugawa shogunate and the subsequent period of peace known as the Edo period. In conclusion, the Sengoku period was a time of great turmoil, but it also laid the foundation for the unification of Japan and the rise of the samurai as the dominant political and military force. The period was defined by the rise and fall of powerful daimyos, the strategic brilliance of leaders like Oda Nobunaga, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, and Tokugawa Ieyasu, and the increasing role of the samurai in shaping Japan's future. The era also saw the solidification of the Bushido Code, which defined the samurai's way of life and left a lasting legacy on Japanese culture. The Sengoku period was a pivotal chapter in Japan's history, and the events and figures of this era continue to shape the identity of the samurai to this day. The rise of the Tokugawa shogunate marked the beginning of a new era in Japan's history. After decades of civil war and political fragmentation during the Sengoku period, Japan finally achieved unification under Tokugawa Ieyasu, a key figure in the final phase of the warring states. Tokugawa Ieyasu's decisive victory at the Battle of Sekigahara in 1600 was the turning point that allowed him to consolidate power and become the most influential figure in Japan. This victory effectively ended the Sengoku period and laid the foundation for the establishment of the Tokugawa shogunate, ushering in the Edo period, 1603–1868, a time of peace, stability, and cultural growth that would last for more than 2.5 centuries. The Battle of Sekigahara, fought on October 21, 1600, was a defining moment in Japanese history. Tokugawa Ieyasu, backed by his allies, including the Oda and Tokugawa clans, faced off against the forces of Ishida Mitsunari, a prominent general allied with the Toyotomi clan. The battle, which involved more than 100,000 soldiers, was fought in the plains of Sekigahara, located in present-day Gifu Prefecture. The conflict was a culmination of years of political maneuvering and shifting alliances, as both sides vied for control over Japan after the death of Toyotomi Hideyoshi, the last major warlord to have attempted to unify the country. Tokugawa Ieyasu's military genius and strategic prowess played a pivotal role in his victory at Sekigahara. By using his knowledge of the terrain and forging crucial alliances with other daimyos, Ieyasu was able to secure a decisive victory despite being outnumbered by Mitsunari's forces. The battle was not only a military success but also a political one, as it allowed Ieyasu to consolidate control over Japan. In the aftermath of Sekigahara, Ieyasu systematically neutralized his remaining rivals and ensured his dominance by placing his supporters in key positions across the country. By 1603, Tokugawa Ieyasu was officially appointed shogun by the emperor, marking the formal establishment of the Tokugawa shogunate. The Tokugawa shogunate ushered in the Edo period, a time of peace and stability that was a stark contrast to the chaotic Sengoku era. Under the Tokugawa regime, Japan enjoyed more than 2 centuries of relative peace, largely due to the shogunate's ability to maintain control over the samurai class and the various daimyo's feudal lords. The Tokugawa system of government was a highly structured and hierarchical one, with Ieyasu's descendants serving as hereditary shoguns. Below the shogun, the country was divided into domains, each ruled by a daimyo, who were expected to remain loyal to the Tokugawa family. One of the most significant aspects of Tokugawa rule was the consolidation of power in the hands of the shogunate, which allowed for a more centralized government than ever before in Japan's history. The shogunate's control over the samurai class and its ability to regulate the military, political, and social aspects of life helped to ensure the stability and longevity of the Tokugawa regime. The samurai, once warlords in their own right, became the enforcers of Tokugawa law and policy, serving as bureaucrats, soldiers, and administrators in the new peace-focused society. The samurai, however, experienced significant changes in their role during the Tokugawa period. During the Sengoku era, samurai were primarily warriors engaged in battle and warfare. But with the establishment of peace under Tokugawa rule, the samurai's role shifted from warriors to civil servants. Many samurai were employed as bureaucrats, overseeing the administration of their lord's domain, while others served in local government positions. This shift in function had a profound impact on samurai culture, as the warrior class began to focus more on scholarly pursuits, such as education, ethics, and governance, rather than martial skills alone. Despite this shift, the samurai still held a prominent position in society. They were considered the highest social class, above farmers, artisans, and merchants, and their status was reinforced by strict social codes and the samurai's loyalty to their lords. The Bushido Code, which emphasized loyalty, honor, and discipline, remained a core part of samurai identity, even as their roles became more administrative than combative. Samurai were expected to live according to these ideals, upholding the values of loyalty to their lord and their family, while maintaining their honor and personal discipline. Another significant change for the samurai during the Tokugawa period was the implementation of a strict social hierarchy. The Tokugawa shogunate established a rigid class structure that divided society into four main groups: the samurai, farmers, artisans, and merchants. This system reinforced the samurai's position at the top of the social ladder, but also led to a growing divide between the samurai and the lower classes. While the samurai were responsible for maintaining order and enforcing laws, the farmers, artisans, and merchants had their own specialized roles and were often subject to strict regulations and taxes. The Tokugawa period also saw the development of a unique and highly influential culture that blended military tradition with peaceful, artistic pursuits. The samurai, who had once been trained in the arts of war, began to embrace cultural activities such as tea ceremonies, poetry, calligraphy, and theater. The samurai were expected to cultivate not only their martial skills, but also their intellectual and artistic abilities, leading to the development of a distinctly Japanese cultural identity that continues to influence Japan today. In conclusion, the Tokugawa shogunate marked the end of Japan's warring states period and the beginning of a new era of peace and stability. Tokugawa Ieyasu's victory at the Battle of Sekigahara secured his dominance, leading to the establishment of a centralized government under the Tokugawa family. The samurai, while no longer engaged in constant warfare, remained central to the political and social fabric of Japan, adapting to their new roles as civil servants and administrators. This period of stability allowed for the development of a vibrant cultural landscape and the establishment of the Edo period, which would shape Japan's future for centuries. The Edo period, 1603 to 1868, represents a pivotal chapter in the history of Japan, during which the samurai class underwent profound transformation. Under the Tokugawa shogunate, Japan experienced more than 2 centuries of relative peace, which dramatically altered the role and identity of the samurai. Once the fierce warriors who fought in battle during the Sengoku period, samurai, in the Edo period, became bureaucrats, administrators, and civil servants, adapting to a society that no longer required their martial prowess. The transition from warriors to bureaucrats was a direct result of the lasting peace established by the Tokugawa shogunate. The military conflicts that had defined previous centuries faded into the background, and the samurai were no longer needed to fight wars or defend their domains. Instead, they were employed in roles that focused on governance and administration, overseeing the management of land, taxation, and law enforcement. As a result, the samurai became more integrated into the bureaucratic structures of the Tokugawa government, serving as officials who helped maintain order in their domains. This shift in role required the samurai to adopt new skills. Rather than focusing on the martial arts and battlefield strategies, the samurai began to prioritize education and administrative duties. They were expected to learn the art of governance, engage in intellectual pursuits, and contribute to the social order through their work as officials. This transition also led to the rise of the samurai as landowners and patrons of arts and culture, with many investing in the development of their domains and patronizing scholars, artists, and craftsmen. The concept of Bushido, the samurai code of conduct, also evolved during the Edo period. Originally centered around combat, honor, and loyalty to one's lord, Bushido gradually shifted to emphasize morality, governance, and self-discipline. With warfare no longer a constant part of samurai life, Bushido became more concerned with the ethics of ruling and administering justice, as well as maintaining personal integrity and discipline. The samurai were expected to act as moral exemplars, maintaining the highest standards of honesty, loyalty, and respect for authority. The teachings of Confucianism, which were increasingly influential during the Edo period, also had a significant impact on the samurai code. Confucian principles of duty, hierarchy, and respect for authority were integrated into the samurai ethos, shaping their views on governance and society. As bureaucrats and administrators, samurai were expected to adhere to these principles, reinforcing their role as moral leaders and stewards of their domains. Another significant aspect of the Edo period was Japan's increasing isolation from the outside world, a policy known as sakoku. Under Tokugawa rule, Japan closed its borders to foreign trade and contact, limiting interactions with Europe, China, and Korea. This policy was partly driven by the desire to maintain political stability and prevent foreign influence from disrupting the social order. For the samurai, this isolation meant that they were largely cut off from the wider world and the global conflicts that shaped it. With no external enemies to fight, the samurai were forced to focus on internal governance and the maintenance of peace within Japan's borders. As Japan became increasingly isolated, the samurai's role in society also began to shift. They were no longer solely concerned with warfare and conquest, but with the administration of their domains and the enforcement of peace. Samurai, who had once been accustomed to the rough and violent life of a soldier, now found themselves in roles that required diplomacy, management, and governance. The samurai were tasked with ensuring the smooth operation of society, maintaining order, and enforcing the laws of the Tokugawa shogunate. Despite the lack of military conflict, the samurai retained their privileged status in Japanese society. They were the highest social class, above farmers, artisans, and merchants, and their status was reinforced by strict social codes and expectations of behavior. Samurai were expected to maintain a sense of honor and discipline, even in times of peace. They adhered to the Bushido code, which emphasized loyalty to their lord, personal integrity, and the cultivation of virtues such as humility and self-control. However, this peaceful period also brought about challenges for the samurai. With little opportunity for military glory or advancement, many samurai struggled to maintain their status and financial stability. The Tokugawa shogunate imposed strict regulations on the samurai, limiting their ability to engage in business and trade. As a result, many samurai found themselves struggling to make a living, relying on stipends from their lords to support themselves and their families. Some samurai began to lose their traditional martial skills, and a growing sense of frustration began to simmer within the ranks of the warrior class. In the latter half of the Edo period, a number of samurai became involved in intellectual and political movements that sought to challenge the Tokugawa shogunate's policies. As Japan's isolationism became increasingly untenable in the face of Western pressure and trade demands, many samurai began to advocate for reforms and the opening of Japan to foreign trade. This discontent would eventually lead to the downfall of the Tokugawa shogunate in the mid-19th century, as samurai and other factions called for the restoration of imperial rule and the modernization of Japan. In conclusion, the Edo period was a time of peace and stability in Japan, which fundamentally reshaped the role of the samurai. The warrior class transitioned from fighters to bureaucrats, focusing on governance, administration, and intellectual pursuits. The samurai adapted to a new, more peaceful society, but their code of Bushido remained central to their identity. As Japan became more isolated, the samurai were increasingly tasked with maintaining order within the country, while outside pressures began to challenge the long-standing policies of the Tokugawa shogunate. The transformation of the samurai during this period set the stage for the eventual fall of the Tokugawa regime and the emergence of a new modern Japan. The decline of the samurai class is a critical chapter in Japanese history, occurring during the late Edo period. By the 1800s, Japan, under the rule of the Tokugawa shogunate, was facing numerous internal and external pressures that contributed to the weakening of the samurai's power and influence. While the samurai had once been the backbone of the military and administrative structure in Japan, the transformation of Japanese society and the introduction of Western ideas would signal the end of the samurai's dominance. Economic hardship played a central role in the declining fortunes of the samurai. By the 19th century, Japan was struggling with economic stagnation, and the samurai, who were once supported by stipends from their feudal lords, found themselves facing financial difficulties. With the country's economy in decline, many samurai were unable to maintain their traditional lifestyle. The Tokugawa shogunate had imposed strict regulations on the samurai, preventing them from engaging in trade or commerce. This limited the samurai's ability to generate additional income, and as a result, many found themselves living in poverty. Samurai, who once held high social status, were now struggling to support their families. The economic difficulties contributed to a growing sense of discontent among the samurai. They became increasingly frustrated with their stagnant role in society, as their former military prowess was no longer required. Samurai began to lose their sense of purpose, and with it, their sense of honor. Many turned to intellectual pursuits or became involved in political movements, but the lack of opportunity for military advancement left many samurai feeling disenfranchised. Their social position, once the highest in Japan, was no longer secure, and their frustration boiled over into growing social unrest. This social unrest was compounded by the impact of Western influence, which began to challenge Japan's long-standing isolationist policies. The arrival of Commodore Matthew Perry from the United States in 1853, with his fleet of black ships, forced Japan to open its ports to foreign trade. This was a significant blow to the Tokugawa shogunate's control over Japan's foreign relations and marked the beginning of a new era of external pressure. The samurai, who had long been guardians of Japan's tradition and isolation, found themselves facing a new, powerful force that could not be ignored. The Western presence in Japan brought new ideas and technology that threatened the samurai's way of life. The introduction of firearms, modern ships, and Western-style military tactics made traditional samurai combat methods, which had relied on swords and cavalry, appear outdated. The samurai's military role was increasingly marginalized as Japan began to modernize in order to compete with Western powers. The rise of Western-style armies, with their use of guns and artillery, further diminished the samurai's relevance in warfare. The arrival of the West also brought with it the rise of modernization forces within Japan. The samurai, who had once been the elite military class, now found themselves in conflict with those advocating for the reform and modernization of Japan. Intellectuals, merchants, and young samurai began calling for the adoption of Western technologies, including modern weaponry, to strengthen Japan's military and economy. The growing influence of these reformers, along with dissatisfaction with the Tokugawa regime, sparked political movements that would ultimately lead to the downfall of the shogunate. The Boshin War of 1868, a civil war between the forces loyal to the Tokugawa shogunate and those advocating for the restoration of imperial rule, marked the final blow to the samurai's dominance. As the imperial forces, backed by modernized military forces, defeated the shogunate, the samurai's political and military power came to an end. The Tokugawa shogunate was overthrown, and the Meiji Restoration began, ushering in a new era of modernization and industrialization for Japan. The decline of the samurai was also symbolic of the broader changes taking place in Japan. The rise of industrialization, the adoption of Western-style governance, and the centralization of political power under the emperor led to the dismantling of the feudal system. Samurai, who had once been the military aristocracy, were gradually integrated into the broader fabric of Japanese society. Many samurai were forced to adapt to new roles in the emerging Meiji state, while others were left behind as Japan transformed into a modern nation. In conclusion, the decline of the samurai class was a result of various internal and external factors. Economic hardship, social unrest, and the impact of Western influence all contributed to the diminishing power of the samurai. The rise of modernizing forces in Japan, fueled by the desire to strengthen the country in the face of Western pressures, ultimately led to the fall of the Tokugawa shogunate and the end of the samurai's military role. The legacy of the samurai, however, would endure in Japanese culture, influencing everything from martial arts to the modern Japanese spirit. The Meiji Restoration in 1868 marked the definitive end of the samurai era, a significant turning point in Japanese history. This period saw the overthrow of the Tokugawa shogunate, the dismantling of the feudal system, and the restoration of imperial power under Emperor Meiji. The samurai, who had long held a central role in Japan's military, political, and social spheres, were officially abolished as a class. This chapter in Japan's history symbolizes the dramatic shift from an ancient warrior aristocracy to a modern industrialized nation. The Tokugawa shogunate, which had ruled Japan for over 250 years, was overthrown during a period of great internal unrest and external pressure. The arrival of Commodore Perry's black ships in 1853 and the subsequent opening of Japan to the outside world exposed the weaknesses of the Tokugawa government. The samurai, once the most powerful military class in Japan, were now disillusioned with the shogunate's inability to protect Japan from Western influence. Amid this unrest, a coalition of samurai from powerful domains like Satsuma, Choshu, and Tosa, who were dissatisfied with the shogunate's rule, began pushing for the restoration of imperial power. In 1868, the Boshin War came to a head, and the forces loyal to the Tokugawa shogunate were decisively defeated by the imperial army, signaling the end of the shogunate's rule. The emperor's authority was restored, and the political landscape of Japan was fundamentally transformed. The samurai class, who had long served as the military backbone of Japan, found their status and power rapidly diminishing. Under the new Meiji government, Japan embarked on a path of modernization, looking to the West for inspiration in military and industrial matters. The abolition of the samurai class was formalized with the Meiji Restoration's sweeping reforms. In 1876, the government passed the Heitori law, which prohibited samurai from carrying swords in public. This law symbolized the end of the samurai's traditional role as both warriors and societal elites. The government also instituted the conscription system, creating a modern national army based on universal service, rather than relying on the hereditary military class of samurai. This was a significant departure from centuries of military traditions that had seen samurai serve as both the officers and soldiers of Japan's armies. The end of the samurai class had profound cultural and social consequences. For centuries, samurai had adhered to the Bushido code, which emphasized honor, loyalty, and martial skill. The code of Bushido had shaped the identity of the samurai and was closely tied to their sense of duty to their lords, families, and country. The abolition of the samurai class effectively ended their role as the moral and military exemplars of Japanese society. Many samurai found themselves without purpose in a society that was rapidly modernizing and industrializing. With the rise of the Meiji government, many former samurai found new roles as bureaucrats, politicians, and businessmen, but their traditional warrior identity was increasingly marginalized. For others, the transition to a more modern and centralized military was a difficult adjustment. The samurai class had prided itself on its warrior ethos, but in the new Japan, the focus shifted from martial prowess to administrative skills, modern governance, and economic development. The transition was also difficult for the samurai's families, who had long been supported by stipends granted by feudal lords. With the fall of the feudal system, these stipends were abolished, and many samurai found themselves in financial hardship. Some turned to new professions, while others faced poverty and social ostracism. Many samurai were forced to leave their homes and adapt to a rapidly changing world. The clash between the old feudal system and the new, more centralized state created deep tensions in Japanese society, particularly among those who had once held power. The end of the samurai era was not without its romanticization. Despite their official abolition, the legacy of the samurai continued to influence Japanese culture and identity. The samurai's values of loyalty, honor, and duty were integrated into the new national identity, and the Bushido code would continue to serve as a cultural touchstone for future generations. The symbolism of the samurai was invoked in art, literature, and even the military, as the image of the noble warrior persisted in the national consciousness. In conclusion, the Meiji Restoration marked the end of the samurai as a dominant class in Japanese society. The samurai's role was replaced by a modernized military and bureaucratic system, but the cultural legacy of the samurai would live on in Japan's national identity. The abolition of the samurai class symbolized the shift from Japan's feudal past to its modern, industrialized future. The samurai's disappearance from the political and military landscape of Japan marked the end of an era, but their spirit and ideals would continue to influence the culture of Japan for generations to come. The legacy of samurai and shoguns continues to resonate deeply within Japan and beyond, influencing not only the country's cultural fabric, but also its global reputation. While the official abolition of the samurai class occurred during the Meiji Restoration in the late 19th century, their values, ideals, and spirit still shape modern Japanese society in various ways. From business practices to martial arts, the enduring principles of loyalty, honor, and discipline continue to define much of Japan's identity today. This chapter explores how samurai culture has been memorialized, romanticized, and maintained in both Japan and worldwide, becoming a powerful symbol of strength, resilience, and morality. One of the most lasting aspects of samurai culture is the influence of their core values, particularly loyalty, honor, and discipline, on modern Japanese society. Loyalty, for instance, remains a critical value in Japanese life, evident in both personal relationships and business practices. The strong emphasis on group harmony, respect for authority, and dedication to duty all trace their roots back to the ideals of the samurai, who believed that their loyalty to their lord or cause was paramount, often above all else. In modern Japan, this manifests in various forms, from the loyalty employees demonstrate to their companies to the dedication of students toward their academic goals. The Bushido Code, which guided the samurai, still serves as an ethical framework for many aspects of Japanese culture, teaching the importance of self-discipline, integrity, and a commitment to excellence. Honor, too, continues to play an essential role in modern Japan. While the extreme consequences of dishonor, such as seppuku ritual suicide, have long since faded, the concept of personal and familial honor still carries significant weight. In many areas of life, maintaining one's honor through responsible actions and moral behavior is viewed as a reflection of one's character. In the business world, for example, reputation is everything, and companies often go to great lengths to uphold their honor through ethical practices and customer satisfaction. The samurai's sense of honor also endures in the reverence for ancestral traditions and respect for one's family, which remains a cornerstone of Japanese society. Discipline is another value inherited from the samurai that continues to influence Japan today. From rigorous training in traditional martial arts like kendo and judo to the disciplined work ethic expected in schools and workplaces, samurai values permeate daily life. The idea of constantly striving to better oneself, pushing through adversity, and maintaining composure in the face of hardship is deeply rooted in the samurai tradition. This disciplined mindset is also evident in the pursuit of craftsmanship and perfection, a trait that has given rise to Japan's global reputation for precision engineering, meticulous artistry, and high standards in every field from technology to fashion. However, it is not just in daily life that samurai values have left their mark. Over time, samurai culture has been romanticized and memorialized in literature, film, and popular culture, transforming the image of the samurai into a global symbol of honor, bravery, and mystique. The samurai have been portrayed in countless novels, plays, and films, often as the noble warrior fighting for justice and upholding moral ideals. Classic works such as James Clavell's Shogun and Yukio Mishima's The Sea of Fertility explore the complex lives and internal struggles of samurai and the political and philosophical systems that shaped their world. In film, samurai have been immortalized through iconic portrayals from Akira Kurosawa's masterpieces like Seven Samurai and Rashomon to more modern films like The Last Samurai starring Tom Cruise. These films have contributed significantly to the romanticized image of the samurai, often emphasizing their loyalty, honor, and the tragic beauty of their lives. The samurai ethos in cinema conveys an idealized version of personal sacrifice and ethical integrity that continues to resonate with audiences worldwide. The visual impact of samurai, with their distinctive armor and katana swords, has also been a major influence on global pop culture, becoming instantly recognizable symbols of martial prowess and noble ideals. In addition to traditional media, samurai culture continues to be a major influence in modern video games, anime, and manga. From Ghost of Tsushima, which immerses players in the world of a samurai during Japan's Mongol invasion, to Samurai Champloo and Rurouni Kenshin, anime and video games continue to draw inspiration from the samurai era, often portraying characters who struggle with questions of honor, duty, and the complex balance between tradition and personal freedom. These stories have introduced new generations to the samurai's rich cultural legacy, shaping how the world perceives these warriors. The samurai also play a role in shaping the narrative of anime and manga, two of Japan's most significant cultural exports. Characters like Luffy from One Piece or Naruto Uzumaki from Naruto reflect the samurai code's influence on their sense of honor, discipline, and loyalty. These values are reflected in their personal struggles and relationships, making the legacy of the samurai an integral part of modern Japanese storytelling. The fascination with samurai extends far beyond Japan, influencing the global imagination. International audiences are drawn to the samurai's mystique, finding appeal in their discipline, bravery, and adherence to a strict ethical code. This attraction has been reflected in everything from Hollywood films to global cosplay, where fans around the world embrace samurai-inspired costumes and aesthetics. The romanticized image of the samurai as warriors who fought not only with swords, but with a deep sense of moral duty continues to inspire a broad spectrum of cultures. The continued global fascination with samurai culture demonstrates its enduring appeal and the universal themes of loyalty, honor, and personal sacrifice that resonate across time and place. In a world that often emphasizes speed and technology, the samurai's quiet commitment to discipline, introspection, and the pursuit of personal honor offers a contrast, one that speaks to the desire for a more principled and meaningful life. These ideals, rooted in a warrior class that lived by a strict code of ethics, still offer valuable lessons for modern society. In conclusion, the legacy of the samurai and the shogunate continues to shape modern Japan and has left an indelible mark on the wider world. Through their influence on Japanese values, their romanticization in literature and film, and their lasting impact on global pop culture, the samurai remain an enduring symbol of discipline, honor, and strength. The samurai's values have not only survived but thrived, influencing generations and cultures across the globe, proving that the spirit of the samurai continues to be relevant even in the modern era. George Washington was born on February 22, 1732, in Westmoreland County, Virginia, into a family of modest means but strong ambition. His father, Augustine Washington, was a planter and land speculator who married Mary Ball Washington after the death of his first wife. George was the eldest of their 6 children, and from an early age he showed a sense of responsibility that set him apart from his peers. From the time he could walk, he was expected to contribute to the family's livelihood, and as he grew older, he developed a deep sense of duty that would define his future. When Washington was just 11 years old, his father passed away, leaving much of the family's property to his older half-brothers. One of them, Lawrence Washington, became a significant influence on young George. Lawrence had served in the British Navy and had married into the powerful Fairfax family. Through this connection, George was introduced to Virginia's aristocratic circles and gained opportunities that would shape his future. He spent time at the Fairfax estate, absorbing lessons on leadership and the expectations of a gentleman in colonial society. Through Lawrence Washington, George gained access to books on military strategy, philosophy, and history, further fueling his ambition. Unlike many prominent figures of his time, Washington did not receive a formal education at a university. Instead, he was largely self-taught, focusing on subjects like mathematics, geography, and surveying. At the age of 16, he joined a surveying expedition into the Western Territories of Virginia. This experience gave him a first-hand look at the vast lands that were at the center of colonial conflicts and sparked his interest in military and leadership roles. The harsh conditions of the wilderness and the constant negotiations with Native American tribes provided Washington with valuable skills in diplomacy and survival. By the time he was 17, Washington had earned a reputation as a skilled surveyor and was appointed as the official surveyor of Culpeper County. This position provided him with a steady income and allowed him to acquire land, which was a key marker of success in colonial society. But Washington's ambitions extended beyond land ownership. With tensions rising between the British and French over control of North America, he saw an opportunity to prove himself in a military capacity. He trained tirelessly, studying the tactics of European warfare and preparing for a leadership role in the militia. At 21 years old, Washington was commissioned as a major in the Virginia militia and sent on a dangerous mission to the Ohio Valley. His task was to deliver a message to the French, demanding that they withdraw from British-claimed territory. This journey through the wilderness in the dead of winter was treacherous, but Washington completed his mission and returned with valuable intelligence about French military positions. His ability to navigate the rugged terrain and deal with hostile conditions earned him recognition from colonial leaders. The following year, Washington was promoted to lieutenant colonel and ordered to lead a small force to confront the French. This campaign led to the Battle of Jumonville Glen, where Washington's troops ambushed a French scouting party, killing their commander. The incident ignited what would become the French and Indian War and marked Washington's first experience with the brutal realities of combat. He had little time to celebrate, as he soon found himself facing a counterattack. However, his success was short-lived, as he was soon forced to surrender at Fort Necessity after a counterattack by the French and their Native American allies. The battle was a humiliating defeat for Washington, but it was also a lesson in military strategy and perseverance. Despite this early setback, Washington's bravery and leadership caught the attention of British commanders. He was later invited to serve as an aide to General Edward Braddock in a major expedition against the French. During Braddock's campaign, Washington demonstrated remarkable resilience and leadership. After a devastating ambush in which Braddock was mortally wounded, Washington took command and organized an orderly retreat. His actions during the battle solidified his reputation as a capable and fearless leader, though he also gained a deep understanding of the weaknesses in British military strategy. He saw firsthand how the rigid European-style tactics failed in the dense American wilderness, and he began developing his own approach to warfare. After the war, Washington returned to Virginia, where he married Martha Custis, a wealthy widow with extensive landholdings. This marriage provided financial security and elevated his status in colonial society. He focused on managing his Mount Vernon estate, but as tensions between Britain and the American colonies grew, Washington found himself drawn into the revolutionary movement, setting the stage for the next chapter of his life. He began attending local meetings, discussing colonial rights and grievances against British rule. A man who had once proudly worn a British uniform was now beginning to question the very empire he had served. As the political landscape in the American colonies shifted, George Washington found himself increasingly involved in the growing resistance against British rule. The Stamp Act of 1765 and the subsequent Townshend Acts angered colonists who felt they were being unfairly taxed without representation in Parliament. Washington, like many of his peers, believed that the rights of Englishmen were being violated. Though he was not yet a radical, he voiced his opposition to British policies and began to align himself with those advocating for colonial self-governance. Washington's leadership and status as a landowner made him a respected figure in Virginia. He served in the Virginia House of Burgesses, where he joined other colonial leaders in condemning British taxation and calling for economic resistance. He supported non-importation agreements, which were designed to put financial pressure on Britain by boycotting British goods. Though still loyal to the Crown, Washington recognized that the colonial relationship with Britain was becoming increasingly strained. The passage of the Coercive Acts in 1774 meant to punish Massachusetts for the Boston Tea Party, convinced many that reconciliation with Britain was unlikely. In response, colonial leaders convened the First Continental Congress, where Washington attended as one of Virginia's representatives. Though he remained measured in his approach, he understood that military conflict was becoming a real possibility. When tensions finally erupted into violence at Lexington and Concord in April 1775, Washington knew that war was inevitable. That same year, the Second Continental Congress convened to address the growing crisis. The delegates needed a capable leader to organize and command the colonial militias against the British Army. Washington, with his military experience and reputation for discipline, was unanimously chosen as the commander-in-chief of the Continental Army. Though he accepted the position with humility, he understood the weight of the responsibility placed upon him. Leading an army against the most powerful military force in the world was a daunting challenge, but Washington was determined to fight for the cause of American independence. In July 1775, Washington arrived in Cambridge, Massachusetts, to take command of the assembled forces. What he found was a disorganized, poorly equipped militia with little training. The men lacked uniforms, discipline, and basic supplies. Recognizing the dire situation, Washington set about imposing order. He introduced strict military discipline, drilled his soldiers relentlessly, and sought to improve their living conditions. Despite the challenges, he managed to transform the ragtag group into a more capable fighting force. One of Washington's first major tests came during the siege of Boston. British troops under General Thomas Gage occupied the city, while the Continental Army surrounded them. Washington knew that he needed artillery to drive the British out, and he found an opportunity when Colonel Henry Knox proposed an audacious plan. Knox led an expedition to retrieve cannons from Fort Ticonderoga, transporting them over rough terrain and frozen rivers to Boston. When the cannons arrived, Washington positioned them on Dorchester Heights, overlooking the city. The British, realizing they were vulnerable to bombardment, evacuated Boston in March 1776. Though the victory in Boston was a morale boost, Washington understood that the real fight was still ahead. The British were not going to abandon the colonies without a massive struggle. In the summer of 1776, a large British force arrived in New York, determined to crush the rebellion. Washington prepared to defend the city, but the odds were against him. The British had superior numbers, better trained soldiers, and a powerful navy. In August, the Battle of Long Island ended in disaster for the Continental Army. Outflanked and overwhelmed, Washington's forces suffered heavy losses. Despite the defeat, Washington's leadership proved invaluable. Under the cover of night, he orchestrated a daring retreat across the East River, saving his army from destruction. The retreat was carried out in near silence, with soldiers using muffled oars to avoid detection by the British. By dawn, Washington and his men had escaped to fight another day. This strategic withdrawal demonstrated his ability to think under pressure and avoid catastrophic losses. As the war continued, Washington faced continued hardships. He suffered additional defeats at White Plains and Fort Washington, forcing his army to retreat across New Jersey. Morale was low, and many believed the revolution was doomed to fail. But Washington refused to give up. As winter set in, he planned one of the boldest moves of his career, a surprise attack on the Hessian forces in Trenton, New Jersey. The outcome of this daring mission would determine whether the revolution had a chance of survival. On the night of December 25, 1776, as a brutal winter storm raged, George Washington led his army across the icy Delaware River. The soldiers, weary and demoralized from months of retreat, faced a near impossible task. The cold was unbearable, ice floes threatened to capsize their boats, and many of the men lacked proper clothing. Yet Washington knew that this attack was their best chance to turn the tide of the war. Failure meant the likely collapse of the revolution. By the early morning hours of December 26th, Washington's forces reached the outskirts of Trenton, New Jersey. The town was occupied by Hessian mercenaries, skilled German soldiers fighting for the British. But they were unprepared for an attack. After a night of Christmas celebrations, the Hessians were caught off guard as Washington's troops stormed into the town. The battle was swift and decisive. Within an hour, the Continental Army had overwhelmed the Hessians, capturing nearly 1,000 prisoners with minimal losses. The victory at Trenton electrified the revolution. It proved that the Continental Army could defeat professional soldiers and reignited hope in the cause of independence. Washington, understanding the need to maintain momentum, struck again just days later at the Battle of Princeton. Using deception and speed, he outmaneuvered British forces, securing another crucial victory. These twin successes forced the British to abandon much of New Jersey, buying Washington valuable time to rebuild his army. Despite these triumphs, Washington faced constant challenges. Supplies remained scarce, enlistments were expiring, and support for the war wavered. He spent the next months reorganizing his forces, training new recruits, and preparing for the battles ahead. The war was far from over, and Washington knew that the British would return with greater force. In the summer of 1777, British General William Howe launched a campaign to capture Philadelphia, the revolutionary capital. Washington moved his army to intercept him, leading to the Battle of Brandywine in September. The fight was fierce, but the British outflanked Washington's forces, forcing him to retreat. Though defeated, Washington refused to be discouraged. He regrouped and attempted a counterattack at Germantown, but once again, the British emerged victorious. By the end of the year, the Continental Army found itself at Valley Forge, where they endured one of the harshest winters of the war. Starvation, disease, and freezing temperatures took a devastating toll. Thousands of soldiers died, and morale reached its lowest point. Yet Washington remained resolute. He worked tirelessly to keep the army together, lobbying Congress for supplies and instilling discipline within the ranks. It was during this time that Washington found an unlikely ally, Baron Friedrich von Steuben, a Prussian officer with extensive military experience. Von Steuben introduced rigorous training drills, transformed the army's tactics, and instilled discipline in the troops. By the time winter ended, Washington's army was no longer a ragtag militia, but a well-trained fighting force. In June 1778, Washington's revitalized army faced the British at the Battle of Monmouth. The battle was brutal, fought in scorching heat, but Washington's leadership ensured that the Continental Army held its ground. Though not a decisive victory, Monmouth demonstrated that Washington's troops could stand toe-to-toe with the British. As the war dragged on, Washington had to balance military strategy with political maneuvering. He worked closely with Congress to secure resources and navigated complex alliances with France and other foreign powers. The arrival of French support in 1778 provided a crucial advantage, and Washington began planning how to deliver the final blow to the British. With the war reaching its climax, Washington prepared for the campaign that would define his legacy. The fate of the Revolution and the future of the United States hung in the balance. By 1781, after years of brutal warfare, the American Revolution reached its most critical stage. The British, despite their superior forces, found themselves stretched thin across the colonies. Washington knew that a decisive victory was necessary to finally break their hold. He set his sights on Yorktown, Virginia, where British General Charles Cornwallis had fortified his troops. The moment was ripe for a final strike. Washington coordinated with the French, who had become invaluable allies. French General Rochambeau and Admiral de Grasse provided both ground forces and naval support, ensuring the British had no easy escape. In a daring maneuver, Washington's army left its encampment near New York, marching south over 400 miles toward Yorktown. To deceive the British, he maintained the illusion that an attack on New York was imminent. By the time Cornwallis realized Washington's true objective, it was too late. By September, American and French forces had completely surrounded Yorktown. Washington ordered a relentless bombardment, hammering the British defenses day and night. Trenches were dug, siege lines tightened, and the noose around Cornwallis's army grew smaller with each passing day. The final assault came in mid-October. Washington personally oversaw an attack on key British fortifications, including the dramatic capture of Redoubt 9 and Redoubt 10, critical defensive positions protecting the British lines. The British, exhausted and outnumbered, had no path to victory. On October 19, 1781, Cornwallis surrendered. The sight of British soldiers laying down their arms marked the moment the war effectively ended. Washington, ever the disciplined leader, ensured the victory was handled with dignity. He refused to accept Cornwallis's sword in person, instead sending one of his officers to receive it, an act demonstrating that the revolution was about the country, not personal glory. Though Yorktown was the decisive blow, Washington knew the war was not officially over. British troops remained in key areas, and negotiations in Europe still had to play out. He kept his army intact, maintaining discipline and order as the Treaty of Paris negotiations unfolded. Finally, in 1783, Britain recognized American independence, and the war came to an end. With victory secured, Washington faced a defining moment. Many expected him to seize power, even to declare himself king. But Washington did something almost unheard of in history. He resigned his commission, handing control back to Congress. His farewell to his officers at Francis Tavern in December 1783 was an emotional moment, solidifying his place as a leader who put country above personal ambition. He returned to Mount Vernon, intending to live out his days as a private citizen. But fate had other plans. The new nation struggled under the weak Articles of Confederation, and it became clear that a stronger government was needed. In 1787, Washington was called upon once again, this time to preside over the Constitutional Convention in Philadelphia. His mere presence brought credibility to the proceedings. The result was the United States Constitution, a framework that would define the nation's future. As the country prepared to elect its first president, there was no real debate. Washington was the only choice. Despite his desire for retirement, he felt duty-bound to serve. In 1789, he was unanimously elected as the first president of the United States. A new chapter in his life, and in the nation's history, was about to begin. On April 30th, 1789, George Washington stood on the balcony of Federal Hall in New York City, placing his hand on the Bible as he took the oath of office. The weight of the moment was not lost on him. He was now the first president of the United States, tasked with leading a fragile new nation. There was no precedent, no guidebook. Every decision he made would set the foundation for the presidency itself. Washington approached his role with a deep sense of responsibility. He surrounded himself with capable advisors, forming the first presidential cabinet. Among them were Thomas Jefferson as Secretary of State, Alexander Hamilton as Secretary of the Treasury, and Henry Knox as Secretary of War. The ideological clashes between Jefferson and Hamilton would define much of Washington's presidency, shaping the early political landscape of the United States. One of Washington's first major challenges was stabilizing the nation's economy. Hamilton proposed a bold financial plan, including the federal government assuming state debts, the creation of a national bank, and new taxes to generate revenue. Jefferson fiercely opposed these measures, fearing they gave too much power to the central government. Washington, after careful deliberation, sided with Hamilton, believing a strong financial system was essential for national stability. This decision laid the groundwork for America's economic growth, but also deepened divisions between emerging political factions. As Washington worked to strengthen the government, tensions with foreign powers loomed. The French Revolution erupted in 1789, leading to a complex diplomatic crisis. France, seeing the United States as a revolutionary ally, expected American support in its war against Britain. Jefferson argued that the U.S. should honor its alliance with France, while Hamilton insisted on neutrality to avoid another devastating war. Washington ultimately issued the Proclamation of Neutrality in 1793, a controversial but crucial move that kept the young nation out of European conflicts. Domestically, Washington faced growing unrest. In 1791, Congress passed an excise tax on whiskey, sparking outrage among farmers in western Pennsylvania. The resistance escalated into the Whiskey Rebellion, with armed protesters threatening federal tax collectors. Determined to uphold the authority of the government, Washington personally led a militia force of 13,000 troops to suppress the rebellion, the first and only time a sitting U.S. president has done so. The swift response demonstrated the strength of the new federal government and set a precedent for law enforcement. Despite these challenges, Washington's leadership helped solidify the stability of the United States. His presidency established key traditions, including the peaceful transfer of power, the importance of a balanced cabinet, and the enforcement of federal laws. However, as his second term neared its end, political divisions deepened, and Washington grew weary of partisan conflicts. He longed for retirement, knowing that his departure would prove the government could function beyond his leadership. In 1796, Washington announced he would not seek a third term, delivering his farewell address, a speech that remains one of the most important in American history. He warned against the dangers of political parties, urged the nation to remain neutral in foreign affairs, and emphasized the importance of national unity. With his departure, he set the precedent of a two-term presidency, a tradition that would stand until the 20th century. After 8 years in office, Washington returned to Mount Vernon, finally embracing the quiet life he had long desired. But even in retirement, his influence over the nation remained strong. His leadership had carried the United States through its most fragile years, and his legacy as the father of the country was firmly cemented. The nation he had fought for, led, and shaped now stood on its own, ready to face the challenges of the future. In retirement, George Washington hoped to finally enjoy a peaceful life at Mount Vernon, tending to his estate and distancing himself from the political battles that had consumed his years in office. But the country he had helped create was far from stable. The divisions between Federalists and Democratic Republicans grew more intense, and tensions with foreign nations threatened to pull the United States into another war. Though he longed for solitude, Washington's presence was still needed on the national stage. By the late 1790s, France and Britain were once again locked in conflict, and both sought to drag the United States into their struggle. The French, angered by Washington's neutrality policy during his presidency, had begun seizing American merchant ships. President John Adams, Washington's successor, struggled to manage the crisis. Some in his administration, including Alexander Hamilton, pushed for military action against France. Adams, reluctant to escalate the situation, reached out to Washington in 1798, asking him to once again serve as Commander-in-Chief of the U.S. Army in the event of war. Washington, though hesitant, agreed. At 66 years old, he no longer had the energy to lead troops in the field, but he accepted the responsibility of organizing and structuring the nation's military defenses. He spent months advising the administration, ensuring that if war came, the country would be prepared. However, Adams ultimately managed to negotiate peace with France, and Washington's military leadership was never tested again. During this period, Washington remained at Mount Vernon, overseeing his plantation and managing the daily operations of his estate. Despite his wealth and status, he struggled with the economic realities of running such a large property. Mount Vernon relied heavily on enslaved labor, a practice Washington had grown increasingly uncomfortable with in his later years. Though he had not spoken publicly against slavery during his presidency, he had privately begun to question its morality and long-term consequences for the nation. In his final years, Washington made a historic decision, one that would define his personal legacy as much as his military and political achievements. In his will, he arranged for the emancipation of his enslaved workers upon the death of his wife Martha. This act made him one of the few founding fathers to free his slaves, though he did not live to see the broader abolitionist movement that would emerge decades later. As winter set in during December 1799, Washington continued his daily routine at Mount Vernon. On December 12th, after riding through his estate in freezing rain, he developed a severe throat infection. Within days, his condition worsened. Physicians attempted various treatments, including bloodletting, a common but misguided practice of the time. Despite their efforts, Washington's health rapidly declined. On the night of December 14, 1799, George Washington took his final breath. His last words, according to those present, were simple yet profound. "'Tis well." The news of his death spread quickly, and the nation entered a period of mourning. Tributes poured in from across the country, and even from abroad, with leaders like Napoleon Bonaparte ordering a period of mourning in France in honor of the American leader. Washington's legacy was unparalleled. He had led the nation through revolution, shaped its government, and set precedents that would guide future leaders for generations. His passing marked the end of an era, but his influence remained woven into the fabric of the United States. Even in death, George Washington stood as the embodiment of American ideals, strength, sacrifice, and an unwavering commitment to the principles of liberty and democracy. After the passing of George Washington, the United States entered a new phase of its history, one where his presence was no longer a guiding force. Yet, his influence remained deeply embedded in the young nation's political fabric. In the years following his death, leaders often invoked his name and principles when shaping policies and navigating the turbulent waters of early American governance. His farewell address, in particular, became a cornerstone of political discourse, warning against partisanship, entangling foreign alliances, and sectional divisions. Despite Washington's warnings, the nation quickly fell into the very struggles he had sought to prevent. The emergence of two distinct political factions, the Federalists led by John Adams and Alexander Hamilton, and the Democratic Republicans led by Thomas Jefferson and James Madison, intensified political rivalries. These factions often used Washington's legacy as a tool to justify their own positions, each claiming to uphold his vision for the country. His neutral stance on many issues, once seen as a strength, now became a point of contention in a nation increasingly divided by ideological differences. International affairs also tested Washington's enduring legacy. His policy of neutrality was challenged when tensions with Britain and France escalated into what became known as the Quasi-War, an undeclared naval conflict between the US and France. Many Americans look back to Washington's leadership for guidance, with Federalists advocating for stronger military defenses in his image, while Democratic Republicans pushed for diplomatic solutions in line with his reluctance to engage in foreign conflicts. Washington's Mount Vernon estate became a symbol of his lasting impact, visited by political leaders, foreign dignitaries, and citizens seeking inspiration. However, his personal legacy regarding slavery remained a point of complex discussion. While he had freed his enslaved workers upon Martha Washington's death, the institution of slavery continued to expand in the South, sparking debates that would grow into one of the nation's most divisive issues. Abolitionists pointed to Washington's final act as a step toward ending slavery, while Southern leaders argued that his earlier reliance on the system justified its continuation. As the United States continued to grow, Washington's image was immortalized in countless ways. His likeness appeared on currency, statues were erected in his honor, and his birthday became a national celebration. The naming of the new capital, Washington, D.C., further solidified his place in the nation's identity. Every president who followed was inevitably compared to Washington, measured against his leadership, integrity, and dedication to the country. By the early 19th century, the generation that had fought alongside Washington during the Revolution began to fade, leaving a new group of Americans who knew him only through stories, writings, and the institutions he had helped build. His vision for a strong but restrained government, his emphasis on civic duty, and his belief in the power of unity continued to shape the country's path forward. Even as political divisions deepened, Washington's name remained a unifying symbol, a reminder of the ideals upon which the United States was founded. As time passed, Washington's legacy evolved, reflecting the changing values and challenges of the nation. Yet, through every era of American history, his role as the father of the country endured, ensuring that his influence would never truly fade. His leadership in war and peace, his willingness to step away from power, and his steadfast commitment to the Republic remained a blueprint for generations to come, securing his place as one of history's most revered figures. As the years passed after George Washington's death, his legacy only grew stronger, shaping the identity of the young American nation. His influence extended beyond politics and military strategy. He became a symbol of the values and principles upon which the United States was founded. Schools, towns, and institutions were named in his honor, and his story was woven into the fabric of the country's historical narrative. Every generation looked to Washington as a model of leadership, integrity, and self-sacrifice. During the 19th century, Washington's reputation was upheld as the gold standard for American presidents. Political leaders often referenced his words and actions to justify their own decisions. His farewell address, with its warning against political factions and foreign entanglements, remained a guiding document, though the country increasingly struggled to adhere to its principles. The rise of sectionalism and debates over slavery tested the unity Washington had worked so hard to preserve. Yet, his example of putting the nation above personal interests continued to inspire those who sought compromise and national cohesion. The construction of the Washington Monument, which began in the mid-19th century, reflected the country's deep admiration for its first president. Planned as the tallest structure in the world at the time, the monument was meant to stand as a testament to Washington's greatness. However, delays and political turmoil, including the Civil War, stalled its completion for decades. The divided nation struggled to reconcile its differences, but Washington's image remained a rare unifying force, a reminder of a time when the country had come together to fight for independence. As the United States expanded westward, Washington's vision of a strong but restrained government was tested. The principles he championed, balance of power, civic duty, and national unity were invoked in debates over the role of federal authority versus states' rights. His precedent of stepping down after 2 terms remained unchallenged until Franklin D. Roosevelt's presidency over a century later. Even as the nation transformed, Washington's example remained a benchmark for leaders navigating the complexities of governance. Beyond politics, Washington's agricultural innovations and economic foresight influenced generations of American farmers and entrepreneurs. His leadership extended beyond the battlefield and the presidency. He was a forward-thinking landowner who experimented with crop rotation, soil conservation, and sustainable farming practices at Mount Vernon. Historians later recognized his contributions to American agriculture as a reflection of his strategic mindset and long-term vision. The 20th century saw Washington's image become even more deeply ingrained in American culture. His face was immortalized on the $1 bill and the quarter, ensuring that his presence was a daily reminder of the country's foundations. The bicentennial celebrations of his birth in 1932 saw nationwide tributes, parades, and scholarly reflections on his enduring influence. His life and achievements were studied extensively, reinforcing his role as an unparalleled figure in American history. As modern America evolved, Washington's ideals continued to be referenced in discussions of leadership, democracy, and national unity. His story was taught in schools, his writings analyzed by scholars, and his leadership principles cited by politicians across ideological lines. Despite the many challenges the United States faced, Washington's example remained a touchstone, a symbol of what the nation aspired to be. Even centuries after his death, George Washington's legacy endured as a guiding light. His unwavering commitment to the American experiment, his belief in the power of unity, and his willingness to relinquish power for the greater good set him apart as one of history's most extraordinary leaders. As long as the United States exists, his name will remain synonymous with the ideals of freedom, resilience, and selfless service to a greater cause. George Washington's influence on the United States extended far beyond his presidency. As the nation grew and evolved, his leadership style and principles became the foundation for how future leaders governed. His vision of unity, civic duty, and resistance to unchecked power continued to shape the republic he had fought so hard to establish. Throughout the 19th and 20th centuries, Washington's name was invoked during times of national crisis, serving as a reminder of the sacrifices made to secure American independence and stability. One of Washington's most lasting contributions was his emphasis on the peaceful transition of power. His decision to voluntarily step down after 2 terms set a precedent that lasted until Franklin D. Roosevelt's unprecedented 4-term presidency. This tradition of limited executive power was later solidified in the 22nd Amendment, ensuring that no president could hold office indefinitely. Washington's foresight in relinquishing control reinforced the idea that the presidency was a temporary role, not a position for life. Washington's military strategies and leadership skills also continued to influence American warfare. His use of unconventional tactics during the Revolutionary War inspired future military leaders who studied his campaigns to understand how a smaller, less equipped force could defeat a superior enemy. His leadership at Valley Forge, where he maintained morale and discipline under extreme conditions, became a case study in perseverance and command under pressure. Military academies such as West Point incorporated his strategies into their curricula, ensuring that Washington's influence remained central to American military education. Culturally, Washington's legacy took on a near-mythical status. His birthday became a national holiday, celebrated across the country with parades, speeches, and tributes. Stories of his honesty, such as the famous but likely apocryphal tale of him admitting to chopping down a cherry tree, reinforced the image of Washington as a man of unwavering integrity. He was depicted in countless works of art, from grand oil paintings to sculptures in the nation's capital. His face on Mount Rushmore, alongside other revered presidents, further cemented his status as a defining figure in American history. Throughout the Civil War, both the Union and Confederate sides invoked Washington's name to justify their causes. Union leaders cited his belief in a strong, united nation as support for preserving the Union, while the Confederacy framed their struggle as an extension of the fight for independence from tyranny. Washington's legacy was thus used as a powerful rhetorical tool, illustrating how deeply ingrained his influence was in the American psyche. During the 20th century, as the United States emerged as a global superpower, Washington's foreign policy principles were revisited time and again. His farewell address, particularly his warning against entangling alliances, was referenced during debates over America's involvement in both world wars, the Cold War, and numerous foreign conflicts. While his advice was not always followed, it remained a guiding framework for discussions on military intervention and diplomatic strategy. Washington's personal character and leadership philosophy continued to be a benchmark for assessing presidents and public figures. His ability to navigate deep political divisions without succumbing to partisan pressures was admired across the political spectrum. As the United States faced new challenges, from economic downturns to civil rights struggles, Washington's legacy remained a unifying symbol of the ideals upon which the nation was built. Even in the modern era, Washington's name carries immense weight. Schools, institutions, and landmarks bearing his name serve as daily reminders of his contributions. His residence at Mount Vernon, carefully preserved as a historical site, attracts millions of visitors seeking to understand the man behind the legend. His writings, particularly his letters and speeches, continue to be studied by historians and political scholars, offering insights into the principles that shaped the United States. More than 2 centuries after his death, George Washington's impact on America remains unparalleled. His vision for the country, his commitment to democratic principles, and his leadership in times of crisis established a standard that leaders still aspire to meet. The nation he helped create stands as a testament to his enduring influence, ensuring that his legacy will never fade from history. As the United States progressed into the 19th century, George Washington's legacy remained a cornerstone of the nation's identity. His principles of leadership, governance, and national unity continued to guide the country through its growing pains, influencing every aspect of American life. His name was invoked in political debates, his image was honored in monuments and currency, and his writings were studied as a blueprint for maintaining the republic he had helped establish. Washington's role as the first president set enduring precedents that defined the office. His belief in a strong but limited executive branch provided a model for future presidents to follow. He demonstrated that power should be exercised with restraint, a lesson that many leaders took to heart. The balance he struck between authority and humility shaped how the presidency evolved, ensuring that it remained a position of service rather than domination. During times of national crisis, Washington's leadership was often referenced as an example of steadfastness and integrity. In the War of 1812, as the young nation faced its first major conflict since the Revolution, Americans looked back on Washington's military strategies and leadership style for inspiration. His emphasis on unity and perseverance served as a guiding principle for those who sought to defend the nation's sovereignty. Politically, Washington's warnings against factionalism and excessive partisanship became increasingly relevant as divisions deepened within the United States. The emergence of strong political parties, despite his cautionary advice in the farewell address, led to heated debates about the nature of governance. Yet, His legacy remained a reminder that national interest should always come before partisan loyalty. Leaders from both sides of the political spectrum often cited Washington's example when calling for bipartisanship and compromise. Economically, Washington's vision for a self-sustaining and independent nation influenced policies for decades. His support for infrastructure projects, a stable currency, and economic self-reliance echoed through the policies of later administrations. The financial institutions he helped establish, such as the Bank of the United States, played a crucial role in the country's economic development. His forward-thinking approach to commerce and trade laid the groundwork for America's rise as an economic powerhouse. Culturally, Washington's image was woven into the fabric of American society. Schools, towns, and entire states were named after him, ensuring that every generation would be reminded of his contributions. Artists and writers continued to immortalize his life through literature, paintings, and plays, reinforcing his role as the nation's foremost founding father. His story was taught in classrooms as an essential part of American history, and his character was celebrated as the ideal model of leadership and patriotism. As the country expanded westward, Washington's vision for a united and prosperous nation faced new challenges. The debates over slavery, territorial expansion, and states' rights tested the unity he had fought so hard to preserve. His legacy was often invoked by both sides in these conflicts, with each interpreting his ideals to support their respective positions. Despite these divisions, Washington's unwavering commitment to the nation's stability remained a touchstone for those seeking to keep the country intact. The physical preservation of Washington's legacy also became a national priority. Mount Vernon, his beloved estate, was carefully maintained as a historic landmark. Visitors from across the country and around the world traveled to see the home of the man who had shaped American history. Efforts to protect his artifacts, letters, and military relics ensured that future generations would have direct access to the tangible remnants of his life and work. Washington's influence reached beyond the borders of the United States. Internationally, he was respected as a symbol of Republican ideals and democratic governance. His leadership style and commitment to national sovereignty were studied by leaders in emerging democracies around the world. The example he set for peaceful transitions of power and principled leadership was admired by statesmen in countries seeking to build their own stable governments. By the mid-19th century, George Washington had become more than just a historical figure. He was a national institution. His legacy continued to shape the country's political, economic, and cultural landscape, reinforcing the values of perseverance, duty, and unity. As the United States faced new trials and transformations, his presence remained an enduring force, guiding the nation forward in its quest to uphold the ideals upon which it was founded. As the United States entered an era of rapid change, the influence of George Washington's legacy continued to shape the nation. His foundational principles were referenced in times of political uncertainty, economic expansion, and social transformation. The government he helped establish faced new challenges, yet his vision for a strong, united, and self-sufficient republic remained a guiding force for future generations. Washington's emphasis on national unity became increasingly relevant as the nation expanded westward. The addition of new states and territories brought with it debates over governance, representation, and the extension of rights. The Missouri Compromise and other legislative efforts to maintain the balance of power between free and slave states often referenced Washington's warnings against sectionalism. Leaders on both sides of the debate cited his farewell address, using his words to support their conflicting arguments. Economically, Washington's policies laid the groundwork for America's transition into an industrial powerhouse. His belief in infrastructure development, national banking, and a diversified economy influenced policies that supported canals, railroads, and burgeoning industries. The financial systems he helped create continued to facilitate commerce and trade, fueling the country's growth into one of the world's leading economies. In military matters, Washington's strategic insights were studied by generations of officers at West Point and beyond. His understanding of asymmetrical warfare, discipline, and leadership remained central to American military doctrine. During conflicts such as the Mexican-American War and the Civil War, his principles of command and organization were invoked by military leaders seeking to emulate his effectiveness on the battlefield. The preservation of Washington's physical legacy also became a national priority. The Mount Vernon Ladies Association, founded in the mid-19th century, took on the responsibility of maintaining his estate, ensuring that it remained a symbol of his contributions. Citizens from all walks of life donated funds to preserve Mount Vernon, demonstrating the deep and widespread reverence for Washington's memory. Culturally, Washington's influence continued to permeate American society. His name, image, and legacy were immortalized in literature, speeches, and public monuments. The Washington Monument, whose construction began in the early 19th century, stood as a towering tribute to his leadership and sacrifice. Schools, towns, and institutions bearing his name reinforced his presence in everyday American life, ensuring that each new generation recognized his role in shaping the nation. As the nation faced growing internal divisions, Washington's call for unity was increasingly invoked. Political leaders and scholars looked to his example as they navigated crises that threatened to fracture the country. Even as the United States moved further from its revolutionary origins, Washington's legacy remained a constant source of guidance and inspiration, reminding Americans of the values upon which their nation was built. As the United States progressed further into the 19th century, George Washington's influence remained a powerful force in shaping the nation's ideals and identity. His words and actions continued to be studied, debated, and revered by politicians, military leaders, and citizens alike. Every major political crisis or decision was often measured against his standards of leadership, and his farewell address remained a cornerstone of American political philosophy. The continued expansion of the country brought new challenges that tested Washington's vision of unity and national cohesion. The growing tensions between North and South over economic policies and slavery increasingly divided the country. As debates raged in Congress, many leaders invoked Washington's warnings against sectionalism. His calls for unity and avoiding entangling alliances were repeated in speeches, editorials, and legislative discussions as the country sought to find common ground amidst rising discord. Washington's influence also extended into foreign policy. The Monroe Doctrine, which shaped America's approach to foreign relations for decades, was deeply rooted in Washington's principles of neutrality and non-intervention. His belief in avoiding permanent alliances guided diplomatic strategies as the nation grew into a global power. Even as the United States engaged in conflicts such as the Mexican-American War, Washington's emphasis on national interest over foreign entanglements remained a foundational principle in policy decisions. Domestically, Washington's economic policies continued to shape the nation's growth. The infrastructure projects he had once advocated evolved into vast networks of railroads, canals, and roads that connected the expanding states. His belief in a strong financial system was reflected in the ongoing development of banking institutions, which provided the capital necessary for industrial expansion. His vision of economic self-sufficiency influenced generations of leaders who sought to balance agriculture, commerce, and industry. Culturally, Washington's image remained an enduring symbol of American identity. His likeness appeared on currency, statues, and public buildings, ensuring that his legacy was never far from the public consciousness. His birthday became a national celebration, reinforcing his role as the father of the nation. Schools and universities continued to teach his story, emphasizing his virtues of duty, sacrifice, and leadership. As the Civil War loomed on the horizon, Washington's legacy took on new significance. Both the Union and the Confederacy claimed to uphold his vision of the nation. Leaders on both sides cited his words, interpreting them in ways that supported their causes. Yet, even in the face of internal strife, Washington's call for unity and perseverance remained a guiding force, reminding Americans of the principles upon which their country was founded. His leadership during the Revolutionary War and his presidency continued to serve as an example of resilience and moral fortitude. As the nation stood on the brink of its greatest internal conflict, Washington's life and legacy remained a source of inspiration for those striving to preserve the Union and the values he had fought to establish. As the United States entered the Civil War, George Washington's legacy was invoked more than ever before. Both the Union and the Confederacy saw themselves as the rightful heirs to his vision, using his words and actions to justify their causes. His warnings about sectionalism and the importance of national unity were debated in Congress, newspapers, and battlefields alike. While Washington had fought to unite the colonies into a single nation, the country now found itself on the brink of destruction, torn apart by irreconcilable differences. Abraham Lincoln, who revered Washington's leadership, often referenced his ideals when addressing the nation. In the midst of war, Lincoln sought to uphold Washington's principles, emphasizing the importance of preserving the Union above all else. He believed that the experiment Washington had helped build could not be allowed to fail, no matter the cost. The struggle to hold the United States together was seen as a direct continuation of Washington's fight for independence, only now, the battle was within rather than against a foreign power. Meanwhile, the Confederacy claimed Washington as their own, highlighting his role as a Virginian and a defender of state sovereignty. Southern leaders framed their secession as an extension of the Revolutionary War, arguing that they were fighting for the same principles of self-governance that Washington had championed. His name was used to rally troops, inspire loyalty, and lend historical legitimacy to their cause. Even as the nation split in two, Washington's legacy remained a unifying symbol for both sides. Beyond the war itself, Washington's influence was deeply felt in military strategy. His ability to lead an underdog force against a superior enemy was studied by both Union and Confederate generals. His emphasis on discipline, adaptability, and resilience became guiding principles for officers on both sides of the conflict. His crossing of the Delaware River, his winter at Valley Forge, and his strategic patience during the Revolutionary War were all used as examples of the kind of leadership required in times of crisis. As the war raged on, Washington's Mount Vernon estate remained a place of national significance. Despite being located in Virginia, Confederate forces largely refrained from occupying or damaging the property, recognizing its symbolic importance to both North and South. Mount Vernon became neutral ground, visited by soldiers from both sides who sought a connection to the man whose vision had shaped the nation they were now fighting over. The preservation of his home during such a destructive period was a testament to the enduring respect he commanded. When the war finally ended and the Union was preserved, Washington's vision of a united America was reaffirmed. The principles he had championed, perseverance, national identity, and the rule of law, became the foundation for the country's rebuilding process. As Lincoln had hoped, Washington's ideals provided a path forward, guiding the United States through its darkest hour and into an uncertain but hopeful future. His legacy, once again, proved to be the glue holding the nation together. After George Washington's death in 1799, his influence on the United States only grew stronger. His leadership, character, and principles became the gold standard by which future presidents and political leaders were measured. Throughout the 19th and 20th centuries, his legacy continued to shape American governance, military strategy, and national identity. Politically, Washington's precedent of serving only 2 terms as president set an unwritten rule that lasted until Franklin D. Roosevelt's 4-term presidency, which ultimately led to the formalization of the 2-term limit in the 22nd Amendment. His warnings against political factions in his farewell address remained relevant as the 2-party system emerged and evolved, often serving as a reminder of the dangers of extreme partisanship. His advocacy for a strong but balanced central government influenced the structure of American governance. The checks and balances he helped establish ensured that no single branch of government could dominate, preserving democratic stability through times of crisis. Presidents such as Thomas Jefferson, James Madison, and even Abraham Lincoln frequently referenced Washington's leadership when navigating difficult political decisions. In military affairs, Washington's emphasis on discipline, adaptability, and strategic patience became core principles of the U.S. Armed Forces. His legacy was studied in military academies, including West Point, which was established in 1802 under Thomas Jefferson's administration. Generals such as Ulysses S. Grant and Dwight D. Eisenhower looked to Washington's leadership style for inspiration in commanding their forces. Culturally, Washington's image became an enduring national symbol. His face was placed on the $1 bill and the quarter, ensuring that his likeness was seen daily by millions. The naming of the nation's capital, Washington, D.C., reinforced his lasting impact on the country's political heart. Countless schools, streets, and monuments were dedicated to him, further cementing his place in the American consciousness. Washington's influence extended beyond the United States. Leaders of newly formed republics in the 19th and 20th centuries studied his leadership as they sought to build stable democracies. His restraint in consolidating power and his commitment to peaceful transitions of leadership became an example for nations striving to establish lasting governments. Even in the modern era, Washington's legacy remains deeply embedded in American political discourse. His words on unity, responsibility, and civic duty continue to be cited in times of national uncertainty. Every generation of leaders and citizens looks back to Washington as a guiding figure, ensuring that his influence endures far beyond his lifetime. One of the most enduring aspects of George Washington's influence was his role in shaping the American presidency. His decision to step down after 2 terms created a standard that reinforced the idea that the office should not become a lifetime appointment. This peaceful transition of power set a precedent that would distinguish the United States from other nations where leaders often clung to power indefinitely. Future presidents, from Thomas Jefferson to Theodore Roosevelt, often looked to Washington's example when determining their own approach to governance. His farewell address, which warned against entangling foreign alliances, excessive political partisanship, and regional divisions, remained a guiding document for American policymakers. Throughout the 19th century, Washington's foreign policy principles influenced decisions such as the Monroe Doctrine, which asserted that European powers should not interfere in the affairs of the Western Hemisphere. Even in the 20th century, leaders such as Woodrow Wilson and Franklin D. Roosevelt reflected on Washington's words when navigating international conflicts. Beyond politics, Washington's personal virtues of integrity, duty, and humility became deeply embedded in American culture. He was often portrayed as the ideal statesman, a man who led not out of ambition, but out of a sense of obligation to his country. His reputation for honesty, exemplified by the legendary, but likely apocryphal story of the cherry tree, was used to teach generations of school children about the importance of truthfulness and moral character. Washington's influence extended into the judicial system as well. The Supreme Court, under Chief Justice John Marshall, often referred to his leadership when interpreting the Constitution. His role in establishing executive authority while respecting the separation of powers provided a framework that continued to guide legal decisions for centuries. Marshall, in particular, sought to strengthen the federal government, citing Washington's vision of a united and effective national authority. His impact on the military was equally profound. The principles he established in the Continental Army, discipline, strategic patience, and civilian control of the military, became core tenets of American military doctrine. Generals such as Robert E. Lee, and later Dwight D. Eisenhower studied his campaigns for lessons in leadership and resilience. Washington's ability to inspire loyalty among his troops, despite hardships at Valley Forge, remained a powerful example of military command. Throughout American history, Washington's name and image have been invoked during times of crisis. During the Civil War, both the Union and Confederacy saw him as a symbol of their cause. In World War II, Franklin D. Roosevelt likened the fight against fascism to Washington's struggle for independence. Even in modern times, his legacy is referenced when leaders seek to unite the nation in the face of adversity. More than 2 centuries after his death, George Washington's influence continues to shape the identity of the United States. His vision of a nation built on unity, civic responsibility, and democratic governance remains a cornerstone of American ideals. As long as the country endures, Washington's legacy will serve as both a foundation and a guiding light for future generations. Washington's influence did not wane with time. Instead, it deepened, shaping the very essence of American identity. As the United States expanded westward in the 19th century, his vision of a strong but limited federal government guided policymakers through the challenges of governance over an increasingly vast and diverse nation. His belief in national unity remained a touchstone during moments of division, particularly during the Civil War, when leaders from both the Union and the Confederacy evoked his legacy to justify their causes. The construction of the Washington Monument, begun in 1848 and completed in 1884, demonstrated the nation's deep respect for its first president. The towering obelisk in the heart of the Capitol served as a permanent reminder of his towering influence, inspiring countless visitors with the ideals he championed. Similarly, the naming of Washington, D.C., ensured that every decision made in the nation's political epicenter was symbolically tied to his legacy. In the early 20th century, Washington's image was further cemented in American culture. The 1932 bicentennial of his birth saw a nationwide celebration, reinforcing his role as a guiding figure during the Great Depression. His presence on the $1 bill and the quarter made his face one of the most recognizable symbols of American stability and perseverance. Leaders such as Franklin D. Roosevelt and Dwight D. Eisenhower drew direct comparisons between Washington's leadership and their own struggles during times of national crisis. Beyond the borders of the United States, Washington's influence extended to other nations striving for self-governance. His rejection of monarchical rule and his voluntary relinquishment of power set an example for emerging republics. Revolutionary leaders in Latin America, such as Simón Bolívar, admired his restraint and vision, modeling aspects of their own leadership on his legacy. In Europe, statesmen saw his ability to balance authority with democratic principles as an ideal worth emulating. Even in the modern era, Washington's words and actions continue to shape political thought. His insistence on neutrality in foreign affairs is still debated in discussions about American interventionism. His warnings against excessive partisanship are frequently cited as the nation grapples with political polarization. His commitment to civic duty and service remains a model for public officials and citizens alike. Through every war, every economic challenge, and every period of uncertainty, the figure of George Washington looms large. His story is retold in classrooms, referenced in presidential speeches, and embedded in the symbols of the nation. More than just the first president, he became the embodiment of American ideals, honor, perseverance, and unity. As long as the United States exists, Washington's legacy will endure, a reminder of the foundation upon which the nation was built and the principles that continue to guide it forward. As the United States entered the 21st century, George Washington's legacy remained as relevant as ever. His ideals of leadership, unity, and service continued to influence political discourse, military strategy, and public policy. Every newly elected president studied his farewell address, seeking wisdom in his warnings about partisanship, foreign entanglements, and the dangers of unchecked power. His leadership during the American Revolution and his presidency set a standard that leaders still aspired to follow. Washington's influence on the U.S. military remained particularly strong. The leadership principles he established during the Revolutionary War, discipline, adaptability, and leading by example, became core values in the training of American officers. The military academies at West Point and Annapolis frequently referenced his strategic decisions, reinforcing his role as a foundational figure in American warfare. During times of crisis, from the Civil War to World War II to modern conflicts, military leaders invoked his name as a source of inspiration and guidance. Beyond government and the military, Washington's values continued to shape American society. His emphasis on civic duty encouraged public service, with generations of Americans looking to his example when taking up roles in government, education, and community leadership. The concept of term limits, inspired by his voluntary departure from the presidency, remained a defining feature of American democracy. His insistence on a peaceful transition of power provided reassurance during moments of political instability. Washington's vision of national unity was frequently invoked during periods of division. In times of social unrest or ideological conflict, leaders reminded the nation of his warnings against political factionalism and sectionalism. His belief in the strength of a united republic influenced efforts to bridge divides, emphasizing the shared principles that formed the foundation of the country. His commitment to democratic governance, personal integrity, and national service remained central to the American identity. Culturally, Washington's legacy was preserved through countless books, films, and historical reenactments. His life was studied in classrooms, his speeches were analyzed in political debates, and his image was displayed in government buildings, museums, and national parks. He remained a symbol of leadership, resilience, and the enduring spirit of the American experiment. Even in an era of rapid technological advancement and global change, George Washington's legacy continued to shape the nation he helped create. His words and actions echoed through history, a reminder of the principles that defined the United States. As long as the nation endured, so too would the influence of its first and most revered leader. Washington's influence extended beyond the borders of the United States, shaping democratic movements and political philosophies around the world. His model of leadership and governance was studied by emerging republics, and his decision to step down after 2 terms became a precedent for democratic transitions worldwide. As nations sought to balance power, ensure stability, and prevent authoritarian rule, Washington's example provided guidance and inspiration. In Europe, political thinkers and statesmen analyzed Washington's leadership during the American Revolution and his presidency. The French Revolution, inspired in part by the American struggle for independence, saw Washington's name invoked as a model of restraint and duty. While European monarchies grappled with shifting political landscapes, reformers pointed to Washington's voluntary relinquishment of power as a demonstration of true republicanism. His leadership style influenced constitutional debates and the creation of governments in nations seeking democratic foundations. Latin America also felt the impact of Washington's legacy. Revolutionary leaders such as Simón Bolívar admired his strategic acumen and dedication to self-governance. Bolívar, who sought to free South America from Spanish rule, viewed Washington as the ideal leader, one who fought for independence and then willingly returned to private life rather than seizing absolute power. Washington's principles of leadership helped shape the development of republican institutions in newly independent nations. His influence reached even further as democratic ideals spread across the globe. Leaders in Africa and Asia referenced Washington when advocating for self-rule and constitutional governance. The post-colonial era of the 20th century saw newly formed nations look to Washington's presidency as a model for balancing authority while maintaining individual freedoms. His emphasis on civilian leadership over military rule served as a cornerstone for modern democratic institutions worldwide. Washington's approach to foreign policy, particularly his emphasis on neutrality and non-intervention, remained a subject of debate in international relations. His farewell address warned against entangling alliances, a principle that influenced American foreign policy for over a century. While the United States eventually became more engaged on the world stage, Washington's vision of measured diplomacy and national sovereignty continued to shape discussions on military intervention and international commitments. His legacy also endured in the realm of global leadership and governance. As world leaders navigated crises, they often cited Washington's patience, strategic thinking, and ability to unite a divided people. His unwavering commitment to principles over personal power served as a reminder that leadership was not about self-interest, but about the greater good. His name became synonymous with the ideals of democracy, liberty, and responsible governance. Generations after his time, Washington remained not just a figure of American history, but a global symbol of leadership. His life's work resonated far beyond his own nation, influencing movements for freedom, democratic governance, and principled leadership across continents. His enduring legacy proved that true leadership transcends time and borders, continuing to inspire those who seek justice, stability, and a government by the people. Washington's impact on the world was not limited to the era in which he lived. His leadership and principles shaped the global understanding of democracy, governance, and the responsibilities of leadership. Across continents, nations aspiring to self-governance and stability found inspiration in his presidency and his commitment to public service. His legacy became a touchstone for those seeking to establish and maintain democratic institutions. Throughout the 19th and 20th centuries, Washington's ideas influenced the development of constitutional democracies worldwide. As countries in Europe moved away from absolute monarchies, political reformers invoked Washington's model of leadership as an alternative to authoritarian rule. His voluntary retirement after 2 terms in office became a standard for democratic transitions, reinforcing the importance of limited power and civilian authority. Leaders from newly established republics in France, Germany, and beyond studied Washington's actions, using them as guiding principles in structuring their own governments. In Latin America, revolutionary figures such as Simón Bolívar and José de San Martín viewed Washington as a model statesman. His ability to lead an armed struggle for independence while maintaining a commitment to democratic ideals resonated deeply with their own fights against colonial rule. Bolívar, in particular, saw Washington's rejection of monarchical power as a precedent for republican leadership. The influence of Washington's governance continued to shape Latin American political thought, emphasizing the importance of checks and balances in government. Africa and Asia also felt the lasting impact of Washington's ideals as former colonies fought for independence in the mid-20th century. As leaders in India, Ghana, and South Africa worked to build stable governments, Washington's vision of leadership served as a foundation for their own political structures. His emphasis on national unity, service to the people, and the peaceful transition of power provided a blueprint for leaders navigating the complexities of independence and governance. Figures like Kwame Nkrumah and Jawaharlal Nehru cited Washington's principles when designing their nation's democratic frameworks. Washington's influence even extended into modern global institutions. The emphasis he placed on diplomacy, national sovereignty, and non-entanglement in foreign affairs influenced international relations and policies of neutrality for many nations. His farewell address continued to be referenced in discussions of foreign policy, serving as a warning about overcommitment in international conflicts. Countries seeking to maintain balanced international relations often look to his policies as a model for strategic autonomy and self-determination. In education, Washington remained a central figure in the study of political leadership. Universities and academies around the world incorporated his speeches, letters, and policies into curricula designed to teach the values of ethical leadership, governance, and military strategy. His ability to unite a divided people and lay the groundwork for a functioning democracy remained an invaluable lesson for future generations. Even in the digital age, Washington's name and legacy persisted. His leadership continued to be a reference point in global politics, serving as a reminder of the ideals upon which democratic societies were built. His life's work transcended national borders, reinforcing the universal values of duty, honor, and service. Washington's influence proved that true leadership was not just about personal ambition, but about shaping a future in which freedom and democracy could thrive for all people. Washington's legacy continued to shape the modern world long after his passing, influencing political leaders, social movements, and global governance. As the world evolved, his principles remained relevant, serving as a benchmark for democratic values, national identity, and ethical leadership. The example he set in the 18th century transcended time, impacting how nations approached leadership and governance in the 21st century. His farewell address, particularly his warnings against political factionalism and foreign entanglements, remained a cornerstone of political thought. Leaders in the United States and abroad cited his words when navigating periods of political polarization and international conflict. His belief in unity over partisanship served as a reminder of the dangers of internal division, a lesson that resonated in moments of national crisis. Many governments used Washington's emphasis on stable, balanced governance as a guiding principle in structuring their own institutions. As democracy spread across the globe, Washington's model of leadership became a blueprint for newly formed republics. His commitment to civilian governance over military rule influenced the transition of power in multiple nations. Even in times of dictatorship and authoritarianism, opposition leaders looked to Washington as an example of how to lead with integrity and self-restraint. His voluntary resignation from the presidency was particularly influential, demonstrating that true leadership was rooted in service rather than personal gain. Beyond politics, Washington's name became synonymous with national identity and the preservation of historical values. Cities, institutions, and landmarks around the world bore his name, reinforcing his status as a universal figure of leadership. His influence extended into education, where political science and leadership programs analyzed his strategies, decisions, and philosophies. Military academies studied his tactics, and historians continued to debate the finer details of his contributions to global history. The impact of Washington's leadership was also evident in social movements. His dedication to personal responsibility and national service inspired leaders across the political spectrum. Advocates for civil rights, economic reform, and global diplomacy referenced Washington's principles when fighting for justice and stability. His ability to unify disparate factions and guide a young nation through uncertainty provided a timeless example of resilience and vision. Even in modern times, Washington's approach to governance remained a source of debate and reflection. His insistence on national sovereignty and cautious engagement with foreign powers influenced contemporary discussions on foreign policy. While global conflicts and alliances evolved beyond what Washington could have foreseen, his foundational principles of diplomacy, national interest, and measured decision-making continued to inform international relations. Through centuries of political change and technological advancement, Washington's name remained a touchstone for leadership. His vision of a nation built on unity, self-governance, and principled leadership continued to inspire not just Americans, but people around the world seeking to create just and stable societies. His enduring legacy proved that the true measure of leadership was not in personal power, but in the ability to shape a better future for generations to come. In his final years, George Washington sought the peace and simplicity of private life at Mount Vernon. After leaving the presidency in 1797, he was relieved to step away from public affairs, yet his sense of duty never faded. He dedicated his time to managing his estate, improving agricultural techniques, and overseeing the daily operations of his vast plantation. Though he longed for a quiet retirement, the weight of national affairs continued to follow him. As political tensions between the United States and France escalated into the quasi-war, Washington was once again called upon to serve. In 1798, President John Adams appointed him as Commander-in-Chief of the U.S. Army, a position he reluctantly accepted. Though he left active leadership to Alexander Hamilton, his presence alone reassured the nation. He carefully advised on military preparations, ensuring that the young republic remained ready to defend itself if necessary. His willingness to serve, even in old age, reaffirmed his lifelong commitment to the country he had helped build. Despite these obligations, Washington's true focus remained on Mount Vernon. He was deeply invested in modernizing farming methods and experimenting with crop rotation, soil conservation, and livestock breeding. His estate became a model of innovation, and he corresponded with agricultural experts to share knowledge. However, as he worked to improve his land, he also struggled with the moral contradictions of slavery. Though he had long expressed unease with the institution, he had yet to take decisive action. In his will, Washington made a landmark decision. He ordered the emancipation of his enslaved workers upon Martha Washington's death. This act, though limited in scope, set him apart from many of his contemporaries and underscored his evolving views on the issue. Washington's health began to decline in late 1799. On December 12, After riding through cold and wet conditions on his plantation, he developed a severe throat infection. His condition worsened rapidly, and despite the efforts of physicians, he succumbed to illness on December 14, 1799. His death sent shockwaves through the nation. Tributes poured in from all corners of the country and beyond, with leaders from Europe and the Americas recognizing his unparalleled contributions to history. Martha Washington, devastated by the loss of her husband, carried out his final wishes, including the emancipation of their enslaved workers. The nation entered a period of mourning, honoring the man who had guided them through revolution and the fragile early years of independence. His funeral at Mount Vernon was a private affair, attended by close family and friends, but the nation at large held its own memorials in his honor. Congress declared him first in war, first in peace, and first in the hearts of his countrymen, a phrase that would forever define his legacy. Even in death, Washington's presence loomed over the United States. His leadership style became the gold standard for future presidents. His warnings against political division were revisited during times of national strife, and his dedication to democracy continued to inspire generations. His final years, though quieter than the height of his power, were marked by an unwavering commitment to service and an enduring influence on the country he helped forge. As George Washington prepared to leave the presidency, he delivered one of the most significant speeches in American history. His farewell address, published on September 19, 1796, this address was not a spoken speech, but a carefully crafted letter to the American people. In it, Washington reflected on his time in office, offered guidance for the nation's future, and issued warnings that would remain relevant for centuries to come. One of Washington's most pressing concerns was the danger of political factionalism. He feared that political parties would divide the nation, turning government into a battleground of personal rivalries and regional interests rather than a unified effort for the common good. He warned that parties would lead to corruption, manipulation by foreign influences, and the erosion of national unity. Despite his caution, political factions had already begun forming, with Federalists and Democratic Republicans vying for power, a trend that would only intensify in the years to come. Washington also emphasized the importance of national unity. He believed that sectionalism, loyalty to a particular region over the whole nation, would weaken the republic and open the door to internal strife. He urged Americans to see themselves first and foremost as citizens of a united country, rather than as members of competing states or factions. His words carried even greater weight as tensions between North and South began to grow, eventually culminating in the Civil War decades later. Another major theme of the farewell address was Washington's warning against permanent foreign alliances. He argued that while trade and temporary agreements with other nations were necessary, the United States should avoid long-term political or military entanglements. He believed that such alliances would drag the young nation into unnecessary conflicts and compromise its sovereignty. This principle of non-intervention shaped American foreign policy for over a century, influencing decisions from the early 19th century through the isolationist stance before World War I. Washington also stressed the necessity of morality and religion in maintaining a stable government. He saw virtue and ethical leadership as essential to the survival of a free republic. While he advocated for religious tolerance, he believed that moral principles rooted in faith provided the foundation for good governance. His views on civic responsibility and personal integrity became lasting pillars of American political philosophy. His final warning was about the dangers of an overgrown military establishment. While he understood the need for national defense, he feared that a powerful standing army could become a tool for tyranny if not kept in check by civilian oversight. This concern shaped early American defense policies, reinforcing the idea that military power should always remain subordinate to elected leadership. Washington's farewell address set a precedent for future leaders, offering a roadmap for the nation's development. Over the years, presidents and policymakers have revisited his words, finding wisdom in his warnings. His call for unity, caution in foreign affairs, and resistance to political division remain as relevant today as they were in 1796. His final message to the American people was not just a farewell, it was a lasting testament to the ideals upon which the nation was built. Throughout history, George Washington's legacy has been shaped by both truth and myth. Some stories about him are well-documented facts, while others have been exaggerated or entirely fabricated. As one of the most revered figures in American history, Washington became the subject of numerous legends that sought to reinforce his image as a moral and virtuous leader. Separating fact from fiction is essential to understanding the real man behind the myths. One of the most famous myths about Washington is the story of the cherry tree. According to this tale, a young Washington chopped down his father's cherry tree, and when confronted he confessed, saying, "I cannot tell a lie." This story was first published by Parson Weems, one of Washington's earliest biographers, in an effort to highlight Washington's honesty. However, there is no historical evidence to support this event. While Washington was known for his integrity, the cherry tree story is a fabrication meant to inspire moral character in young Americans. Another widespread myth is that Washington had wooden teeth. While it is true that he suffered from severe dental problems throughout his life, his dentures were not made of wood. Instead, they were constructed from a combination of materials, including human teeth, animal teeth, and ivory, often held together with metal springs. Washington's dental struggles were well documented, and he frequently complained about the pain and discomfort they caused him. His dentures also contributed to his reserved demeanor and the serious expression seen in many of his portraits. A popular misconception is that Washington was offered the title of king after the American Revolution. While some individuals did suggest a form of monarchy or lifetime leadership role, Washington firmly rejected any such idea. He was deeply committed to the principles of republican government and saw himself as a servant of the people, not a ruler. His voluntary decision to relinquish power after 2 terms as president set a crucial precedent for the peaceful transition of leadership in the United States. There is also a belief that Washington single-handedly led every battle to victory during the Revolutionary War. While he was a skilled strategist and an inspiring leader, the war was a collective effort that involved many generals, soldiers, and foreign allies. He suffered significant losses, such as the defeat in New York in 1776, but he learned from his mistakes and adapted his tactics. His leadership was instrumental in securing victory, but the war was not won by his efforts alone. One truth about Washington that is often understated is his complex relationship with slavery. While he relied on enslaved labor to maintain his Mount Vernon estate, he grew increasingly uneasy about the institution. In his later years, he took steps that few of his contemporaries did. He made provisions in his will to free his enslaved workers upon Martha Washington's death. This act, while limited in scope, reflected his evolving views on slavery and set him apart from many of his peers. Washington's legacy is built on real accomplishments, and while myths have embellished his story, they do not diminish his impact. He was a man of principle, resilience, and vision, who shaped the United States through his leadership and character. By distinguishing historical fact from legend, we gain a clearer understanding of the true George Washington, one whose influence extends beyond myth into the foundations of the nation he helped build. George Washington's role as the father of the nation is often compared to the contributions of other founding fathers, each of whom played a crucial part in shaping the United States. While Washington provided steadfast leadership and a unifying presence, others contributed in different but equally significant ways. Examining his legacy alongside figures like Thomas Jefferson, John Adams, Alexander Hamilton, and James Madison offers a deeper understanding of his unique place in history. Thomas Jefferson, the principal author of the Declaration of Independence, is often regarded as the intellectual force behind American democracy. His vision for the nation emphasized individual liberties and agrarian values, contrasting with Washington's focus on unity and pragmatic governance. Jefferson's ideals helped shape the philosophical foundation of the Republic, but his leadership style was far more partisan and divisive than Washington's unifying approach. John Adams, Washington's successor as president, was one of the most vocal advocates for independence. He played a key role in the Continental Congress and was instrumental in securing foreign aid during the Revolution. However, Adams lacked Washington's ability to rise above political factionalism. His presidency was marked by intense partisan conflict, particularly with Jefferson's Democratic Republicans. In contrast, Washington had set the precedent of remaining above party politics, warning against their dangers in his farewell address. Alexander Hamilton, Washington's close advisor and the first Secretary of the Treasury, was a visionary in financial and economic matters. He established the foundations of the American financial system, including a national bank and policies that strengthened the federal government. Washington relied heavily on Hamilton's expertise, but while Hamilton sought a strong centralized government, Washington maintained a careful balance, ensuring that federal authority did not overshadow the democratic principles of the new nation. James Madison, often called the father of the Constitution, played a pivotal role in drafting and promoting the U.S. Constitution and the Bill of Rights. His contributions to the structure of government were invaluable, yet he did not possess Washington's widespread popular appeal or military leadership. Madison's work was instrumental in creating the framework of American governance, but it was Washington who provided the stability and trust necessary to implement and sustain it. Compared to these figures, Washington's influence was unique in that he was not primarily a writer, philosopher, or legislator. He was a leader whose presence and decisions shaped the course of the nation. He was the unifying force that turned revolutionary ideals into a functioning government. While others debated and wrote policies, Washington set the example through action, demonstrating the virtues of duty, restraint, and selfless leadership. His willingness to step down after 2 terms in office remains one of the most significant decisions in American history. Many of his contemporaries, including Jefferson and Adams, would go on to engage in deeply partisan battles, but Washington remained above these divisions. His ability to unify a fragile nation, establish lasting traditions, and earn the trust of a new republic made his contributions distinct from those of his fellow founding fathers. While men like Jefferson, Adams, Hamilton, and Madison were brilliant in their own right, Washington was the indispensable figure who embodied the new nation's values. His leadership was not based on eloquence or policy alone, but on the strength of character, discipline, and an unwavering commitment to the greater good. His legacy, when compared to his peers, stands as a testament to the power of steadfast and principled leadership in the face of uncertainty. As we reach the final chapter of George Washington's story, it is clear that his legacy is one of unparalleled influence and significance. His leadership during the American Revolution, his role in shaping the presidency, and his commitment to national unity laid the foundation for the United States. But his impact did not end with his time in office. It continued to shape the nation long after his death. Washington's final years at Mount Vernon were marked by a desire for peace and retirement, yet he remained engaged with national affairs. His warnings against political factions, entangling alliances, and sectionalism in his farewell address proved to be prophetic as the young republic faced increasing internal and external challenges. Even in his last days, Washington continued to embody the virtues of service and duty. His passing on December 14, 1799, was met with deep mourning throughout the nation. Tributes poured in from political allies and former opponents alike, recognizing the loss of a man whose presence had been a stabilizing force for the fledgling country. His funeral was a solemn event, and the nation entered a period of collective grief, realizing that the man who had led them to independence and unity was gone. Yet Washington's legacy did not fade with his death. His image as the father of the nation only grew stronger over time. His leadership style became the model for future presidents. His name was immortalized in cities, monuments, and institutions, and his principles remained a guiding force for American democracy. His decision to voluntarily relinquish power set a precedent that defined the very nature of the presidency and democratic governance. Globally, Washington's example influenced other nations striving for self-governance. Leaders in emerging republics looked to his restraint, his commitment to democracy, and his emphasis on national unity as a blueprint for their own struggles. His legacy extended beyond the borders of the United States, inspiring generations of leaders who sought to balance power with principle. As we reflect on Washington's life, we see a man who was not perfect, but who was unwavering in his commitment to something greater than himself. He was a leader not because he sought power, but because he answered the call of duty. His story is not just one of military victories or political achievements. It is a story of resilience, character, and a vision that transcended his time. Washington's farewell was not just a departure from office, but a lasting message to future generations. His belief in the importance of unity, his warnings about division, and his hope for a strong and principled nation remain as relevant today as they were over 2 centuries ago. His story is not just history, it is a reminder of what leadership, sacrifice, and dedication to a cause greater than oneself can achieve. As we close this chapter, we honor the man who helped shape a nation, whose influence endures, and whose legacy continues to inspire the world. Benjamin Franklin was born on January 17, 1706, in Boston, Massachusetts. He was the 15th of 17 children in the Franklin family, a household that was always bustling with activity. His father, Josiah Franklin, was a hard-working candle and soap maker, while his mother, Abiah Folger, managed the home and cared for their many children. The Franklin family lived modestly, and money was always tight. With so many mouths to feed, every member of the family had to contribute from an early age. Despite their financial struggles, Josiah and Abiah valued education and hard work, instilling these principles in their children, though formal schooling was a luxury few could afford for long. From a young age, Benjamin displayed an insatiable curiosity about the world around him. He was a bright and inquisitive child, always eager to learn and explore. His father initially hoped that Benjamin would become a minister, but the cost of formal education was too high. After just 2 years of schooling, the family could no longer afford to keep him in class. Instead, Benjamin took matters into his own hands, devouring every book he could get his hands on. He borrowed books from friends, read late into the night by candlelight, and even taught himself advanced subjects like arithmetic, philosophy, and writing. This self-education would become a defining characteristic of Franklin's life. His ability to learn independently and apply knowledge creatively would set him apart in every field he pursued. Benjamin was particularly drawn to the works of great thinkers and writers. He admired classical literature, history, and science, all of which would later influence his own ideas and innovations. His love for reading and learning set him apart from his siblings, most of whom followed more traditional trades. However, in a family of practical workers, there was little patience for a child who preferred books over labor. To his father, the idea of Benjamin spending so much time reading instead of working with his hands was impractical. This led to frequent discussions about Benjamin's future and what path he should take. At the age of 12, Benjamin was apprenticed to his older brother James, who owned a printing press in Boston. This was a turning point in his life. Working in the printing shop exposed Benjamin to the power of the written word. He learned how newspapers were made, how ideas were spread, and how information could shape public opinion. The experience also gave him access to more books, further fueling his hunger for knowledge. As an apprentice, he was expected to perform tedious tasks, such as setting type, mixing ink, and running errands. Yet, even in these menial tasks, he saw an opportunity to learn, absorbing everything he could about the printing business. However, his relationship with James was difficult. James was strict and often harsh, treating Benjamin as little more than a lowly apprentice rather than a younger brother. This harsh treatment only strengthened Benjamin's independent spirit. He longed for more freedom and dreamed of making a name for himself beyond the confines of Boston. To express his thoughts, Franklin began writing under the pseudonym Silence Do Good, submitting letters to his brother's newspaper, the New England Courant. These letters, written from the perspective of a witty and observant widow, became widely popular. When James discovered that his anonymous contributor was in fact his younger brother, he was furious. Their already strained relationship deteriorated further, pushing Benjamin closer to the idea of forging his own path. Even in his early years, Franklin's intelligence and determination were evident. He was not content with the life laid out before him, and sought opportunities to expand his knowledge and skills. His early struggles shaped his character, teaching him resilience, self-reliance, and the value of education. He was already developing the traits that would define him as an inventor, writer, and statesman: his ability to question the status quo, think critically, and take bold action when necessary. He understood that, in order to achieve greatness, he needed to take control of his own destiny, even if it meant leaving everything behind. As tensions with his brother continued to rise, Franklin began formulating a plan to escape his apprenticeship and start anew elsewhere. At just 17 years old, he would make a daring decision to leave Boston behind and seek new opportunities in Philadelphia. It was a choice that would change the course of his life forever and set him on a path toward becoming one of the most influential figures in American history. This was just the beginning of Franklin's incredible journey. In the next chapter, we will explore his bold move to Philadelphia, his early struggles in a new city, and how he would rise from an unknown runaway to one of the most respected printers and thinkers of his time. By the time Benjamin Franklin was 12 years old, he had already displayed an unquenchable desire to learn. But his education was cut short due to financial constraints, and instead of studying in a formal setting, he was sent to apprentice under his older brother James Franklin, a printer in Boston. It was a difficult and demanding role, but it would prove to be a defining experience in his life. Working in the printing shop gave young Franklin access to a world of information. He read extensively, learned the mechanics of the trade, and discovered how ideas could be shaped and spread through the power of the written word. However, James was a strict and often harsh master. As an apprentice, Benjamin had little control over his own time or work. He was expected to perform menial tasks and follow his brother's orders without question. But Franklin was not the kind to blindly accept authority. He yearned for intellectual freedom and a voice of his own. Determined to prove his abilities, he secretly wrote letters under the pseudonym Silence Doe Good, posing as a witty and insightful widow. These letters, filled with satire and sharp social commentary, were published in his brother's newspaper, the New England Courant, and quickly became popular among readers. When James discovered the true identity of the author, he was furious. The relationship between the two brothers quickly deteriorated. James resented Benjamin's talent and growing influence, and their conflicts became increasingly severe. The rigid constraints of the apprenticeship frustrated Franklin, who longed for more opportunities to develop his skills and pursue his ambitions. James's mistreatment of Benjamin extended beyond verbal reprimands. Physical punishments and outright hostility became a common part of their relationship. Benjamin found himself trapped in a role that stifled his creativity and intellect, and the more he excelled, the more resentment James harbored toward him. The desire for independence grew stronger, and with each passing day, the idea of escaping became more of a necessity than a fantasy. Eventually, after enduring years of mistreatment, Benjamin made a bold and fateful decision. He would break his apprenticeship contract and leave Boston behind. He knew this would not be easy. The contract legally bound him to James, and running away meant leaving his family, his job security, and his reputation behind. The consequences of being caught were severe, and the fear of what might happen loomed over him. But Franklin's resolve was unshakable. He knew that staying under his brother's control would stifle his potential and rob him of a future where he could think, write, and create freely. With careful planning, Franklin managed to slip away from Boston in 1723 at just 17 years old. His departure was secretive, as he could not afford to be discovered before he had fully escaped. He traveled by boat to New York, where he hoped to find work as a printer. The journey was difficult. He had little money, no letters of recommendation, and no immediate connections to rely on. When he arrived in New York, he quickly realized that his prospects were bleak. He approached William Bradford, a well-known printer, but there were no positions available. Bradford, however, mentioned that his son in Philadelphia might be able to offer employment. Determined not to return to Boston, Franklin took this as a sign and made the arduous journey to Philadelphia. He first traveled to New Jersey, enduring rough weather, hunger, and exhaustion along the way. At one point, he was forced to row part of the way himself to reach his destination. When he finally arrived in Philadelphia, he was disheveled, tired, and nearly penniless. He famously bought 3 rolls of bread with the little money he had left and walked through the streets of Philadelphia, eating them, an image that would later become symbolic of his humble beginnings in the city that would eventually define his legacy. Philadelphia was a world unlike Boston. It was growing rapidly, filled with opportunity, and home to a thriving intellectual community. But Franklin's journey was far from over. He still needed to establish himself, find work, and prove his worth. This bold escape marked a turning point in his life, setting him on a path that would ultimately lead him to become one of the most influential figures of his time. When Benjamin Franklin arrived in Philadelphia in 1723, he was just 17 years old, nearly penniless, and had no connections. Yet, this city would prove to be the perfect place for him to build his future. Unlike Boston, where Puritan traditions often stifled free thought, Philadelphia was a bustling and diverse city, open to new ideas and entrepreneurship. Its growing economy and thriving print industry provided Franklin with opportunities he could not have found elsewhere. Though his arrival was humble, famously walking through the streets with bread in his pockets, his ambition and intellect would soon set him apart. Franklin's first step towards stability was finding employment. He sought work as a printer and was eventually hired by Samuel Keimer, the owner of a struggling print shop. While Keimer was an eccentric and less than skilled businessman, he recognized Franklin's talent and put him to work. It did not take long for Franklin to gain a reputation as an industrious and highly skilled printer. He quickly befriended other young intellectuals and businessmen, including the merchant Thomas Denham, who saw great potential in him. Keenly aware of the power of networking, Franklin made efforts to connect with influential figures in Philadelphia. His intelligence, charm, and wit helped him form relationships with members of the city's elite, including Governor William Keith. Keith, impressed by Franklin's abilities, proposed that he travel to London to procure equipment and supplies to start his own printing business. The offer was enticing, and Franklin, eager for success, agreed. However, upon arriving in London, he discovered that Keith had not followed through on his promises. Stranded without financial support, Franklin was forced to find work as a printer in London, where he further refined his craft and expanded his knowledge of the printing industry. After nearly 2 years in London, Franklin returned to Philadelphia in 1726, wiser and more determined than ever. With the help of Thomas Denham, he secured employment and soon established himself as an independent printer. By 1728, he had partnered with Hugh Meredith to launch his own printing business. This was a pivotal moment in Franklin's life. He was no longer just an employee but an entrepreneur. His printing shop quickly gained traction thanks to his meticulous attention to detail, commitment to high-quality work, and innovative approach to business. Understanding the value of community and intellectual discourse, Franklin founded the Junto, a club for aspiring businessmen and thinkers to share ideas, discuss philosophy, and collaborate on projects. This group would later serve as the foundation for many of Franklin's civic initiatives, reinforcing his belief that knowledge and cooperation could improve society. As Franklin's printing business flourished, so did his influence in Philadelphia. He secured contracts for government printing work and began publishing the Pennsylvania Gazette, which would become one of the most successful newspapers in the colonies. His sharp wit and insightful commentary made the paper widely read, further cementing his status as a thought leader. Despite his growing success, Franklin never rested on his achievements. He constantly sought ways to expand his business and contribute to society, setting the stage for the many scientific, political, and social contributions he would make in the years to come. His rise from a penniless runaway to a respected businessman was just the beginning of an extraordinary journey that would shape the future of America. By the early 1730s, Benjamin Franklin had firmly established himself as a successful printer and businessman in Philadelphia. However, he was not content with simply running a printing press. He wanted to create something lasting that would both educate and entertain the public. This ambition led him to launch one of his most famous and enduring works, Poor Richard's Almanac. First published in 1732 under the pseudonym Richard Saunders, the almanac was a yearly publication filled with useful information such as weather forecasts, agricultural tips, and practical advice. However, what truly set it apart were Franklin's witty aphorisms and philosophical reflections. These sayings, often humorous yet deeply insightful, provided readers with guidance on frugality, hard work, and wisdom. Many of his maxims, such as early to bed and early to rise, makes a man healthy, wealthy, and wise, and a penny saved is a penny earned, became ingrained in American culture and remain well known today. Poor Richard's Almanac quickly became a bestseller in the American colonies. Its success was due not only to Franklin's engaging writing, but also to his keen understanding of marketing. He made the almanac accessible, affordable, and filled with content that appealed to a wide audience, from farmers and tradesmen to intellectuals and politicians. Franklin's use of humor, satire, and moral lessons made it both entertaining and educational, ensuring its continued popularity year after year. The financial success of the almanac played a crucial role in Franklin's rise as a businessman. The steady income it generated allowed him to invest in other ventures, expand his printing business, and pursue various civic projects. More importantly, it solidified his reputation as a wise and practical thinker. The persona of Poor Richard, a humble yet intelligent observer of life, helped Franklin cultivate an image of reliability and wisdom, making him one of the most respected figures in the colonies. Through Poor Richard's Almanac, Franklin not only achieved financial prosperity, but also influenced generations of Americans with his philosophy of self-improvement, industry, and virtue. His ability to blend humor with practical wisdom made the Almanac one of the most significant publications of its time, shaping both his legacy and the values of a growing nation. Benjamin Franklin was not just a statesman, writer, and businessman. He was also one of the greatest inventors of his time. His natural curiosity and relentless pursuit of knowledge led him to develop innovations that would change the world. Unlike many inventors, Franklin did not seek patents for his creations. Instead, he believed that knowledge should be freely shared for the benefit of society, stating that as we enjoy great advantages from the inventions of others, we should be glad of an opportunity to serve others by any invention of ours. One of Franklin's most famous inventions was the lightning rod. During the 18th century, lightning strikes were a major hazard, often causing devastating fires, especially to churches and large buildings. Franklin, fascinated by electricity, conducted his famous kite experiment in 1752, proving that lightning was a form of electricity. This discovery led him to design the lightning rod, which safely directed lightning into the ground, preventing buildings from catching fire. This simple yet revolutionary device saved countless lives and changed how people understood and harnessed electricity. Soon lightning rods were installed on buildings across the colonies and Europe, making Franklin's innovation one of the most impactful safety measures of the time. Another of Franklin's practical inventions was the bifocal lens. As he aged, he found himself constantly switching between two pairs of glasses, one for reading and one for distance. To solve this inconvenience, he devised bifocals, which combined two lenses in a single frame, allowing for clear vision both up close and far away. This innovation remains widely used today and continues to improve the quality of life for millions, especially those who rely on glasses for both near and distant vision. Franklin's ability to take a simple problem from everyday life and find a lasting solution showcases his ingenuity and problem-solving skills. Franklin also sought to improve everyday living conditions with his invention of the Franklin stove. Traditional fireplaces were inefficient, producing more smoke than heat. Franklin's design improved airflow and increased heating efficiency while using less fuel. Unlike traditional open fireplaces, the Franklin stove used a baffle system to improve heat retention, making homes warmer and safer. Though Franklin never patented the design, it inspired numerous later improvements in home heating technology. The Franklin stove became a popular household fixture, reducing energy waste and making homes more comfortable during the cold months. Beyond these famous inventions, Franklin also made advancements in medical science. He invented a flexible urinary catheter to aid those suffering from bladder issues, demonstrating his commitment to improving health and quality of life. He also proposed daylight saving time, recognizing the benefits of adjusting clocks to maximize daylight hours and conserve energy. Despite the potential for profit, Franklin refused to patent his inventions. He believed that knowledge should be a shared resource, accessible to all who could benefit from it. His philosophy of open innovation helped spread his ideas rapidly, ensuring they reached and improved as many lives as possible. Franklin's refusal to patent his inventions stemmed from his deep belief in civic duty and his commitment to serving humanity rather than seeking personal wealth. Franklin's contributions to science and technology went beyond individual inventions. He conducted groundbreaking research on electricity, coined terms such as battery, conductor, and positive and negative charges, and laid the foundation for future advancements in electrical engineering. His work influenced generations of scientists and engineers, proving that intellectual curiosity and a dedication to the common good could drive progress. In recognition of his contributions, he became one of the most respected scientific minds of his time, corresponding with leading intellectuals across Europe, including members of the Royal Society in London, which eventually awarded him the prestigious Copley Medal for his electrical experiments. Through his inventive genius, Franklin not only changed the way people lived, but also shaped the future of scientific discovery. His legacy as an innovator endures, demonstrating that true progress comes not from personal gain, but from a commitment to the greater good. His ability to observe everyday problems and create solutions that benefited society at large remains one of the defining aspects of his genius, ensuring that his influence would extend far beyond his own lifetime. Benjamin Franklin's insatiable curiosity and commitment to intellectual progress extended far beyond his inventions and business endeavors. He was deeply devoted to the pursuit of knowledge and the exchange of ideas, which led him to found the American Philosophical Society in 1743. This institution would become one of the most important scholarly organizations in the United States, fostering scientific advancements and intellectual discussions that would shape the future of the nation. The inspiration for the society came from Franklin's admiration of the scientific circles in Europe, particularly the Royal Society in London, of which he later became a member. He envisioned a similar community in the American colonies, where thinkers, scientists, and inventors could collaborate and share discoveries. Franklin believed that knowledge should not be hoarded, but rather expanded upon through discussion and collective inquiry. The American Philosophical Society attracted some of the greatest minds of the time, including Thomas Jefferson, David Rittenhouse, and later even Charles Darwin. It provided a space for scholars to explore various fields, from physics and chemistry to medicine and astronomy. Among Franklin's many scientific pursuits, his studies on electricity remain some of his most groundbreaking work. Through his famous kite experiment in 1752, he demonstrated that lightning was a form of electricity, an experiment that not only confirmed his theories, but also laid the groundwork for future developments in electrical science. Franklin introduced key electrical terms such as positive and negative charge, battery and conductor, terminology still in use today. His discoveries earned him international recognition, including the prestigious Copley Medal from the Royal Society, making him one of the most respected scientists of his time. Franklin's intellectual curiosity was not limited to electricity. He also conducted extensive research in meteorology, studying weather patterns, ocean currents, and storms. He was the first to map the Gulf Stream, a powerful Atlantic current that significantly impacts maritime navigation. His work provided valuable insights for sailors and helped improve transatlantic travel. Additionally, he accurately theorized that colds were transmitted from person to person, an idea ahead of its time in medical science. His contributions to understanding the natural world demonstrated his remarkable ability to observe, analyze, and apply knowledge for practical benefits. Education was another passion of Franklin's, as he strongly believed that an informed and educated public was essential for a successful society. He advocated for accessible education and was instrumental in the founding of what would later become the University of Pennsylvania. Unlike many educational institutions of the time, which primarily focused on religious instruction, Franklin envisioned a curriculum that emphasized practical knowledge, critical thinking, and the sciences. His progressive approach to education laid the foundation for modern liberal arts programs and reinforced his belief that learning should be applicable to real-world challenges. Through his scientific research, educational initiatives, and the creation of the American Philosophical Society, Franklin helped cultivate a culture of intellectual exploration in the colonies. His work bridged the gap between European scientific thought and American innovation, ensuring that knowledge would continue to advance in the New World. Franklin's belief in the power of shared wisdom remains one of his most enduring legacies, proving that the pursuit of knowledge is one of the most powerful tools for shaping the future. Benjamin Franklin was a man of many talents, scientist, inventor, diplomat, and writer, but he was also known for his complex and sometimes scandalous private life. Though he carefully cultivated an image of wisdom and virtue, Franklin's personal relationships were anything but simple. His marriage to Deborah Reed was unconventional, his rumored affairs raised eyebrows, and his reputation as a ladies' man followed him throughout his life. Franklin first met Deborah Reed in Philadelphia when he was just 17 years old. The two quickly formed a connection, but circumstances prevented an immediate union. In 1724, Franklin left for England to further his career, promising to return and marry her. However, during his extended stay abroad, Deborah's family arranged for her to marry another man, John Rogers. The marriage proved disastrous, as Rogers was unreliable and soon disappeared, leaving Deborah unable to remarry due to the strict laws regarding deserted spouses. When Franklin finally returned, the two entered into a common law marriage in 1730, as Deborah was legally still married to Rogers. Despite their long partnership, Franklin and Deborah's relationship was strained. Deborah never traveled with Franklin on his many diplomatic missions to Europe, partly due to her fear of ocean travel, but also because their marriage lacked the deep emotional connection that Franklin seemed to seek elsewhere. Their correspondence became less frequent over the years, and when Franklin spent extended periods in London and Paris, he surrounded himself with intelligent and attractive women, leading to speculation about his fidelity. Rumors of Franklin's affairs were widespread, and while some were likely exaggerated, there is evidence that he engaged in romantic relationships outside his marriage. One of the most persistent mysteries of Franklin's life was the identity of the mother of his illegitimate son, William Franklin. Born around 1730, William was raised in Franklin's household, but Franklin never publicly named his mother. Some historians believe she may have been a Philadelphia woman Franklin had a brief relationship with before marrying Deborah, while others suggest she was a servant in his home. Regardless of her identity, William grew up to be a loyalist governor during the American Revolution, a stance that would eventually create a deep rift between father and son. Franklin's time in Europe, particularly in France, solidified his reputation as a charming and flirtatious man. The French adored him, not just for his intellect and diplomatic skills, but also for his wit and charisma. He was especially popular among the ladies of French high society, who admired his wisdom and humor. One of his most well-documented friendships was with Madame Briard, a married French woman, with whom he exchanged affectionate letters filled with playful flirtation. Though their relationship may not have been physically intimate, it demonstrated Franklin's ability to forge deep emotional connections outside of his marriage. Even in his later years, Franklin maintained an appreciation for female companionship. He wrote extensively about love, relationships, and even offered humorous advice on choosing mistresses in a famous letter to a friend. His views on women were progressive for his time. He valued their intelligence and believed in their ability to contribute meaningfully to society. Yet his personal relationships often reflected the contradictions of an era when women's roles were still largely confined to the domestic sphere. While Franklin's personal life was filled with complexities, his charisma and charm made him one of the most fascinating figures of his time. His ability to navigate both the intellectual and social worlds with ease ensured that, despite any scandals or rumors, his legacy as a great thinker and statesman would endure. His private life, much like his public one, was marked by curiosity, passion, and an undeniable magnetism that captivated those around him. Benjamin Franklin was a man of many roles: scientist, diplomat, inventor, and philosopher, but one of his lesser-known yet significant affiliations was with the Freemasons. Franklin's connection to Freemasonry was not just a casual association, it played a crucial role in shaping his network, influence, and philosophical outlook. The organization, often shrouded in secrecy and mystery, provided Franklin with valuable connections that aided his career and allowed him to engage with some of the most influential minds of his time. Franklin was initiated into Freemasonry in 1731 at the age of 25, joining the Masonic Lodge of St. John in Philadelphia. Within a few years, his intelligence, leadership skills, and dedication propelled him to a position of prominence within the fraternity. By 1734, he was elected Grand Master of the Pennsylvania Lodge, making him one of the most influential Freemasons in the American colonies. That same year, Franklin published the first Masonic book in the Americas, an edition of the Constitutions of the Freemasons, further cementing his role in spreading the principles and influence of the organization. Freemasonry, at its core, was built upon values of enlightenment, self-improvement, and fraternity. These ideals aligned closely with Franklin's own beliefs in reason, education, and civic duty. The Freemasons advocated for moral integrity, philanthropy, and the pursuit of knowledge, all of which were deeply ingrained in Franklin's life work. As a member, he engaged in discussions on philosophy, politics, and science, refining ideas that would later influence his contributions to the American Revolution and the drafting of the U.S. Constitution. Despite the fraternity's stated goals of intellectual and moral enlightenment, Freemasonry has long been the subject of speculation and conspiracy theories. Some claim that the organization wielded immense secret power, influencing governments and shaping historical events from behind the scenes. Given Franklin's close involvement, rumors swirled about his participation in hidden agendas or clandestine operations. However, no concrete evidence supports these theories. Franklin's own writings suggest he saw Freemasonry as a force for good, providing structure and fraternity rather than a means of control. What is undeniable, however, is that Franklin's Masonic connections greatly benefited his career. The fraternity created an extensive network of like-minded men, many of whom held significant positions in politics, business, and academia. This network proved invaluable during Franklin's diplomatic missions, particularly in France, where he worked to secure crucial support for the American Revolution. Many high-ranking French officials and intellectuals were themselves Freemasons, and Franklin's shared affiliation helped build trust and establish important alliances. His Masonic ties also extended to other founding fathers, including George Washington, John Hancock, and Paul Revere, further illustrating how deeply intertwined Freemasonry was with the early political landscape of America. Franklin remained a devoted Freemason throughout his life. In his later years, he continued to promote the fraternity's principles of charity and self-improvement. He viewed Freemasonry as a vehicle for societal progress, a place where men of diverse backgrounds could come together in the pursuit of knowledge and moral betterment. While mystery and speculation still surround Freemasonry, Franklin's own involvement appears to have been driven by his passion for enlightenment and self-betterment rather than secretive manipulation. His participation in the organization was yet another avenue through which he pursued wisdom, built influential relationships, and contributed to the intellectual and political development of his time. Whether viewed as a secretive brotherhood or a philosophical society, Freemasonry was undeniably an important chapter in Franklin's life and legacy. Benjamin Franklin's journey from a successful businessman to a respected statesman was a natural progression driven by his keen interest in public service and governance. As he gained wealth and influence through his printing business, Franklin turned his attention toward improving society, believing that civic responsibility was a fundamental duty of every citizen. His early political career in Pennsylvania laid the foundation for his later contributions to American independence and governance. Franklin's first steps into politics came through local civic engagement rather than elected office. He founded organizations such as the Junto, a club dedicated to intellectual discussion and community improvement, which later influenced many of his political initiatives. His leadership in establishing Philadelphia's first public library, fire department, and hospital demonstrated his commitment to practical solutions that benefited the broader public. This hands-on approach to problem-solving caught the attention of Pennsylvania's political elite, who saw Franklin as an invaluable asset to the colony's administration. In 1736, Franklin was appointed clerk of the Pennsylvania Assembly, a position that granted him insight into the workings of colonial government. His efficiency and organizational skills quickly earned him recognition, and within a few years he was appointed postmaster of Philadelphia. This role gave him control over the distribution of information, further solidifying his influence in both business and politics. His reforms in the postal system improved communication between the colonies, making it easier for news and ideas to spread, an essential factor in the coming revolutionary movement. By the 1740s, Franklin had gained enough political experience to take on a more active role in governance. In 1751, he was elected to the Pennsylvania Assembly, where he championed various reforms aimed at improving public welfare. Among his most notable achievements was his push for better public safety measures, including the organization of a professional firefighting brigade and the improvement of street lighting and sanitation. Franklin also advocated for fairer taxation policies and the expansion of educational opportunities, which ultimately led to the establishment of the Academy of Philadelphia, later known as the University of Pennsylvania. One of Franklin's most significant political battles came in the 1750s when he clashed with the Penn family, the proprietary governors of Pennsylvania. The Penns controlled much of the colony's land and wielded significant political power, often refusing to fairly tax their vast estates. Franklin became a leading voice against this imbalance, arguing that the wealthy should contribute their fair share to the colony's expenses, particularly in funding its defense. His advocacy for a more democratic and equitable government earned him both admiration and powerful enemies. Franklin's increasing involvement in colonial affairs eventually extended beyond Pennsylvania. In 1754, he proposed the Albany Plan of Union, an ambitious but ultimately unsuccessful attempt to unite the colonies under a central government for mutual defense against French and Native American threats. Though the plan was rejected, it foreshadowed the later push for American independence and demonstrated Franklin's visionary thinking in matters of governance. His political career in Pennsylvania showcased his talent for leadership and pragmatic problem-solving. Whether reforming local infrastructure, challenging the dominance of elite landowners, or laying the groundwork for colonial unity, Franklin's time as a statesman in Pennsylvania was a crucial stepping stone to his later role as a revolutionary leader. His ability to blend business acumen with public service made him a unique figure in American history, one who not only shaped policy but also set an example of civic responsibility that would inspire generations to come. Benjamin Franklin's journey to London in 1757 marked a significant chapter in his life and in the tense relationship between the American colonies and the British Crown. Sent as a representative of the Pennsylvania Assembly, his mission was initially focused on resolving local disputes over taxation and governance. However, his role soon expanded as tensions between Britain and its American colonies grew, positioning him as a crucial intermediary in what would become the prelude to the American Revolution. Franklin's primary reason for traveling to England was to address the ongoing conflict between the Pennsylvania Assembly and the Penn family, the colony's proprietors. The Penns refused to allow their vast land holdings to be taxed fairly, putting the financial burden on ordinary citizens. Franklin, armed with his diplomatic skills and deep knowledge of politics, hoped to persuade the British government to intervene and enforce a more just system. While in London, he lobbied Parliament and engaged in numerous discussions with influential politicians, making a strong case for colonial rights and fair taxation. During his stay, Franklin also acted as an unofficial spokesperson for broader colonial concerns. He became a respected figure in British intellectual circles, joining the Royal Society and engaging with some of the greatest thinkers of the time. His reputation as a scientist and inventor gave him credibility, allowing him to interact with both politicians and scholars. Franklin's essays and letters during this period argued for greater colonial autonomy while still maintaining loyalty to the Crown, reflecting his initial hope that the colonies could reach a fair and peaceful agreement with Britain. However, Franklin's optimism was gradually eroded by the arrogance and indifference he encountered among British officials. The prevailing attitude in London was that the American colonies existed solely for the benefit of the Empire, and their demands for fair treatment were met with condescension. The British government viewed colonial resistance as an inconvenience rather than a legitimate concern, dismissing Franklin's efforts to mediate. The situation worsened with the passage of the Stamp Act in 1765, a direct tax imposed on the colonies without their consent. Franklin initially sought compromise, advising colonial leaders to accept the tax while negotiating for greater representation. However, when the backlash in America turned fierce, with widespread protests and economic boycotts, Franklin changed his stance. He testified before Parliament in 1766, delivering a powerful argument against the tax and warning of the growing unrest in the colonies. His testimony played a key role in the eventual repeal of the Stamp Act, earning him both admiration and suspicion from different factions within Britain. Despite this victory, Franklin became increasingly disillusioned with British rule. He witnessed firsthand the corruption and disdain that many British officials had for the American colonies. The final blow came in 1774 with the Hutchinson Affair, when Franklin leaked private letters from Massachusetts Governor Thomas Hutchinson, revealing British plans to impose harsher control over the colonies. Instead of acknowledging the wrongdoing exposed by the letters, the British government retaliated by publicly humiliating Franklin in a hearing before the Privy Council. He was stripped of his position as Deputy Postmaster General of North America, marking a turning point in his political allegiance. Disillusioned and outraged, Franklin realized that reconciliation was no longer possible. In 1775, after nearly 2 decades in London, he returned to America with a clear vision. Independence was the only viable path forward. His experiences in Britain had transformed him from a mediator seeking compromise into a revolutionary leader determined to help forge a new nation free from British rule. His diplomatic failures in London would ultimately pave the way for his greatest successes, rallying international support for American independence and shaping the future of the United States. Benjamin Franklin's transformation from a loyal British subject to a fervent supporter of American independence was neither sudden nor easy. For much of his life, Franklin believed in the possibility of reconciliation between Britain and its American colonies. However, as tensions escalated and British policies became increasingly oppressive, he came to the painful realization that independence was the only path forward. The root of Franklin's disillusionment lay in Britain's taxation policies. Following the costly 7 Years' War, the British government sought to recover its financial losses by imposing new taxes on its American colonies. The Sugar Act of 1764 and the Stamp Act of 1765 were among the first measures that angered colonists who protested against taxation without representation. Franklin, still hopeful for a diplomatic resolution, initially advised Americans to comply while working within the system for change. However, as colonial resistance grew, he shifted his stance, recognizing the fundamental injustice of Britain's actions. Franklin's famous 1766 testimony before the British Parliament played a crucial role in the repeal of the Stamp Act. He eloquently argued that the American colonies had always taxed themselves through their own legislatures and that Britain's unilateral taxation was a dangerous overreach. His words carried weight, and the Stamp Act was repealed. However, this victory was short-lived. Britain soon passed the Declaratory Act, affirming its right to legislate for the colonies in all cases whatsoever. The Townshend Acts followed, imposing further taxes on essential goods, reigniting colonial fury. As the resistance in America intensified, Franklin's attempts at mediation became increasingly futile. His breaking point came in 1774 with the Hutchinson Affair. Franklin had acquired and leaked private letters written by Massachusetts Governor Thomas Hutchinson, which revealed British intentions to suppress colonial liberties. Rather than addressing the concerns exposed by the letters, British officials turned their wrath on Franklin. He was summoned before the Privy Council in a humiliating public hearing, where he was accused of treasonous behavior and ridiculed by British leaders. This moment marked a profound personal and political shift for Franklin. Stripped of his position as Deputy Postmaster General and branded a traitor in British circles, he saw clearly that the British government had no intention of treating the colonies fairly. In 1775, Franklin returned to America, fully convinced that reconciliation was impossible. By this time, the first shots of the American Revolution had been fired at Lexington and Concord, and the colonies were moving toward full-scale rebellion. Franklin wasted no time in aligning himself with the revolutionary cause. He was appointed to the Second Continental Congress, where he played a key role in drafting the Declaration of Independence. His experience, wisdom, and international reputation made him an invaluable figure in uniting the colonies and securing support for the revolutionary effort. Franklin's break with Britain was not just political, but deeply personal. He had spent much of his life advocating for unity within the British Empire, only to be betrayed and cast aside. Even his relationship with his own son, William Franklin, the loyalist governor of New Jersey, was torn apart by the revolution. Franklin's decision to support independence came at great personal cost, but he believed it was necessary to ensure the future freedom of the American people. By the time he signed the Declaration of Independence in 1776, Franklin had fully embraced his role as a revolutionary. No longer a mediator seeking compromise, he was now one of the architects of a new nation. His journey from loyal British citizen to American patriot was complete, and his efforts would soon turn towards securing international alliances to ensure the survival of the young republic. As the American colonies waged their war for independence, Benjamin Franklin played a critical but often overlooked role behind the scenes. While battles raged on American soil, Franklin was engaged in a different kind of warfare, one fought with diplomacy, persuasion, and strategic alliances. His mission to secure France's support for the American Revolution. Without his efforts in Paris, the fledgling United States might never have survived its struggle against the British Empire. Franklin arrived in France in December 1776, a 70-year-old man with an extraordinary reputation. Already famous as a scientist, philosopher, and writer, he was welcomed into the highest circles of French society. Unlike traditional diplomats who relied on strict formality, Franklin cultivated an image that fascinated the French elite. He dressed simply, often wearing a fur cap instead of a powdered wig, and played the role of the wise, humble American. This calculated persona made him immensely popular in France, where intellectuals and aristocrats admired the revolutionary ideals he represented. However, Franklin's mission was far from easy. At the time of his arrival, France was hesitant to openly support the American cause. Although the French despised Britain, its long-standing rival, they were unwilling to risk war without proof that the Americans could hold their own. Franklin's first task was to convince the French government that the American Revolution was not a doomed rebellion, but a legitimate fight for independence. To achieve this, Franklin and his fellow commissioners, Silas Deane and Arthur Lee, worked tirelessly to cultivate relationships with French officials and financiers. They secretly arranged for shipments of arms, ammunition, and supplies to be sent to the American rebels. French merchants, encouraged by Franklin's assurances, provided loans and resources that sustained the Continental Army in its early desperate years. Meanwhile, Franklin engaged in covert negotiations with France's foreign minister, the Comte de Vergennes, laying the groundwork for a formal alliance. The turning point came in October 1777, with the stunning American victory at the Battle of Saratoga. This triumph proved to the French that the Americans were capable of defeating British forces. Franklin seized the opportunity, using his diplomatic skill to persuade France that now was the time to act. His efforts paid off. In February 1778, France officially recognized the United States and signed the Treaty of Alliance, committing military and financial support to the American war effort. This alliance was a game-changer. French troops, warships, and supplies began pouring into the conflict, shifting the balance of power. The French Navy played a decisive role in key battles, most notably the Siege of Yorktown in 1781, where French ships blockaded British forces, leading to their surrender. Franklin's negotiations had secured not just diplomatic recognition, but also the material support necessary for American victory. Beyond politics and military strategy, Franklin's time in Paris was marked by his charm and social influence. He moved effortlessly among French intellectuals, winning over philosophers, scientists, and influential figures. His wit, intelligence, and ability to navigate French society made him an unmatched diplomat, able to foster goodwill and strengthen ties between the two nations. By the time the war ended in 1783, Franklin had achieved what once seemed impossible. His diplomacy had turned the tide of the revolution, ensuring that the United States had the backing of a major European power. His work in France was one of the most crucial contributions to American independence, proving that wars are not won by battles alone, but also by the skillful hands of those who can forge alliances and sway the course of history. Benjamin Franklin was one of the most influential figures behind the Declaration of Independence, even though he was not its principal author. By 1776, Franklin was already a revered statesman, scientist, and diplomat, known for his wisdom and political acumen. However, when it came to drafting the historic document that would sever America's ties with Britain, the task was given to a younger man, Thomas Jefferson. Franklin, though, played a vital role in shaping both the content and the political strategy behind the Declaration. The decision to have Jefferson write the first draft was largely due to Franklin's declining health and his personal reluctance to take on the primary authorship. Additionally, Jefferson was known for his eloquence and ability to craft compelling prose. Franklin, along with John Adams, was part of the five-man committee appointed to draft the Declaration, and while he did not write the initial text, his influence was unmistakable. When Jefferson completed his draft, Franklin carefully reviewed it, making several key edits that refined and strengthened the final version. One of his most famous contributions was altering Jefferson's phrase, "We hold these truths to be sacred and undeniable to the now iconic. We hold these truths to be self-evident." This change not only improved the rhetorical flow, but also aligned with the Enlightenment ideals that Franklin so deeply believed in. Beyond his editorial contributions, Franklin's greatest impact lay in his ability to unify the colonies behind the cause of independence. He was a master of diplomacy, both in international affairs and in managing the fierce political debates among the American revolutionaries. The Continental Congress was deeply divided, with some delegates still hoping for reconciliation with Britain. Franklin used his persuasive skills to strengthen the resolve of the pro-independence faction, emphasizing the necessity of unity. He understood that for the revolution to succeed, the colonies had to stand together, and he worked tirelessly to bridge political differences and rally support for the Declaration. Franklin's wisdom and wit also helped diffuse tensions and reinforce the gravity of the moment. One of his most famous remarks came on July 4, 1776, as the signers of the Declaration gathered to commit what was, at the time, an act of treason against Britain. As they prepared to affix their names to the document, Franklin famously quipped, "We must all hang together, or, most assuredly, we shall all hang separately." This statement underscored the risks they were taking and the necessity of unity in the face of a common enemy. Franklin's role in the Declaration of Independence was not just about words on paper, it was about shaping a vision for a new nation. His influence extended beyond the document itself. He had spent years preparing the intellectual and political groundwork for American independence. Through his writings, such as his contributions to the Pennsylvania Gazette and Poor Richard's Almanac, he had long been promoting the values of self-governance, industry, and liberty. His diplomatic skills had already helped bring France closer to supporting the revolution, and his reputation lent credibility to the revolutionary cause. In the end, while Thomas Jefferson may have penned the most famous words of the Declaration, Franklin's wisdom, diplomacy, and strategic thinking were crucial in ensuring that those words would have the full backing of the colonies. His legacy as a founding father is not only in what he wrote, but in how he guided the revolution toward success, shaping the destiny of the United States in ways that continue to be felt to this day. By the time Benjamin Franklin arrived in France in 1776, he was already one of the most famous men in the world. But during his years in Europe, his reputation soared to new heights, transforming him into a true superstar of the Enlightenment era. In Paris, Franklin was not just a diplomat representing the American colonies, he became a symbol of the revolutionary spirit and a living embodiment of the ideals that intellectuals across Europe admired. Franklin's appeal in France was immediate and overwhelming. His reputation as a scientist, inventor, and philosopher preceded him, and his association with the American Revolution made him an instant sensation. He carefully cultivated an image that captivated the French aristocracy and intellectual elite. Instead of wearing the elaborate powdered wigs and fine silks typical of European diplomats, Franklin embraced a simpler, rustic look, often appearing in a fur hat and modest clothing. This self-presentation as the wise, humble American genius fascinated the French, who saw in him the personification of the noble struggle for liberty. One of the key aspects of Franklin's time in France was his connection to the leading intellectuals of the Enlightenment. He formed a close friendship with Voltaire, the legendary philosopher and critic of religious dogma. When the two men met in 1778 at the Academy of Sciences in Paris, the encounter was treated as a momentous event. Before a rapt audience, they embraced and exchanged pleasantries, with Voltaire reportedly giving Franklin his blessing in the form of an ancient ceremonial gesture. The crowd erupted in applause, seeing this as a symbolic passing of wisdom between two of the greatest minds of the age. Beyond Voltaire, Franklin engaged with other influential figures such as the mathematician and philosopher Condorcet, the economist Turgot, and the political thinker Rousseau. He attended salons, gatherings where the intellectual elite discussed philosophy, science, and politics, and became a revered figure in these circles. His charm, wit, and ability to articulate the revolutionary cause made him a favorite guest, and he used these opportunities to build support for the American struggle for independence. Franklin's popularity in France extended far beyond the intellectual salons. His face appeared on medallions, portraits, and even pieces of furniture. His likeness was sculpted into busts and painted by some of the finest artists of the time. Ordinary Parisians admired him as much as the aristocracy, and he became a symbol of defiance against tyranny. The French press frequently published articles about him, often portraying him as the embodiment of reason and virtue. This adoration had tangible benefits for the American cause. Franklin's immense popularity helped him secure crucial financial and military support from France. His negotiations with King Louis XVI's court led to the 1778 Treaty of Alliance, in which France formally recognized the United States and committed troops, supplies, and naval power to the war effort. This was a decisive turning point in the American Revolution, made possible in large part by Franklin's influence and diplomatic skill. Even after American independence was secured, Franklin remained one of the most celebrated figures in Europe. His contributions to science, politics, and philosophy ensured that his legacy endured long after he left France. By the time he returned to America in 1785, he was not just one of the founding fathers of the United States. He was a global icon, a man whose name had become synonymous with the pursuit of knowledge, freedom, and progress. His time in France had cemented him as the most famous American of his era, a status that endures to this day. After years of tireless diplomatic efforts in Europe, Benjamin Franklin played a crucial role in bringing the American Revolutionary War to an official end. By 1781, with the British surrender at Yorktown, it was clear that the war was nearing its conclusion. However, negotiating peace with Britain would prove to be just as challenging as securing support for the war itself. Franklin, with his vast diplomatic experience and international reputation, became one of the leading figures in these negotiations, ultimately shaping the Treaty of Paris in 1783. Franklin's deep connections in the French court and his reputation as a skilled negotiator positioned him as a key player in the peace talks. Alongside John Adams, John Jay, and Henry Laurens, Franklin was part of the American delegation tasked with negotiating the terms of peace with Britain. The British government, exhausted by years of war and mounting debts, was ready to negotiate, but they hoped to divide the American diplomats and extract the most favorable terms possible. Franklin, however, was well aware of these tactics and worked closely with his fellow commissioners to ensure that the United States would emerge from the treaty with its sovereignty and territorial claims intact. One of Franklin's most significant achievements was securing the recognition of American independence. While this may seem like an obvious outcome, Britain was initially reluctant to grant full independence without conditions. Franklin and his fellow negotiators held firm, refusing to sign any agreement that did not explicitly recognize the United States as a free and independent nation. Through strategic patience and diplomatic skill, they succeeded in securing this recognition in the final treaty. Another major victory was the expansion of American territory. Franklin and his colleagues managed to negotiate boundaries that extended the new nation's territory westward to the Mississippi River, north to the Great Lakes and south to Florida. This was a remarkable achievement, as it provided the fledgling United States with vast lands for future expansion and economic growth. The British, eager to end the costly conflict, reluctantly agreed to these terms, solidifying America's future as a continental power. Franklin also played a role in addressing the treatment of loyalists, American colonists who had remained loyal to the British Crown. While Britain wanted strong protections for these individuals, Franklin and the American delegation ensured that the final treaty provided only minimal concessions. The agreement allowed loyalists to seek restitution for seized property, but the U.S. government was not required to enforce these claims, leaving most matters to individual states. This compromise allowed the peace process to move forward without alienating the new American government or its citizens. With the Treaty of Paris signed on September 3, 1783, Franklin had helped bring an end to a war that had defined an era. His ability to navigate complex negotiations, maintain alliances and secure favorable terms demonstrated his enduring influence and political mastery. By 1785, having completed his diplomatic mission in Europe, Franklin prepared for his long-awaited return to America. Franklin's journey home was not merely a physical return but also an emotional and symbolic one. He had left the colonies years earlier as a diplomat seeking support for a struggling rebellion. Now he returned to a fully independent nation in part due to his own efforts. His arrival in Philadelphia was met with celebration, as he was hailed as one of the principal architects of American independence. However, Franklin did not retire into obscurity. Instead, he continued to shape the young nation, taking on new roles in governance, diplomacy, and the fight to end slavery. Though his years in France had made him one of the most famous Americans in the world, his heart remained with the people of the United States. Franklin's return marked the final chapter of his international career, but his contributions to the nation were far from over. He would go on to participate in drafting the U.S. Constitution, ensuring that his legacy as a founding father endured long after his passing. By the time of the Constitutional Convention in 1787, Benjamin Franklin was in the final years of his life. At 81 years old, he was the oldest delegate at the convention, his health frail but his mind as sharp as ever. Though he had already played a crucial role in securing American independence, Franklin understood that the young nation was at a crossroads. The Articles of Confederation had proven weak, and without a stronger federal government, the United States risked descending into chaos. Franklin, ever the pragmatist, knew that compromise and unity were necessary for the country's survival. Throughout the convention, Franklin was a stabilizing force. While many delegates engaged in heated debates over the structure of the new government, Franklin remained measured and diplomatic, using his wisdom and reputation to guide discussions. He strongly supported the creation of a strong central government, but was also deeply committed to ensuring that power was balanced and that individual freedoms were protected. His presence alone commanded respect, and his words carried immense weight among the delegates. One of Franklin's most significant contributions to the convention was his advocacy for compromise. The debates over representation in Congress were particularly contentious, with large and small states at odds over how power should be distributed. Franklin, recognizing the need for unity, supported the Connecticut Compromise, which established a bicameral legislature with proportional representation in the House and equal representation in the Senate. This agreement was instrumental in shaping the structure of the U.S. government as it exists today. Despite his failing health, Franklin continued to engage in debates on key issues, including the executive branch and the powers of the presidency. Though he had concerns about the potential for tyranny, he ultimately supported the creation of a single executive, provided there were checks and balances in place. His experience as a diplomat had taught him the importance of a government capable of decisive action, particularly in foreign affairs. One of Franklin's most famous moments at the convention came at its conclusion. As the final draft of the Constitution was being signed, he remarked on the sun carved into the back of George Washington's chair. He noted that throughout the convention, he had often wondered whether the sun was rising or setting. Now, as the Constitution was completed, he declared that he believed it to be a rising sun, symbolizing hope and a new beginning for the nation. Perhaps his most enduring statement from the convention came when asked what kind of government the delegates had created. Franklin's response was simple yet profound: "A republic if you can keep it." With these words, he issued a challenge to future generations, emphasizing that the success of the United States would depend on the vigilance and engagement of its citizens. Though Franklin was not as vocal as some of the younger delegates, his wisdom, experience, and ability to unify opposing sides were invaluable. He was a statesman who understood the necessity of compromise, a philosopher who believed in the power of reason, and a patriot who dedicated his life to the service of his country. His role in the Constitutional Convention was his final great act of public service, cementing his legacy as one of the most influential founding fathers. After the convention, Franklin returned to his home in Philadelphia, where he continued to advocate for issues he cared deeply about, including the abolition of slavery. Though his health continued to decline, he remained engaged in public life until his death in 1790. His contributions to the founding of the United States extended far beyond the Revolution. He helped shape the very framework of the government that endures to this day. Benjamin Franklin's views on slavery evolved significantly over the course of his life, reflecting his broader transformation from a pragmatic businessman to a champion of Enlightenment ideals. In his early years, Franklin, like many of his contemporaries, participated in the institution of slavery. As a young entrepreneur, he owned slaves who worked in his household and printing business. He also profited from the sale of advertisements for slave auctions in his newspaper, the Pennsylvania Gazette. At the time, slavery was widely accepted in the American colonies, and Franklin, ever the practical man, saw it as an economic necessity rather than a moral dilemma. However, Franklin's exposure to new ideas and his increasing involvement in intellectual and political circles began to change his perspective. As he traveled through Europe, he engaged with abolitionists and thinkers of the Enlightenment who argued against the institution of slavery on moral and philosophical grounds. The contradiction between the ideals of liberty and the reality of human bondage became more apparent to him, especially as he played a crucial role in the American Revolution, a war fought in the name of freedom. By the 1760s, Franklin had begun to distance himself from slavery. He freed the few slaves he still owned and took a more active interest in the condition of free black people in America. As president of the Pennsylvania Society for Promoting the Abolition of Slavery, he pushed for gradual emancipation and the education of formerly enslaved people, believing that knowledge and opportunity were key to integrating them into society. His efforts reflected his belief in human potential and the power of education to elevate individuals, regardless of their background. One of Franklin's most significant contributions to the abolitionist movement came in the final years of his life. In 1790, just months before his death, he submitted a petition to Congress calling for the abolition of slavery and the end of the transatlantic slave trade. In this petition, Franklin argued that slavery was a moral stain on the new republic and that the ideals of the American Revolution demanded its eradication. His appeal was met with resistance from Southern politicians who saw it as a threat to their economic interests. Nevertheless, Franklin's stance set a powerful precedent and demonstrated that even those who had once participated in the institution could change their views and fight for justice. Franklin's late life transformation into an abolitionist was not just a political stance, but a moral reckoning. He recognized that the system he had once tolerated was fundamentally incompatible with the principles of liberty and equality that he had spent his life defending. Though he did not live to see the end of slavery in the United States, his advocacy contributed to the growing abolitionist movement that would eventually lead to its demise. His journey from slave owner to abolitionist is a testament to his intellectual flexibility and willingness to challenge his own beliefs. It also serves as a reminder that history is shaped not only by those who are ahead of their time, but also by those who are willing to grow, learn, and act on their convictions. Franklin's final stand against slavery remains one of the most profound aspects of his legacy, underscoring his commitment to justice and human dignity in his last years. After decades of shaping the world around him, Benjamin Franklin spent his final years in Philadelphia, reflecting on his life, his accomplishments, and the future of the nation he helped to create. Despite his advanced age and declining health, Franklin remained deeply engaged in political and intellectual matters until his last days. Returning to Philadelphia in 1785, after years abroad in France, Franklin was welcomed as a national hero. He had secured crucial French support during the Revolutionary War, negotiated peace with Britain, and helped establish the fledgling United States as a respected global power. Now in his 80s, Franklin sought a quieter life, but found himself still in demand as a statesman and thinker. He was elected president of Pennsylvania's Supreme Executive Council, a role similar to that of a modern governor, and continued to weigh in on pressing national issues, particularly the formation of the U.S. Constitution. As one of the elder statesmen at the Constitutional Convention in 1787, Franklin played a crucial role in fostering compromise among the delegates. Though physically weak and often needing assistance to move or write, his wisdom and humor helped bridge ideological divides. He famously urged unity, recognizing that the success of the new nation depended on cooperation. His statement about the rising or setting sun on George Washington's chair, declaring that he finally believed it to be a rising sun, symbolizing a hopeful future, remains one of the most memorable moments of the convention. In his final years, Franklin turned his attention to broader philosophical questions and personal reflection. He wrote his autobiography, which chronicled his journey from a humble printer's apprentice to a revered statesman and inventor. The work, though unfinished at the time of his death, remains one of the most influential autobiographies in history, offering insights into his values, ambitions, and principles of self-improvement. He also continued writing political essays, including his final major public act, an anti-slavery petition to Congress in 1790, reaffirming his late-in-life commitment to abolitionism. As his health declined, Franklin was surrounded by family and friends, including his beloved daughter Sarah. He suffered from gout and other ailments, yet maintained his wit and intellectual curiosity until the very end. On April 17, 1790, at the age of 84, Franklin passed away peacefully in his Philadelphia home. His funeral drew massive crowds, with an estimated 20,000 people gathering to pay their respects. Leaders from across the new nation and abroad mourned his passing, recognizing the profound impact he had on politics, science, and society. The question of whether Franklin was satisfied with his life remains an intriguing one. By all measures, he had achieved more than most could dream of, rising from modest beginnings to become a world-renowned figure. Yet his writings suggest a man who always saw room for improvement, both in himself and in society. He was proud of his contributions, but remained acutely aware of the work still to be done, particularly in the realms of governance, education, and human rights. His legacy endures not just in his inventions or political achievements, but in the values he championed: reason, curiosity, and the relentless pursuit of progress. On April 17, 1790, Benjamin Franklin, one of the most influential figures in American history, passed away at the age of 84 in his home in Philadelphia. His death marked the end of an era, as the last of the great founding fathers who had shaped the United States from its very inception. Despite years of illness, Franklin remained mentally sharp until his final days, continuing to correspond with political figures and intellectuals alike. His passing was met with an outpouring of grief, not only in the newly formed United States, but also across Europe, where he had been revered as a champion of liberty, science, and diplomacy. News of Franklin's death spread rapidly, and Philadelphia prepared for what would become the largest funeral the city had ever seen. An estimated 20,000 mourners gathered to pay their final respects, a staggering number considering the city's population at the time. The funeral procession was attended by citizens of all walks of life, from prominent politicians to working-class laborers, all of whom recognized Franklin's immense contributions to the nation and the world. His coffin was carried through the streets in a somber yet dignified ceremony, accompanied by members of various civic and fraternal organizations, including the Freemasons, of which Franklin had been a proud member. Franklin's will, carefully crafted in his final years, reflected both his generosity and his deep commitment to public service. He left substantial sums to the cities of Boston and Philadelphia to fund educational and public works projects, a final testament to his belief in self-improvement and societal progress. He also made provisions for his family, though his relationship with his son William, a loyalist during the Revolution, remained strained until the end. Among the many tributes paid to Franklin, some of the most notable came from his fellow founding fathers. George Washington, then serving as the first President of the United States, publicly mourned Franklin's death, calling him one of the greatest men America had ever produced. Thomas Jefferson, who had worked closely with Franklin in drafting the Declaration of Independence, praised him as a beacon of wisdom and ingenuity, acknowledging his vast contributions to both science and statecraft. James Madison, often called the father of the Constitution, recognized Franklin's ability to unite diverse political factions and promote compromise, a quality that proved instrumental in shaping the fledgling nation. Beyond the United States, Franklin's death was widely mourned in Europe, particularly in France, where he had been celebrated as a hero of the Enlightenment and a key figure in securing French support during the American Revolution. The French National Assembly observed a period of mourning in his honor, a rare tribute for a foreign statesman. His close friend and fellow philosopher Voltaire had passed away over a decade earlier, but many in France saw Franklin as one of the last great Enlightenment thinkers, a man who had bridged the gap between science and politics. Franklin's legacy was cemented not only through the institutions and inventions he left behind, but also through the values he championed: rational thought, civic responsibility, and the pursuit of knowledge. His famous epitaph, written in his own words years before his death, compared his body to an old book, worn and tattered but awaiting a new edition. His passing was not just the end of a remarkable life, but the beginning of a legend that would endure for centuries to come. Even today, Franklin's influence can be seen in the principles of American democracy, the pursuit of scientific discovery, and the spirit of innovation that defines the modern world. Benjamin Franklin's impact on the United States and the world is so profound that many historians consider him the true architect of America. While figures like George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, and James Madison played vital roles in the nation's founding, Franklin's influence spanned far beyond politics. He shaped the nation's identity through his contributions to science, education, diplomacy, and moral philosophy, leaving a legacy that still resonates today. One of the reasons Franklin is often regarded as the most important founding father is his unparalleled versatility. He was not just a politician but also a scientist, inventor, writer, and philosopher. His role in drafting the Declaration of Independence and the U.S. Constitution positioned him at the very heart of the nation's birth. Unlike other founders, Franklin was a self-made man, embodying the American dream centuries before the term was coined. His life story, from an apprentice printer to a statesman who conversed with kings, inspired generations of Americans to strive for self-improvement and innovation. Education was one of Franklin's greatest passions. He believed in the power of knowledge and its ability to uplift individuals and society. He founded institutions that endure to this day, such as the University of Pennsylvania and the American Philosophical Society. His emphasis on practical knowledge over rote learning helped shape the American education system, fostering a culture of curiosity and problem-solving that remains central to the country's ethos. His widely read publication, Poor Richard's Almanac, disseminated wisdom in the form of witty and practical maxims, many of which are still quoted today. In the realm of science, Franklin's experiments with electricity, most famously his kite experiment, revolutionized our understanding of the natural world. His discoveries led to the invention of the lightning rod, a device that saved countless buildings and lives. Unlike many inventors, Franklin chose not to patent his creations, believing that innovation should serve humanity rather than personal gain. His scientific contributions went beyond electricity. He made advancements in meteorology, oceanography, and even medical science, proving that his intellectual curiosity had no bounds. Diplomatically, Franklin's role in securing French support during the American Revolution cannot be overstated. Without his skillful negotiations in Paris, it is unlikely that the young American nation would have been able to defeat Britain. His charm, wit, and ability to connect with foreign leaders made him America's first and perhaps most successful diplomat. The Treaty of Paris, which ended the war, was largely his achievement, and his diplomatic strategies set the precedent for U.S. foreign relations. Franklin's moral philosophy was equally influential. He promoted values such as hard work, frugality, and self-discipline, which became foundational aspects of the American ethos. His 13 Virtues, a personal guide to self-improvement, reflected his belief that character was built through conscious effort and continuous learning. While he was not without flaws, including his complicated stance on slavery, he ultimately became an advocate for abolition in his later years, demonstrating his capacity for growth and change. Today, Franklin's legacy can be seen everywhere. His face adorns the $100 bill, symbolizing his enduring importance to American identity. His innovations, writings, and ideas continue to shape modern society, and his belief in civic duty remains a guiding principle in American democracy. If America was built on the ideals of enlightenment, progress, and ingenuity, then Benjamin Franklin was its true pioneer. His story reminds us that one person, through relentless curiosity and a commitment to the common good, can indeed change the world.